Chapter 1366. There are more powerful existences above the eternal realm. The owner of the white jade finger bone is a powerhouse above the eternal realm. In this universe, the strongest existences in the world of warlocks are eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng doesn't know the names of existences more powerful than eternal sovereigns in other advanced universes. However, there are definitely existences more powerful than eternal sovereigns in other advanced universes. The primal chaos spider mother bowed to Yang Feng and uttered respectfully, "Greetings, great eternal blade." "Greetings, great eternal blade." The other Empyreans looked at each other, and then bowed to Yang Feng in salute. Empyreans are existences far above the holy step. At the same time, eternal sovereigns are existences far above the Empyrean realm. Yang Feng glanced at the primal chaos spider mother and the other Empyreans and said flatly, "Will you open your soul and submit to me, or will you die here? Eternal blade, I know that your strength far surpasses mine. However, it's impossible for me to submit to you. No one can make me submit." The Sun Lord stood straight. His eyes shone with the light of the sun, countless runes shone on his body, and he turned into a huge sun that shot towards Yang Feng with an indomitable momentum. Invincible throughout his life, the Sun Lord won't submit to anyone even if he can't advance to the eternal Mark realm. At this moment, the evil god ancestor unfolded 6 pairs of evil god wings. The 6 pairs of evil god wings flapped, and a dark, queer force enveloped him and helped him escape. The first demon lord exuded endless demonic chi, and 2 Empyrean rank abyssal lord corpses appeared and rushed towards Yang Feng. The mother of insects waved her hand, and an insect nest full of ancient, desolate, and mysterious aura flew out. Countless runes flickered inside the insect nest, and it changed into a 10,000-meter-tall, beehive-like nest with a door. One after another, insects exuding Holy Spirit warlock rank fluctuations of power flew out of the nest. A total of 10,000 savage insects exuding Holy Spirit warlock rank fluctuations of power flew out and rushed towards Yang Feng. These savage insects have no reason. None of them is a match for a Holy Spirit warlock. However, 10,000 savage insects can even besiege and kill an Empyrean. Even invincible overlord rank emperors would be killed by the savage insects if they were careless. The savage insect hive was a trump card that the mother of all bugs had spent countless years cultivating, all for the sake of obtaining eternal life. Now, he was forced to release it in order to escape. After the mother of insects threw the savage insect nest, it spread 12 pairs of insect wings on its back and fled frantically. The Star Titan Spirit Lord's body disintegrated and turned into countless specks of starlight that flew outside. The eyeballs of the myriad-eyed demon ancestor scattered as 10,000 eyeballs flew out in all directions. "Since you're unwilling to submit to me, then all of you can die." Yang Feng smiled calmly, extended a finger, and flicked the sun formed by the Sun Lord burning the power of his bloodline. An inconceivable scene appeared. Without any fluctuations of power, the sun transformed from the Sun Lord crumbled and turned into a pure source of power that entered Yang Feng's body, killing an overlord with a flick of his finger. This is the power of eternal life. A devour black hole appeared and swept towards the 10,000 Holy Spirit warlock rank insects in the void. The 10,000 holy grade insects that can easily destroy a world flew into the devour black hole, and were instantly devoured and turned into dust. A fearsome torrent of time suddenly gushed out and swept towards the evil god ancestor, the mother of all bugs, the first demon lord, the Star Titan Spirit Lord, and the myriad-eyed demon ancestor. The time around them reversed, and they appeared in their original places. A fearsome devour black hole suddenly appeared, swept towards the 5 invincible overlords, and pulled them into the devour black hole. "Yang Feng, let's die together." When the evil god ancestor was swallowed by the devour black hole, his eyes shimmered with despair, and he roared and frantically burned the power of his bloodline. A black spear exuding wisps of eternal breath suddenly flew out, turned into a meteor, pierced through the devour black hole, and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Eternal treasure? It's no use. You're too weak. Even if you have an eternal treasure, you can't hurt me. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng reached out with his hand and easily pinched the spear. Countless runes flickered and easily sealed the spear. Devour Lord, I'm willing. The 5 invincible Overlord rank Empyreans struggled inside the devour black hole and screamed. After only a breath of time, they were turned into ashes, and their life force was devoured. Cold sweat trickled down the back of the primal chaos spider mother, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear. So strong! The edge of eternity is really powerful. It's much stronger than any eternal I've ever seen. Sure enough, I was right not to attack. The primal chaos spider mother has seen the terror of eternals in the past. Any eternal is an invincible existence in an era. He had indeed bitten an eternal in the past, but that was before that eternal advanced to the eternal realm. With the strength of the primal chaos spider mother, unless an eternal is seriously injured and on the verge of death, she is not the opponent of an eternal. Yang Feng said flatly, "Primal chaos spider mother, you're the only one left. Do you submit or die? Great edge of eternity, I am willing to submit to you and serve you for generations to come." The primal chaos spider mother knelt on the ground decisively. Soul fluctuations flickered, and a spider projection engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and light of eternity formed an eternal rune that entered the soul of the primal chaos spider mother. In this way, with a thought from Yang Feng, he can make the primal chaos spider mother beg for death. Unless there is an eternal who is far stronger than Yang Feng, or a treasure of heaven and earth from a high-energy universe, it is impossible to crack the rune in the soul of the primal chaos spider mother. Boom! Boom! Amidst a series of loud noises, the world of universe trees formed by the heaven and earth spirit root began to collapse. Unfortunately, this world is just a special world that appeared to cultivate eternal sovereigns. If I could control this world, I could cultivate a steady stream of Empyreans. 2 streams of light shone, and Yang Feng and the primal chaos spider mother appeared outside the universe tree world. Yang Feng looked at the collapsed universe tree world with regret in his eyes. In the universe tree world, there are countless treasures of heaven and earth, and there are even many treasures with effects surpassing that of eternal divine fruit. If the universe tree sea had always existed, it would be an inexhaustible treasure trove. Devour Lord! No, it's the edge of eternity. It's the great edge of eternity. Sure enough, it's him. In the void, thoughts emerged. The powerhouses above the Holy Spirit Warlock rank who are spying on this side through various spells looked at Yang Feng with complicated looks in their eyes. In the past, although Yang Feng was invincible, but when several invincible Overlord rank Empyrean joined forces, Yang Feng was still somewhat apprehensive. But after Yang Feng advanced to the Eternal Warlock rank, he became truly invincible and eternal. With 2 flashes of light, Mykelia and Sure You walked out of the void. "Big brother, I want a gift." Mykelia's eyes shimmered with joy, and she threw herself into Yang Feng's arms and smiled coquettishly, full of expectation. "Okay, this is a gift for you." Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and the invincible Overlord rank Angel Empress heart flew into Mykelia's hand. What a powerful Angel Empress heart! With it, I can advance to the Empyrean realm. Excitement flashed in Mykelia's beautiful eyes, and she extended her hand, and the Angel Empress heart turned into a stream of pure power that entered her body. "If you want to receive my power, then become my clone and fuse with me." A fearsome will gushed out of the Angel Empress heart and tried to seize Mykelia's body. Although Mykelia is a pinnacle quasi-Empyrean rank existence, but she cannot suppress the will of the Angel Empress. Yang Feng pointed with a finger on Mycelia's forehead, and eternal force blessed Mycelia's soul, and her soul became terrifying. You're dead. Your power belongs to me. Mycelia snorted coldly, and her soul force slashed at the will of the Angel Empress like a sharp angel sword, shattering the will of the Angel Empress. After the will of the Angel Empress collapsed, the tremendous power of the Angel Empress was absorbed by Mycelia. Countless mysterious runes emerged, and a vast and terrifying power rose from Mycelia's body. The energy from a radius of several million light-years gathered, forming an emperor's door in the void. Break! Mycelia's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she slashed with her sword, and a fearsome sword ray slashed the Emperor Gate. Boom! The Empyrean Gate was slashed open, and Mycelia's figure fluttered, and she entered the Empyrean Gate. Before long, with the Tsangji plane as the core, the energy within billions of light-years swept away and formed countless universe flowers in the void. Universe flowers, someone has advanced to the Empyrean realm. Mycelia, she has advanced to the Empyrean realm. The second person to advance to the Empyrean realm in this era is actually her. The means of an eternal are really unfathomable and terrifying. The eyes of the powerhouses watching this scene through spells shimmered with a complicated shade. Chapter 1367. The endless universe flowers turned into a torrent and entered Mycelia's body. Ripples flickered, and a sea of power suddenly emerged in the void. Mycelia flew into the sea of power, absorbed the origin force in the sea of power, and transformed and sublimated. After Mycelia absorbed enough origin force, the sea of power disappeared. Countless starlight converged in the void and formed a ring of starlight composed of 9,990,000 stars. Starlight poured out of the ring of starlight and shone on Mycelia, allowing her to comprehend the mysteries of fate. After the ring of starlight disappeared, a huge spatial portal emerged. Countless mysterious runes poured out of the portal and entered Mycelia's body. The fourth phenomenon. How could Mycelia trigger the fourth phenomenon? Even if she is a heaven and earth variant, her accumulation is too shallow. It is impossible for her to trigger the fourth phenomenon. That Angel Empress heart isn't simple. I'm afraid it's the heart of an invincible overlord rank Angel Empress. The edge of eternity is really heaven-defying. Eternal sovereigns are really scary. When the powerhouses who were watching everything through various spells saw this scene, a hint of jealousy flashed in their eyes. As a heaven and earth variant, Mycelia does have the potential to evolve into an Empyrean. However, it is just the potential. It is very difficult to advance to the Empyrean realm. Moreover, even if she does advance to the Empyrean realm, she will generally only trigger 3 phenomena. Now that she triggered 4 phenomena, it shows that her evolutionary potential is even comparable to that of an invincible overlord like the Time Lord. A fearsome Empyrean might diffused from Mycelia. Like an invincible Angel Empress, she walked out of the void and arrived in front of Yang Feng with a cheerful look in her eyes. "Thank you, big brother. Little sister Shiryu, shouldn't you call me big sister now?" Mycelia turned around and looked down at Shiryu with pride in her beautiful eyes. A vast and terrifying imperial aura emanated from her body and swept towards Shiryu. "Big brother!" Shiryu gritted her teeth, gave Yang Feng a pitiful look, and pleaded softly. "You have a gift too." Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand, and the stone golem emperor's heart flew into Shiryu's hand. "Thank you, big brother!" A wisp of wild joy flashed through Shiryu's beautiful eyes. Countless mysterious seals appeared on her body, and she instantly absorbed the stone emperor's heart into her body. The will of the stone golem emperor has just appeared, when Yang Feng touched Shiryu's forehead with a finger, and a wisp of eternal force shook and shattered the will of the stone golem emperor. Countless mysterious runes appeared on Shiryu's body and spread out in all directions. The energy within a radius of several million light-years was once again sucked dry, creating a series of terrifying energy storms in the universe. In the void, the Emperor's Gate appeared once more. Again. The second Emperor. Is it sure you this time? When did advancing to Emperor Realm become so easy? The various powerhouses watching from afar were all dumbfounded as they saw the Emperor's door. They couldn't believe their eyes. Sure Yu's figure fluttered, and she arrived before the Emperor's Gate, slammed her fist into the Emperor's Gate, smashed it, and flew inside. Universe flowers appeared again, and covered the universe void. The advancement was a success. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs follow him. The edge of eternity is too powerful. So this is the power of an eternal. To be able to make two powerhouses advance to the Emperor Realm so easily, how fearsome! Devour dynasty is indeed the strongest dynasty in the history of the human race. No, with the edge of eternity, Devour dynasty is already one of the strongest dynasties in the history of our universe. The experts looked at the universe flowers in the sky with a complicated look in their eyes. Even in the eras of eternal sovereigns, it takes an average of more than 100,000 years for an emperor to be born. But in such a short period of time, two emperors have emerged, which is simply heaven-defying. The Sea of Force and the Ring of Star Brilliance appeared one after another. After the starshine halo vanished, the fourth spatial door suddenly appeared, and then endless spatial runes poured out and entered Sure Yu's body. Fourth phenomenon. Sure Yu has triggered a fourth phenomenon as well. The edge of eternity is really scary. That's a phenomenon that only invincible overlords can trigger. Fourth phenomenon. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the spectating powerhouses flashed with envy. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs follow him. Feng Xuanzhen, who was in a secret realm far away, looked at the portal in the void with a bitter look in his eyes. Originally, Feng Xuanzhen was the prophesied peerless genius of this era and one of the future leaders of the human race. However, Yang Feng appeared out of nowhere, defeated Feng Xuanzhen in one fell swoop, and never stopped moving forward. He seized all the opportunities and finally advanced to the Eternal Realm. By now, any one of Yang Feng's core subordinates is far stronger than Feng Xuanzhen in terms of battle prowess. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs follow him. Lan Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of bitterness as she stared at the spatial door. At the time, whether it was Mykelia or Sure Yu, they were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the blue moon Neptune. But now that they have advanced to the Empyrean realm and triggered a fourth phenomenon, their evolutionary potential surpasses that of the blue moon Neptune. With a flash of light, Sure Yu fell from the sky, hugged Yang Feng's arm, and smiled cheerfully. "Thank you, big brother." "Mykelia, call me big sister." With that, Sure Yu also erupted with a terrifying emperor's might and shot a provocative glance at Mykelia. "Big sister Sure Yu." Mykelia weighed the pros and cons, determining that she is not Sure Yu's opponent. She puffed up her cheeks and called out reluctantly. Ripples flickered, and the Death Lord walked out of the void, bowed to Yang Feng, and uttered unhurriedly, "Greetings, great edge of eternity. Please fulfill your promise to me." Yang Feng replied, "No problem. But before that, I still have something to do." "Sorry, I was too impatient." The Death Lord nodded, suppressed the joy in his heart, turned into streams of light, and disappeared. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the blue mirror of fate and the net of fate radiated resplendent light, and countless mysterious runes flickered and resonated with each other. Sangji Plain, in a secret palace, the complexion of a shrewd Empyrean with a monkey tail wrapped around his waist suddenly flickered, and a fate sand curtain containing the breath of fate flew out. This is the resonance of three treasures of fate. The edge of eternity made a move. What do I do? The complexion of the Golden Ape Emperor suddenly changed dramatically. Looking at the fate sand curtain that flew out, his eyes shimmered with intense reluctance. The sand curtain of fate, had given the Golden Ape Great Emperor countless warnings and saved his life many times. Without the Fate Sand Curtain, he would have died long ago, unable to advance to the Empyrean realm. No, this Fate Sand Curtain is mine. No one can take it away from me. As long as I escape at once, the Eternal Sovereigns can't do anything to me. Cut off the resonance. A cold ray flashed in the Golden Ape Emperor's eyes, and he pointed with a finger, and gold runes entered the Fate Sand Curtain. A fearsome breath of fate emerged from the Fate Sand Curtain, cut off the river of fate, and erased all traces of fate. Countless golden runes flickered, and golden rune chains coiled around the Fate Sand Curtain, sealing it. The Golden Ape Great Emperor reached out and grabbed the sand curtain of fate. Then, he turned into a streak of golden light and fled. Want to escape? Unfortunately, you're a step too slow. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the void and looked at the Golden Ape Emperor with a frigid expression. Greetings, mighty edge of eternity. When the Golden Ape Emperor saw Yang Feng, a chill ran down his spine, and he saluted and uttered respectfully. Yang Feng said flatly, "Offer the Fate Sand Curtain and submit to me. Then I'll spare your life." The Golden Ape Emperor lowered his head and said respectfully, "Great Edge of Eternity, the Fate Sand Curtain is my treasure. You are a mighty and noble eternal sovereign proficient in the essence of fate. Why compete with me over a mere Empyrean-grade secret treasure? What do you know? These 3 treasures of fate contain the mysteries of fate. When the 3 treasures combine, they can advance to a fate-type eternal treasure. I'm determined to get this treasure. Since you're unwilling to hand it over, you're blocking my way. Go to hell." A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng extended a finger and pointed at the Golden Ape Emperor. In an instant, Yang Feng's finger turned into a heaven pillar that suppressed the void and pointed at the Golden Ape Emperor. "Even if you're an eternal sovereign, it won't be that easy to kill me." A fierce ray flashed in the Golden Ape Emperor's eyes, and he took out a huge gold wolf-tooth club exuding Empyrean might and slammed it towards the heaven pillar. As if it contains the will of the universe, the heaven pillar easily shattered the gold wolf-tooth club, and then crushed the Golden Ape Emperor. A black hole appeared and devoured the Golden Ape Great Emperor. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and the treasures of the Golden Ape Emperor flew out and entered his hand. The Fate Sand Curtain also fell into his hand. Mysterious runes flickered, and the 3 treasures of fate, the Fate Sand Curtain, the Fate Net, and the Blue Mirror of Fate, resonated with each other and fused together. Chapter 1368. In an area millions of light-years in radius, a fearsome energy storm was set off, and endless energy gathered and formed a dark cloud flickering with lightning. Countless lightning runes surged in the dark cloud, and human-shaped lightning bolts exuding Empyrean aura emerged indistinctly in the dark cloud. Thunder Cloud of Divine Punishment. This is the legendary Thunder Cloud of Divine Punishment that can even kill Empyreans. At the time, the demonic treasure Great Emperor wanted to refine an eternal treasure and gathered the power of 5 Empyreans, yet they were easily killed by the Thunder Cloud of Divine Punishment. Is an eternal treasure about to be born? The powerhouses looked at the thundercloud containing the power to destroy everything in the void with a dignified look in their eyes. Thunder Cloud of Divine Punishment. It's because of this that I don't dare to get involved in refining an eternal treasure. The 3 treasures of fate have never been able to merge because of the Thunder Cloud of Divine Punishment. The Eternal Blade is really daring. The Magic Note Lord looked at the Thunder Cloud of Divine Punishment in the void with a dignified look in his eyes. He is proficient in alchemy and has refined who knows how many secret treasures in his life. He has even refined several Empyrean-grade secret treasures with the potential to advance to eternal treasures. However, he doesn't dare to refine a treasure that can receive an eternal treasure, because once the Thunder Cloud of Divine Punishment appears, he will die. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and a lightning spear millions of kilometers long, which can easily run through a world, stabbed towards Yang Feng. The lightning spear is the manifestation of the will to annihilate the universe. Any Empyrean rank overlord can be easily run through by the lightning spear. Except for the 36 primary material planes, any plane in the universe where the world of warlocks is located will be destroyed by the lightning spear. However, it's really pure universe energy. Faced with the earth-shattering blow of the thunder cloud of divine punishment, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole appeared and easily devoured the lightning spear. Countless runes in the devour black hole flashed, and the lightning spear was easily devoured and turned into pure power that entered Yang Feng's body. The terrifying devouring black hole flew above the divine punishment thundercloud in an instant and swallowed the boundless divine punishment thundercloud with a terrifying devouring force. The thundercloud of divine punishment was devoured just like that. The thundercloud of divine punishment disappeared just like that? That's the thundercloud of divine punishment. The divine punishment thundercloud that can easily kill emperors is gone just like that? The spectating experts stared blankly at the empty space in the sky. The thundercloud is a fearsome existence that can easily slay an Empyrean. These powerhouses thought that Yang Feng would have to fight hundreds of rounds with the thundercloud for a few days and nights. They didn't expect that the thundercloud would be swallowed by Yang Feng in an instant. A complicated look flashed in the magic note lord's eyes, and he sighed faintly. Eternals are really powerful and unimaginable. In this universe, there aren't many existences that can hurt them. The three treasures of fate fused with each other. At the moment when they were about to fuse, a tremendous repulsive force emerged from the three treasures and rejected the fusion. Sure enough, fate-type eternal treasures are too heaven-defying. Although the powerhouse who refined this eternal treasure was also an eternal sovereign, but he couldn't refine it in one go. He could only put it here, absorb the fate force of countless powerhouses, and condense it step by step. However, since I have already advanced to the eternal sovereign rank, this treasure is destined to appear today. Yang Feng's eyes flashed brightly, countless mysterious runes appeared on him, and he pointed with a finger, and a tremendous torrent of fate entered the three treasures of fate. Crushed by the fate force containing eternal force, the three treasures of fate finally fused inch by inch. 9 days later, an ordinary-looking ancient bronze mirror containing terrifying power suddenly appeared, and wisps of fate fluctuations slowly diffused from the ancient bronze mirror. The mirror of fate, I didn't expect that my first eternal treasure would be it. Yang Feng looked at the bronze mirror of fate with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. The three Empyrean-grade secret treasures beside Yang Feng, the Twilight God Armor, the Unbreakable Shield, and the God Bone Fortress have the potential to advance to the eternal treasure rank. In particular, the Twilight God Armor is Yang Feng's #1 defensive secret treasure. But the first eternal treasure turned out to be the Mirror of Fate, which makes him feel that fate is fickle. Although the Mirror of Fate was an eternal treasure, it wasn't very strong in terms of attack power. However, it can easily change a person's fate. Moreover, as long as someone leaves a trace in this universe, Yang Feng can find them through the Mirror of Fate. In the universe of the world of warlocks, as long as anyone has killing intent or hostility towards Yang Feng, the Mirror of Fate will give a warning, making assassination impossible. Under the effect of the Mirror of Fate's power, Yang Feng can easily perceive anyone who tries to advance to the Empyrean or Eternal Sovereign rank. As long as he wants to, he can kill the other party before they advance to the Empyrean or Eternal Sovereign rank. Yang Feng waved his hand and Shi Shui's breath entered the Mirror of Fate. Mysterious runes gushed out of the Mirror of Fate, and a set of universe coordinates suddenly appeared in Yang Feng's mind. Ripples shimmered and Yang Feng disappeared. At the edge of the universe, there is a desolate starfield full of abandoned celestial bodies without a trace of life. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the starfield and came to a barren, abandoned celestial body. Yang Feng pointed with a finger at the abandoned celestial body. Ripples shimmered, and the powerful illusion enchanted the abandoned celestial body collapsed. An azure, ice-cold, luxurious, and huge ice palace appeared in front of Yang Feng at once. "Who is it? Who dares to disturb my lord's sleep?" In front of the ice palace, the statue of an ice phoenix shone with countless mysterious runes. The ice phoenix woke up, exuded quasi-empyrean rank fluctuations of power, and stared coldly at Yang Feng. Yang Feng walked out of the void, stood quietly in front of the ice phoenix, and said unhurriedly, "It's me. I am Yang Feng, the human ninth Warlock Emperor Eternal Blade, as well as Shi Shui's big brother." "So it's Sir Yang Feng." "No, it's the great Eternal Blade. My lord has told me that if it's you, you can come in. Please come in." Countless mysterious runes appeared on Ice Feng Wang, and she turned into a beautiful girl with a noble and elegant temperament. She bowed respectfully to Yang Feng and uttered, "Eternals are invincible existences in the world of Warlock. Even quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses are just slightly more powerful ants in the eyes of Eternals." Led by the Ice Phoenix, Yang Feng passed through one palace after another, and came to a palace shrouded in endless ice force. In the center of the palace, there is an ice mountain made of holy ice. Each piece of holy ice is formed from ice essence. A fingernail-sized piece of holy ice is enough to enable an ice warlock to practice cultivation from the level 1 warlock rank to the glorious dawn warlock rank. At the top of the holy ice there is an ice coffin suspended. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and an immense power of ice surged from all directions, entering the ice coffin. Yang Feng took a step, crossed the numerous boundaries of the ice mountain, and reached the summit. There was a flash of shock in the eyes of the Ice Phoenix. Amazing, as expected of an Eternal. He is also the most powerful man of this era. There are many powerful defensive boundaries set up in the ice mountain. If you don't follow the specific steps, then even an ordinary Empyrean will be suppressed and sealed in ice. When Yang Feng came to the summit, he looked at the ice coffin, and saw at a glance that there is a devastatingly beautiful girl with long black hair lying inside the ice coffin. This peerless beauty is Shi Shui. Inside the ice coffin, Shi Shui frowned, a pained expression on her face. Yang Feng scanned her with his tremendous soul force, and then frowned. What a heavy injury! Inside the ice coffin, a tremendous space-time backlash force pervades Shi Shui's body, reducing her life origin and lifespan at every moment. The Ice Phoenix complained from the bottom of her heart. When the Bo Yen Lord came, it was when the fluctuations of the universe's time order force were the most severe. If it weren't for saving you, my lord wouldn't have ended up like this. If my lord hadn't taken action at that time, she might have become an Eternal. When Yang Feng heard the complaints of the Ice Phoenix, he smiled helplessly and didn't say a word. His tremendous soul force scanned Shi Shui's body, and he frowned more and more. There was a flash of worry in the eyes of the Ice Phoenix, and she asked curiously, "Sir Eternal Edge, can my lord still be saved?" A solemn expression on his face, Yang Feng replied unhurriedly, "Yes. If I were to use half of the eternal essence, I would be able to heal her completely." The face of the Ice Phoenix flickered, her eyes flickered, and she fell silent. The eternal origin is the core origin of an Eternal. Once Yang Feng divides the eternal origin in half, not only will he be seriously injured, but he may even fall from the eternal realm. The Ice Phoenix didn't expect that even with the heaven-defying means of an Eternal, he still can't save Shi Shui. Yang Feng uttered, "There is another way. That is, I will kill a few Eternal Sovereigns and take their eternal origin. Then I can cure Shui-Er's injuries, and even bring her to a higher level." Chapter 1369. The Ice Phoenix's eyes brightened and flickered with the light of hope. In the past, it was almost impossible to kill an eternal sovereign. That's because the world of warlocks doesn't even have an eternal sovereign. However, there are 3 eternal sovereigns in the Gumana universe. If you can kill them and plunder their life source, you can save Shui. Yang Feng cut his wrist with his finger, and drops of precious eternal blood dripped from his hand and entered Shui's cherry lips. Nourished by the drops of eternal blood, Shui's eyebrows smoothed out, and she fell into a deep sleep. Yang Feng frowned and his eyes flashed with a complicated shade. Time backlash, that's really scary. When she was in front of me at the time, she probably forced herself not to let me find out. At the time, the Boyan Lord came to the world of Warlock. There are hundreds of sleeping emperors in the universe, but none of them took action because the power of time backlash is too terrifying. If it wasn't for Shui's sudden appearance and suppression of the Boyan Lord. At this time, the world of Warlocks would have been in a completely different situation. Yang Feng pointed at the Mirror of Fate, and countless mysterious runes gushed out from the Mirror of Fate. In the deepest part of the Mirror of Fate, a star shrouded in ice and snow emerged. Yang Feng extended his hand and entered the Mirror of Fate. In a certain star domain, the void suddenly cracked open. A terrifying hand that could tear apart the sky stretched out from the void and grabbed at a star with a diameter of 300,000 kilometers. Who dares to behave atrociously in the heavenly ice imperial palace? A fearsome empyrean breath emerged from the star, and an archaic ice god shrouded in ice and snow walked out of the star, brandished an ice halberd, and slashed at the giant hand. Die! A cold voice sounded from the void, and a huge finger containing eternal force pressed towards the archaic ice god. Eternal Edge, you. A look of astonishment flashed across the eyes of the ancient ice god. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the giant finger pressed down on his head. A terrifying eternal power erupted and suppressed and sealed him. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the star with a diameter of 300,000 kilometers was grabbed by the huge hand. Then, under the effect of a mysterious spell, it shrank until it was the size of a palm and disappeared into the spatial rift. Inside the palace, Yang Feng took out the Mirror of Fate, and a blue sphere full of mystery appeared and exuded frigid air. The Ice Phoenix's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. This is the heavenly ice imperial palace, where the ancient ice god resides. He had actually taken it so easily. Eternal sovereigns are truly terrifying. In the heavenly ice palace, there was the ancient ice god, a terrifying monarch existence. Even when Shui was at her peak, she was unwilling to provoke such a terrifying force. For such a great force to be wiped out overnight, this is simply terrifying. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the sky ice empyrean palace suspended above the ice coffin. Countless mysterious runes shone, and the sky ice empyrean palace spewed wisps of pure cold air and entered the ice coffin. Yang Feng reached into the Mirror of Fate, grabbed 9 celestial bodies containing ice origin, and placed them on the ice coffin. Fearsome frost force poured into the ice coffin from the 10 celestial bodies. What fearsome frost force! Each of the 10 celestial bodies can give birth to an emperor, or has given birth to an emperor in the past. Under the pressure of the terrifying ice power, the Ice Phoenix's body trembled slightly, and she kept retreating. Even someone as tyrannical as her can hardly resist the emperor-grade frost intent. A drop of eternal blood flew out of Yang Feng's right hand and formed a blood bottle. A drop of eternal blood dripped into Shui's mouth. Yang Feng took a deep look at Shui, and his eyes flashed with reluctance, which then turned into determination. He glanced at the Ice Phoenix and said, "I'm going first. Stay here and guard her. When she wakes up in the future, I can guarantee that you will advance to an emperor." The Ice Phoenix's beautiful eyes flashed with joy, and she uttered respectfully, "Yes. Thank you, Sir Eternal Peak." Yang Feng sighed faintly and spread the fingers of a hand, and countless runes containing the mysteries of eternity appeared and flew into the void and covered the ice palace. With the blessing of the runes, any emperor who enters the ice palace without permission will be killed. Only eternal sovereigns can forcibly break this barrier. A fearsome torrent of fate swept towards the ice palace and hid it inside. Even eternal sovereigns can't detect the existence of the ice palace. Ripples flashed, and Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Sangji Plain, Dark Moon Island. Dark Moon Island is the entrance to the netherworld, the boundary between life and death, and a danger zone of the Sangji Plain. From Dark Moon Island, the living can enter the world of the dead, the netherworld. Dark Moon Island is located in the Sangji Plain's Sea of Death. In the almost endless Sea of Death, there are countless netherworld life forms. Except for the Dark Ship, no ship can sail in the Sea of Death. Dark Moon City is a large city located on the edge of the Sea of Death. In this large city, powerhouses of various races gather and trade with the life forms of the Sea of Death in order to obtain the treasures of heaven and earth in the Sea of Death. So this is Dark Moon City. Walking in the Nethermoon City, Yang Feng looked at the various strange races in the city. Dressed in a black cloak, the Death Lord is silent like a living dead, exuding a melancholy temperament. Yang Feng glanced at the Death Lord and said, "You're really boring. You don't say a word. I wonder what your wife saw in you back then." The Death Lord was silent. Yang Feng no longer paid attention to the Death Lord and walked towards the edge of the Sea of Death. At the edge of the Sea of Death, there is a 30-meter-long dark ship engraved with countless mysterious nether runes and exuding nether breath anchored. Underworld ship to Dark Moon Island. Tickets, 1 intermediate soul stone per trip. A dark ship envoy covered in a black cloth and pieced together from various skeletons spoke unhurriedly. Yang Feng waved his hand, and 2 intermediate soul stones flew into the hands of the dark ship envoy, and they boarded the dark ship. At this time, there are already 6 people sitting on the dark ship. Among the 6 people, there is a middle-aged man with a withered and gloomy face, looking like a living dead. There is an extremely sexy and beautiful warlock who looks about 27 or 28 years old. There are 2 very youthful and lively warlocks, one big and one small. There is a very handsome young warlock. It was a tall and sturdy ghost clan expert with a ghost horn on his head. "Sister, that uncle is so handsome. He has a melancholy temperament, how charming." When the beautiful girl who looks about 15 or 16 years old saw the Death Lord, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she activated a soundproof barrier and commented in a low voice. The beautiful girl who looks about 23 or 24 years old but has a mature temperament frowned slightly and said, "Yingying, how many times have I told you that it's not good to talk about others behind their backs? Besides, the world is vast and there are countless powerhouses. The soundproof barrier isn't an all-powerful spell." Qian Yingying said with a smile, "I am a glorious sun warlock. If you want to eavesdrop on my spells, you have to be at least an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Why would those Infinity Warlocks go to a damned place like Dark Moon Island? The guards of Dark Moon Island kill all powerhouses above the Infinity Warlock rank. Therefore, no Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse dares to go to Dark Moon Island. Even Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses will be slayed by the Dark Moon Island's island guards. The netherworld of every plane has a different degree of danger. In Feisua Plane's netherworld, an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse can run amok. However, Sangji Plane is the center of the universe, and Sangji Plane's netherworld is one of the most dangerous places in the myriad world. Even the Death Lord can't go to the deepest part of the netherworld. Qian Yingying said unconvinced. "Besides, I didn't say anything bad about him when I said he was charming. What's wrong with that?" Qian Mimi uttered with a helpless expression, "You don't know that trouble comes from a loose tongue. Sometimes, a quarrel would develop into a feud. Our mission this time is of great importance. There must be no accident." Qian Yingying said with an unconvinced look on her face. I know. Yang Feng smiled and transmitted. It is recorded in ancient books that countless beautiful women are crazy about you. It seems that it's true, Death Lord. The Death Lord looked like a block of wood with a silent expression on his face. Yang Feng shook his head and no longer paid attention to the Death Lord. What a block of wood! There are still people who like you. After waiting for a while, the underworld ship Envoy oared, and the underworld ship moved towards the dark sea. 2 runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he looked at the underworld ship and analyzed its laws. Every eternal sovereign has a terrifying learning ability. They can easily analyze the laws of the universe. Any eternal sovereign could use more than 100 types of profound meanings, but the strongest profound meanings they mastered were still the profound meanings they used to form the mark of eternity. Hello, I am Qin Feihai of Jade Yuan Mansion's Qin family. May I ask your names, ladies? The extremely handsome young man smiled and approached the 2 beautiful warlocks, one big and one small. Qian Mimi frowned and uttered, Qian Mimi. Qian Yingying's eyes, however, radiated enigmatic light and she said with a smile, Qian Yingying. Qin Feihai's eloquence was amazing. He coaxed Qian Yingying into a smile, and the 2 sides chatted in full swing. Chapter 1370. Hello, I am Qian Mimi. How do I address you? Feeling vaguely that Yang Feng is extraordinary, Qian Mimi asked. Qin Feihai's eyes shimmered with displeasure when he saw this. Qian Yingying is young and lively, but Qian Mimi has a kind of intellectual beauty, which is more attractive to him than Qian Yingying. Yang Feng replied, My name is Yang Feng. Yang Feng. As if this name has magic, the eyes of the powerhouses aboard the nether ship congealed slightly, and they looked at Yang Feng carefully. Even the corpse-like emissary looked at Yang Feng. Qin Feihai smiled coldly and said, There's no need to look. In this big world, there are as many people named Yang Feng as there are hairs on an ox. However, there is only one eternal sovereign. That person is an eternal. Why would he come to such a small place? With the development of the weave, the images of many bigwigs are circulated on the weave. However, Empyreans are virtually the embodiment of a certain law in the universe. Unless Empyreans intentionally let everyone perceive them, the weave cannot bear their existence. With Yang Feng's eternal sovereign power, as long as he doesn't want to, he can even make all life forms in the universe, except for Holy Spirit warlocks, forget his existence. Qian Mimi hesitated for a while and then said, Yang Feng, what a good name. It's exactly the same as that sir's name. However, Yang Feng, you have to be careful. If the officials of the Devour Imperial Court hear your name, I'm afraid that something bad will happen. Yang Feng said with a smile, Don't worry, Eternal Blade doesn't care about such trifles. The name Yang Feng is very common. In the Zhangji Plain, the number of people named Yang Feng is in the tens of thousands. Yang Feng doesn't care about such trifles. Qian Yingying snorted coldly. Humph, you really don't know what's good for you. Sir Eternal Blade doesn't care about such trifles, but his subordinates may not. Qian Mimi smiled helplessly and said, My sister was rude, please forgive her. Some people like Qian Yingying's character. But it is also very easy to offend people. Qian Mimi knows that people who can board the nether ship aren't simple, so she naturally doesn't want to make an enemy for no reason. Yang Feng said lightly, It doesn't matter. She's still young and doesn't understand. Qian Yingying stuck out her chest proudly and said, Young? I'm already 300 years old. Yang Feng smiled slightly and didn't argue with Qian Yingying. The journey was uneventful, and the ship finally arrived at the Dark Moon Island. At the entrance of the Deep Moon Island, 4 10-meter-tall underworld messengers stood quietly. Each of these underworld messengers had horns on their heads and their bodies were made of skeletons. Each of these skeletons was engraved with mysterious runes. When the nether ship arrived at the Nether Moon Island, the eyes of the 4 nether envoys flickered with dim light, and they swept the nether ship with their gazes. The underworld messenger's eye of the underworld, even emperors would find it difficult to escape their gaze. At the time, before Yang Feng advanced to the Eternal Realm, he had to use the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Illusion God Emperor's mask to hide from the Netherworld emissary. If the 4 Netherworld emissaries were outside the Nether Moon Island, they wouldn't be worth mentioning. Any Infinity Warlock could deal with them. However, on this Dark Moon Island, even a half-Emperor-level powerhouse could be killed by them if they were not careful. Only Emperors could shatter the laws and easily slay the 4 Netherworld emissaries on the Nether Moon Island. The Netherworld emissaries' gaze swept past Yang Feng and the Death Lord, not noticing anything. Dark Moon Island. This is the domain of the dead. The living are not allowed to enter. A cold voice reverberated in the void. A terrifying nether aura gushed out of the Nether Moon Island and swept towards the 8 people on the ship. Netherworld jades appeared on the bodies of the 8 people on the ship, and wisps of Netherworld aura gushed out of the jades and enveloped them, making them exude the aura of the dead. The eyes of the 4 Netherworld emissaries flickered and dimmed. Yang Feng looked towards the Nether Moon Island and saw that the entire island was shrouded in endless darkness. Nether fire emerged from the void and became the only source of light on the Nether Moon Island. On the Nether Moon Island, soulless corpse-like soul-eaters can be seen everywhere. Any corpse that died in the Nether Dead Sea or some corpses that came from a mysterious place would become a soul devourer and wander around the Dark Moon Island. The entire Dark Moon Island was filled with a deathly stillness, desolation, and a terrifying aura. Any existence below the Great Warlock rank, once they set foot on the Dark Moon Island, would be eroded by the aura of the Netherworld, and turn into a dead person. A ghost expert with a horn on his head walked out from the crowd, and silently entered the Dark Moon Island. Dark Moon Island produced Dark Jade. Nether Jade contains Nether aura and is a necessity for many Nether Warlocks to practice cultivation. Every piece of underworld jade was extremely precious. In addition, there are some nether fruits on the Nether Moon Island. These nether fruits are strange treasures that Nether Warlocks yearn for. Netherworld Warlocks are a powerful branch of human warlock. Although Netherworld Warlocks have never produced an emperor, but they have produced 5 Holy Spirit Warlocks. Among warlocks of the same rank, Netherworld Warlocks were far more powerful than other warlocks. The middle-aged man with a haggard face, who looked like a living dead, walked directly into the darkness and disappeared. Qin Feihai uttered with a smile. It seems that everyone wants to go to the Netherworld. Why don't we go together? Seeing that no one objected, Qin Feihai smiled and flicked his finger, and a green firefly flew out of his hand and turned into a gloomy green ray that slowly flew ahead. Everyone walked along the green ray. Gusts of bone-chilling wind kept blowing past. A burst of strange cries, blood-curdling screams, and strange laughter spread from all over the Dark Moon Island without any warning. It was extremely horrifying. The faces of the Qian family sisters, the mature and beautiful warlock Lin Xia, and Qin Feihai were shrouded in a layer of green gas, and they shivered. Qian Mimi took a deep look at Yang Feng and the Death Lord, and her eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. These two are amazing. They should be Bright World Warlock rank experts. Following Qian Mimi's gaze, Qin Feihai saw Yang Feng and the Death Lord, and his eyes shimmered gloomily. He is a glorious sun warlock, yet he can't resist the erosion of nether breath. For Yang Feng and the Death Lord to be able to resist the erosion of nether breath so easily, there is only one possibility, that is, they are top Bright World Warlock rank experts. Even the Jade Round Mansion's Qin family would attach great importance to a Bright World Warlock. They wouldn't easily offend a powerhouse of this rank. After walking for 3,000 kilometers, a nether mountain appeared in front of everyone. The nether mountain towered into the clouds, and its summit reached into the void. At the foot of the nether mountain, there is a huge 1,000-meter tall cave. Inside the cave, there is a twisted passage constructed of nether breath. The nether mountain is called the nether domain mountain, and the cave above the mountain is called the nether cave. The living do not enter, the dead do not leave. 8 large words are inscribed on both sides of the strange nether cave. Chen Feihai looked at the nether hole with fear in his eyes. This is the entrance to the netherworld from the Zhangji Plain. Once you step into the nether hole, you will be able to escape. Once you step into the nether cave, it will be very difficult to come back. The nether is the world of the dead. In the nether, there is a mystical nether river. Even if an emperor enters the nether river, their soul will be washed away by the nether river, and they will become a corpse. If an eternal is washed away by the nether river for more than 10 years, their soul will be eroded, and they will be in danger of dying. The Zhangji Plains nether is the most dangerous nether in the universe. Even emperors are not willing to stay there for long. For nether warlocks, the nether is a world full of opportunities, but it is also a world full of dangers. Husband, I've come to see you. Lin Xia smiled sweetly and stepped into the nether cave. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and strolled inside with the Death Lord. Chen Feihai gritted his teeth and stepped into the nether cave. The Qian sisters followed him in as well. After passing through a twisted and queer passage, Yang Feng walked out of a large hole, and vast nether aura assaulted his face. Yang Feng glanced ahead and saw that Lin Xia's eyes are lifeless, and she has turned into a mummy and slowly walked away. She wants to come to the nether to find her husband. How could it be so simple? This is the Zhangji Plain, not the Feisua Plain. Yang Feng glanced at Lin Xia, and then moved his gaze away. Lin Xia is just a moonlight warlock. Without a powerful nether secret treasure, once she enters the nether, only death will await her. Even infinity warlocks have to rely on secret treasures to be able to walk in the Zhangji Plains nether. An ancient bronze lamp lit up in the rear. Illuminated by the light of the ancient bronze lamp, Chen Feihai walked out of the passage. Qian Mimi and Qian Yingying also walked out of the passage. Interesting, this is a nether bloodline. And it's a holy nether bloodline, very pure. It's a second-generation holy nether bloodline. No, it's a hidden nether emperor bloodline. No wonder she can enter the nether safely. It's a bone nether emperor bloodline. Yang Feng glanced at the Qian family's sisters. His thoughts stirred slightly, and at a glance, he saw through the sisters' specialness. In the nether, there are nether life forms, among which the 3 nether emperors are the most powerful. The 3 nether emperors are the bone nether emperor, the soul nether emperor, and the corpse nether emperor. Once the 3 nether emperors leave the nether, they will die directly. But in the nether, even invincible overlord rank emperors can be easily killed by them. The 3 nether emperors are the rulers of the nether. They live in the Zhangji Plains nether and can travel between the nether. Chapter 1371. Although the 3 underworld emperors are immutable since time immemorial, but they are not eternal sovereigns. They also have lifespans. In general, an underworld emperor has a lifespan of 100 million years. After 100 million years, they will die, and then a new underworld emperor will be born from their corpses. Although the 3 underworld emperors can't leave the netherworld, but there are still many powerful existences who go to the netherworld to trade with them. Therefore, there will be some children with underworld emperor bloodline appearing in different planes. Yang Feng looked into the distance and saw a vast and boundless Styx running through the sky and connecting countless planes. The Styx is constantly fluctuating, and nether chi gushes out of the Styx and pervades the surroundings. The Styx is the ultimate destination of the souls of all life forms in the universe. Even if an eternal sovereign dies, after the eternal mark collapses, their soul will eventually return to the Styx and be decomposed. Even if the gods hide in their divine countries, their soul will be weakened bit by bit. Even if they can live for hundreds of millions of years, their soul will eventually decay and fall into the stick. Above the sticks, one soul projection after another fell into the stick. As soon as they fell into the sticks, they were decomposed and disappeared. On the edge of the sticks, there are soul stealers made of bones, covered in soul cloaks and holding bone spoons. When souls fall from the edge of the sticks, the soul stealers pounce on them like hyenas and scoop up the souls with bone spoons. As soon as the bone spoons touch the souls, they will be pulled into the hands of the soul stealers. The low-grade souls will be processed into low-grade soul coins. The higher-grade souls will be processed into soul stones. The top-grade souls will be treated as treasures by the soul stealers and offered to the netherworld's netherworld monarchs. The netherworld is ruled by the 3 underworld emperors. Below the 3 underworld emperors are the 18 underworld sages, and below the underworld sages are the netherworld monarchs. The netherworld monarchs are the powerhouses who deal with the affairs of the netherworld. The 3 underworld emperors and the 18 underworld sages generally don't deal with them. Qian sisters, you dare to come to the netherworld, how foolish! An incomparably terrifying netherworld gale blew over from afar. Within the netherworld gale, a netherworld dragon ghost shrouded in a layer of netherworld aura and emanating traces of a strange dragon aura walked over step by step. Exuding infinity warlock rank nether chi, the netherworld dragon ogre looked at the Qian family sisters with a derisive expression, like a big cat teasing 2 mice. Qian Yingying looked at Chen Feihai pitifully and pleaded softly, "Brother Chen Feihai, please help us." The ghost dragon glanced at Chen Feihai while a wisp of killing intent flashed through his eyes, and he said coldly, "You intend to stand up for them?" Chen Feihai said decisively, "Sir, I am Chen Feihai, the son of the first wife of the Chen family of Jade Round Mansion. I only met these 2 women by chance, and I have no intention of standing up for them." The netherworld ghost dragon frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Chen clan of Jade Round Mansion, your clan is somewhat related to me. Get lost and watch from the side. I won't kill you." "Yes, sir." With a flash of humiliation in his eyes, Chen Feihai gritted his teeth and stood aside quietly. Although the netherworld ogre dragon only exudes infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power, but in the netherworld, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse may not be the opponent of the netherworld ogre dragon. Qian Mimi gritted her teeth and asked, "Third Nether Envoy, how did you find us?" The third Nether Envoy said with a cold smile, "This time, it's our turn. The entire Nether Moon Sea and Nether Moon Island belong to us. Coming here is tantamount to walking right into a trap. Give up, the Bone Emperor is doomed to die this time. Hundreds of thousands of years later, a new Bone Emperor will be born. Why did you come to the netherworld to throw away your life for him? The Bone Emperor is going to die." With a thought from Yang Feng, the mirror of fate shone with countless runes, set off ripples, and then calmed down. However, there was no change. Yang Feng frowned slightly. "Sure enough, I can't perceive the news of the Bone Emperor. The netherworld is one of the few worlds in the universe that I can't perceive with my power." After advancing to the Eternal Warlock rank, Yang Feng is invincible in the world of Warlock. The forging of the Eternal Treasure Mirror of Fate means that most places in the world of Warlocks are no longer secrets to Yang Feng. Only the netherworld, the home of the dead, under the interference of the mighty power of the Styx, even someone as strong as Yang Feng cannot see through all secrets. Qian Mimi looked straight at the third Nether Envoy and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Once the Bone Emperor dies, a new Bone Emperor will be born hundreds of thousands of years later. However, the new Bone Emperor has already forgotten the past. He is equivalent to a dead person. He is the ancestor of our race, the source of our power. Even if we have to pay any price, we won't give up on saving him. Today's matter has nothing to do with them. Third Nether Envoy, please let them go." "Them?" The third Nether Envoy glanced coldly at Yang Feng and the Death Lord, smiled contemptuously, and said frigidly, "You 2 lowly things. Kneel down and lick my toes. Perhaps I can consider sparing your lives. In the netherworld, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse is not the opponent of the third nether envoy, which fosters his arrogant and insufferably arrogant temperament. Yang Feng glanced at the third nether envoy and said with a smile, "Let us go? That's a lie. You want to sneak attack and kill us while we kneel, right?" With the terrifying power of an eternal sovereign, Yang Feng saw through the mind of the third nether envoy at a glance. "You're really smart. Unfortunately, in this world, the smarter a person is, the earlier they die." Yang Feng's words hit the nail on the head of the third nether envoy, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Endless nether chi filled his right claw, turned into an afterimage, and stabbed at Yang Feng. Chun Feihai's eyes shimmered with delight, and he sneered in his heart, "What a fool to provoke the nether race in the netherworld, how reckless. Watch out." Qian Mimi's pretty face flickered and she warned loudly. Yang Feng looked at the third nether envoy with a derisive expression. As long as he revealed his true body, even if he stood still and let the third nether envoy hit him for 10,000 years, the nether envoy wouldn't be able to injure him. Expressionless, the Death Lord standing quietly beside Yang Feng took a step forward, blocked in front of Yang Feng, and pointed at the third nether envoy, and fearsome life and death force erupted in an instant. "You are," the third nether envoy's eyes shimmered with astonishment. Before he finished speaking, his body collapsed inch by inch and turned into dust that scattered with the wind. Chen Feihai's eyes shimmered with incredulity. The third nether envoy died just like that? A bigwig of the netherworld died just like that? So strong. Who is that person? He killed the third nether envoy with just one strike. Such a powerhouse is actually that person's guard. Who is that person? Qian Mimi took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. Qian Mimi gritted her teeth, came to Yang Feng's side, and advised, "Sir, the third nether envoy is a trusted aide of the Dark Dragon Monarch. Since he was killed, the Dark Dragon Monarch won't let this go. The Dark Dragon Monarch won't take this lying down. Run away." In the netherworld, even Holy Spirit warlocks are not the opponent of the Dark Dragon Monarch. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "They're already here." In the void, waves of nether chi churned. 10 warships made of all kinds of bones, each 3,000 meters long, flew over. The battleships were filled with underworld warriors of all shapes and sizes. They were made of all kinds of skeletons. On top of the leading warship sits a skeleton throne, on which sits a powerhouse with a dragon head and a human body, shrouded in netherworld breath, and a cold look in his eyes. Qin Feihai's eyes shimmered with delight, and he mused maliciously, "Dark Dragon Monarch. He is a peerless powerhouse who once killed a human Holy Spirit warlock. Since he personally took action. No matter where these two come from, they're dead." Qian Yingying trembled, her beautiful eyes shimmered with despair, and she cried out, "Dark Dragon Monarch, how come he personally took action? How come he came so fast? Human powerhouse, was it you who killed my third nether envoy?" On top of the warship, the Dark Dragon Monarch looked at Yang Feng with a cold look in his eyes and asked frigidly. Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, "That's right." The Dark Dragon Monarch uttered coldly, "Very well, in that case kill yourself. As long as you kill yourself, I'll forgive your sins. Otherwise I'll kill you, extract your bloodline, and curse your race. I'll sever the bloodline of your race." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "I haven't been threatened like this for a long time. I'm in a good mood today, so kill yourself. I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Stubborn fool. Styx suppression formation. A cold look in his eyes, the Dark Dragon Monarch barked. The 10 nether warships radiated countless mysterious runes, as if communicating with the Styx, which is the embodiment of the law of death, with infinite power. A vast Styx projection appeared in the void, ran through the universe, and swept towards Yang Feng. The Styx suppression formation is the trump card of the Dark Dragon Monarch. Even if it is a great holy step powerhouse, if they are hit by the Styx projection, they will lose all their memories and become an idiot. Incredible! In the underworld, that magic can even kill great sages. Yang Feng smiled faintly, exclaimed in admiration, and prodded with his hand. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and a huge and eternal finger that runs through the past, present, and future appeared and pointed at the Styx projection with the weight of a mountain. The Styx projection, which can suppress a great holy, collapsed. One after another, the nether warships crumbled, and the nether soldiers aboard turned into powder and disappeared. Chapter 1372. You're the Eternal Blade. No, please stop. The countenance of the Dark Dragon Monarch suddenly changed dramatically, his eyes shimmered with despair, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. When the giant finger touched the Dark Dragon Monarch, the insufferably arrogant Netherworld Monarch, who can easily suppress a Holy Spirit warlock, disintegrated inch by inch and turned into dust that drifted away with the wind. The Eternal Blade, it's Sir Eternal Blade. Fortunately, I didn't offend him. No, Eternals possess heaven-defying power. No malice can escape their perception. As a smart person, Chen Feihai prostrated himself on the ground and said respectfully to Yang Feng, "Greetings, great Sir Eternal Blade. This sinner, Chen Feihai, didn't know your identity and harbored malice towards you previously. Please forgive me. You're a smart person. Let's go." Yang Feng glanced at Chen Feihai and said with a faint smile, "Thank you, sir." Chen Feihai breathed a sigh of relief, and then fled towards the depths of the netherworld, cutting a sorry figure. Qian Yingying's beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity, and she muttered, "The Eternal Blade. He's actually the Eternal Blade. I actually traveled with such a great figure. Damn it, I missed a good opportunity." "Greetings, Your Majesty the Eternal Blade." Qian Mimi took her younger sister Qian Yingying, knelt on the ground, and saluted Yang Feng respectfully. Yang Feng doesn't care about them, but they can't be rude. The Devour Dynasty's forces are spread throughout the universe. Moreover, the Devour Dynasty is filled with experts. It has at least 5 invincible Overlord-rank Empyreans. It is the number 1 force in the universe. If Yang Feng's subordinates learn that Qian Mimi was disrespectful to Yang Feng, they will pounce on the Qian sisters and crush them to pieces. "Get up." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Qian Mimi breathed a sigh of relief, and pulled her younger sister to her feet. In the void, ripples flickered, and a tremendous amount of nether chi suddenly churned and surged. A 1,000-mile-long netherworld dragon, whose entire body was covered in a layer of gray scales, flew over from afar, emanating the terrifying power of a half-step emperor. On the head of the huge underworld dragon stood a man wearing the underworld emperor robe and the underworld emperor crown on his head. He held the underworld emperor scepter in his hand and had a tall figure. His facial features were a little ugly, but he was filled with a strange charm. As soon as the man appeared, the nether energy within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers began to boil. "Greetings, Soul Emperor." All the underworld experts within a 10,000-mile radius knelt on the ground, not daring to look at Soul Underworld Emperor's face. The hierarchy of the underworld was extremely strict. That underworld emperor, who stood at the peak of the underworld race, could take the power and life of any underworld expert below the underworld king with just a glance. When the Soul Emperor was 1,000 kilometers away from Yang Feng, he jumped off the head of the nether dragon, walked to in front of Yang Feng, bowed slightly, and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty Eternal Edge. May I ask what brings you to the netherworld?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "I want to go to the nether sea." Soul Emperor's countenance suddenly changed dramatically, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and he uttered, "The Nether Sea is the holy land of the netherworld, the final destination of all the dead. Anyone who wants to go to the Nether Sea is an enemy of the Netherworld. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The Nether Sea is the birthplace of all Styx and the final destination of all Styx. One of the reasons why the 3 underworld emperors exist is to guard the Nether Sea and not let it be disturbed by anyone. At the time, the Death Lord was an invincible overlord rank Empyrean who suppressed the universe. However, the Death Lord is well aware that if he goes to the Netherworld, any underworld emperor can easily kill him. If the 3 underworld emperors join forces, they are even more undefeatable. In the Netherworld, the 3 underworld emperors have their own infighting. But joining forces to resist the existences that enter the Nether Sea is their bottom line. Yang Feng's expression was calm, as if he was stating a fact. If going to the Nether Sea is to become an enemy of the Netherworld, then there is no need for the Netherworld to exist. The Soul Emperor's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he gritted his teeth and uttered, "Great Eternal Blade, even if you are as strong as I am, it is impossible for you to annihilate the Netherworld. Even if you are as strong as you are, it is impossible for you to annihilate the Netherworld. As long as the Styx is not destroyed, the Netherworld will not perish." Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, "That's right. Even I cannot destroy the Styx for now. Otherwise, the universe will be in danger of collapsing. However, I can still annihilate the Netherworld of your generation. After the new Netherworld is born, everything will be forgotten by them. In that case, let me have a taste of your skill." A cold ray flashed in the Soul Emperor's eyes, countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and vast netherworld breath gushed out and swept in all directions. The Styx, which has existed since the birth of the universe, suddenly boiled, and containing the will of the Styx, suppressed the past, present, and future, swept towards Yang Feng. Amazing! This is the power of an underworld emperor. No wonder the other few never entered the Tsangji Plains netherworld. When the Death Lord saw the fearsome Styx, his complexion suddenly changed dramatically, and his figure fluttered, and he retreated briskly. The might of the attack that stimulated the will of the Styx is world-shaking. Even the Time Lord cannot use spacetime walk to escape to the future. This is the strongest attack of the Soul Emperor. Faced with Yang Feng, who is known as the strongest eternal sovereign since ancient times, the Soul Emperor doesn't dare to underestimate him. Not bad, this attack mobilizes the will of the entire Netherworld. Using the Styx as a carrier, it launches a peerless attack. It suppresses the past, present, and future. Time is the only thing. If it was before I advanced to the eternal sovereign realm, I could only escape when faced with such an attack. But now I can't even withstand a single blow. Yang Feng smiled faintly and pointed with a finger. Eternal force suddenly gushed out, and a fearsome finger pierced through the past, present, and future. Eternal and indestructible, suppressing everything, it touched a fearsome Styx. The fearsome Styx was sent flying, and a large amount of water rushed to various places in the Netherworld. Wherever the water of the Styx passed, the souls of the abyssal race were sucked away, and their bodies disintegrated and sank into the Styx. The Styx is the source of the birth of all abyssal powerhouses. At the same time, it is the nemesis of all abyssal powerhouses. Except for the 3 abyssal emperors, as long as the other abyssal powerhouses come into contact with a drop of Styx's water, they will disintegrate and sink into the Styx. The fearsome finger smashed the Styx and pointed at the Soul Emperor. Suddenly, one after another, True Dragon, Kuan Peng, Angel, Fiend, and many other true spirit-rank souls emerged and formed 36 fearsome soul lights. Any one of the 36 fearsome soul lights can withstand an attack from an invincible overlord-rank Empyrean. But under Yang Feng's finger, the 36 soul lights collapsed like bubbles. The Soul Emperor was sent flying for tens of thousands of kilometers by Yang Feng's finger. His body cracked, and drops of nether blood dripped from his body. Shock filled his eyes. How can he be so strong? The edge of eternity. How can he be so strong? I am an abyssal emperor with the protection of the nether will, yet I can only barely block one of his attacks. That's too scary. To be able to block one of my attacks, that's amazing. As expected of the three nether emperors. Die. Yang Feng smiled faintly, his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he extended a hand. Countless runes flickered, and a terrifying eternal force condensed in the void, forming a huge palm that suppressed everything and slammed towards the Soul Ming Emperor. Great Sir Edge of Eternity, don't kill me. Please spare my life. I am willing to serve you. Make the Netherworld one of your territories and let your will flow freely in the Netherworld. Seeing this scene, Soul Underworld Emperor was scared out of his wits and roared. In that case, I will spare your life. As soon as Yang Feng's words came out, the huge palm formed a mysterious rune and entered the forehead of the Soul Underworld Emperor. In the Netherworld, there is the obstruction of the Nether Will. Even if Yang Feng uses the Mirror of Fate, he can't be omniscient. But once the rune seed appears on the forehead of the Soul Emperor, he can perceive everything happening around the Soul Emperor. As long as the Styx isn't destroyed, the three Nether Emperors will be reborn. After Yang Feng slays the Soul Emperor, even if he destroys everything about the Soul Emperor, a new Soul Emperor will be born hundreds of thousands of years later. If the Soul Emperor surrenders, Yang Feng can take control of the Zhangji Plains Netherworld and obtain great benefits. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he said slowly, "Take me to the Corpse Emperor." The three Nether Emperors are the Bone Emperor, the Soul Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor. Once he slays them, he can unify the Netherworld and carry out Yang Feng's will. There was a flash of joy in the Soul Emperor's eyes, and he uttered, "I know where he is. I will take you there." "No need. Your Majesty, Edge of Eternity, I am here. I am willing to submit to you and serve you. I will allow your will to travel freely in the Netherworld." Ripples flickered, and a somewhat ugly Corpse Underworld Emperor dressed in clothes identical to the Soul Underworld Emperor walked out of the void and bowed to Yang Feng in salute. The Corpse Emperor is a shrewd person. He knows that Yang Feng can't stay in the Netherworld and rule the Netherworld. Besides, human warlocks aren't suited to stay in the Netherworld. If he submits to Yang Feng, then once Yang Feng leaves, he will still be one of the three tycoons of the Netherworld. If he doesn't submit to Yang Feng, only death will await him, and his subordinates will be wiped out by the Soul Emperor. Qian Yingying's beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. So strong! This is the Blade of Eternity, the only and strongest eternal being in our universe. He insta-killed the Soul Emperor and forced the Corpse Emperor to submit. He's really strong. Qian Mimi clenched her hands, and her beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. Eternal! This is an eternal. Chapter 1373. Yang Feng flicked a finger, and a rune containing his power seed flew towards the forehead of Corpse Underworld Emperor and entered it. Corpse Underworld Emperor sighed slightly and remained silent, letting the rune containing Yang Feng's power seed enter his forehead. Qian Mimi gritted her teeth and stepped forward, saying, "Great Lord Eternal Edge, please save our Bone Underworld Emperor. He will definitely serve you. No matter what you want to do in the Netherworld, it will be better with the help of three Underworld Emperors." "You're smart." Yang Feng took a look at Qian Mimi and smiled indifferently. Then, his eyes flickered with countless mysterious runes, and he tore open a huge spatial rift with his hands. An incomparably terrifying storm swept up everyone and sucked them into the huge spatial rift. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng and his party appeared in front of a palace made from the bones of various powerful beings exuding fearsome power. "Greetings, great Eternal Edge." When the abyssal powerhouses in front of the palace saw Yang Feng appear, they knelt on the ground and said respectfully, I am seriously injured and cannot come to greet you. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, Eternal Edge. An old voice came from the palace, and a flight of bones appeared in front of Yang Feng. It's fine. Yang Feng stepped onto the bone ladder, and then light flashed, and he appeared in a palace. On the throne of the palace, there sits a burly, white-haired bone underworld emperor with only a skeleton remaining. Greetings, ancestor. When Qian Mimi and the other two women saw Bone Underworld Emperor, they knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Bone Underworld Emperor grinned and said, Greetings, Great Eternal Edge. As you can see, I don't have long to live. It's difficult for me to salute you. Yang Feng glanced at Bone Underworld Emperor and said with a cold smile, You want to attack the Eternal Realm, how foolish! The Netherworld's 3 underworld emperors are embodiments of the Netherworld's laws. In the Netherworld, they even possess pseudo-eternal power and can slay more than 90% of invincible overlord rank Empyreans. However, they were unable to leave the Netherworld, and attempting to attain eternity was akin to courting death. Sol Ming Monarch and Shi Ming Monarch took a deep look at Bone Ming Monarch, sighed and remained silent. Bone Underworld Monarch laughed hoarsely. Over the countless years, I am not the only underworld monarch to fall while attempting to attack Eternal Mark. Yang Feng asked, Do you want to live or die? Gu Mingdi said, Of course I want to live. The reason why I'm attacking the Eternal God Throne is so that I can live longer. Great Emperor of the Eternal Blade, as long as you can save my life, I'm willing to submit to you and serve you as my master. I'll let you do whatever you want in the Netherworld. Yang Feng pointed at Bone Ming Emperor, and a tremendous amount of eternal force entered Bone Ming Emperor and wiped the wounds on his body. Gu Mingdi's eyes flashed with ecstasy. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, nether energy surged. Large amounts of nether energy turned into dark clouds and entered his body. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Bone Ming Di recovered his full strength, and he exuded fearsome underworld might. Bone Ming Di bowed deeply to Yang Feng and uttered, Thank you for your help, Great Eternal Blade. Yang Feng uttered flatly, Take me to your treasury. Bone Ming Di smiled bitterly and replied resolutely, Yes, my lord. Sol Ming Di and Shi Ming Di looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and their eyes shimmered with helplessness. They know that their treasury can't escape Yang Feng's clutches. Under the lead of Bone Ming Di, Yang Feng stepped into a treasury. Bone Ming Di has lived for 30 million years. In the treasury there are countless treasures. All kinds of treasures of heaven and earth that are rarely seen in the outside world are piled up into mountains, and there are even many Empyrean-grade secret treasure materials that are extinct in the outside world. In the Netherworld, the 3 underworld emperors are virtually invincible existences. Furthermore, they have a long lifespan and very little demand for power from the outside world. But the powerhouses of the outside world often ask the 3 underworld emperors for help. Therefore, each underworld emperor has a huge treasury. Along the way, Yang Feng put away all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth and precious materials he need. This is the palm of that existence. I didn't expect it to be here. In a jade box in the treasury, Yang Feng saw a jade white palm with 5 broken fingers, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. The jade white palm with 5 broken fingers is the remains of a terrifying existence that surpasses ordinary eternal sovereigns by far. After Yang Feng advanced to the eternal sovereign rank, there is almost no matter in the universe that he can't destroy. Even the eternal treasure mirror of fate can be smashed with a palm strike with all his strength. Only the jade white finger bone and the jade white palm cannot be destroyed. This existence is the next step in my evolution. This palm is of great use to me. Mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, wisps of eternal breath emerged in his eyes, and he looked at the jade white palm. Yang Feng mused, There is no trace of life force or soul aura. The owner of this palm should be dead. At least in this universe, he shouldn't be able to hide from my eyes. In their own universe, eternal sovereigns possess terrifying abilities and are difficult to kill. As long as the universe is intact, the lifespan is endless. In this universe, there are all kinds of incredible and invincible powers. Walking through spacetime is just one of them. However, once eternal sovereigns leave this universe, they will be subject to all kinds of restrictions. In the worst case, if an eternal sovereign goes to a universe with completely different universe laws, they will even be weakened and fall to the bottom of that universe. After Yang Feng advanced to the eternal sovereign rank, the eternal passage connecting the two universes opened. However, neither Yang Feng nor the Gamana universe's three eternal sovereigns are willing to fight on the other side's home field. In this universe, even if the Gamana universe's three eternal sovereigns come, Yang Feng can easily kill them. Similarly, once Yang Feng goes to the Gamana universe, he will be greatly weakened. Any one of the three eternal sovereigns can easily kill him. Whether it is Yang Feng or the Gamana universe's three eternal sovereigns, they are all waiting for the arrival of the final battle. Once the devouring of the two universes enters the final stage, the universe laws of the two universes will interweave and merge into one. At that time, the three eternal sovereigns will be able to display their strongest battle prowess in this fused universe. Yang Feng fiddled with the jade-white palm with a dignified look in his eyes. I wonder what realm this existence has reached. Judging from the power contained in its remains, if it doesn't die, it can even kill me in this universe. It's really an amazing existence, far stronger than all known eternal sovereigns. If I had the power of the owner of this palm, I would be able to kill the Gamana universe's three eternal sovereigns with a flip of my hand. In Bone Ming Emperor's treasury, except for the jade-white palm, there is nothing else worthy of Yang Feng's surprise. After calmly looting Bone Ming Emperor's treasury, Yang Feng looted Soul Ming Emperor's and Corpse Ming Emperor's treasuries equally, and obtained many precious materials and even several treasures of heaven and earth that are already extinct in the outside world. These treasures of heaven and earth are also materials for the Level 8 stronghold designed by Yang Feng. The Nether Origin Sea is the final destination of all souls in the universe, the place where countless Styx converge, and the holy land and forbidden area of the abyssal race. The Nether Origin Sea is boundless, and the Styx water is more than 1,000 cups richer than in other places. In the Nether Origin Sea, a drop of Styx water can make an Empyrean lose their memory, and 100 drops of Styx water can wash the soul of an Empyrean. At the edge of the Nether Origin Sea, ripples shone, and Yang Feng and the three Netherworld Emperors walked out of the void. So this is the Nether Origin Sea. Yang Feng looked at the vast Nether Origin Sea filled with nether chi, and his eyes shimmered with curiosity. He pointed with a finger, and a magic ray entered the Nether Origin Sea and turned into a big hand that wanted to grab the Nether Origin Sea's water. When the giant hand touched the Nether Origin Sea's water, it collapsed and disintegrated. Lord, the Nether Origin Sea's water has the power to disintegrate everything. Only treasures refined from Nether Origin stones drifting out of the Nether Origin Sea can carry it. Bone Netherworld Emperor took out a 2-finger-sized stone bottle and handed it to Yang Feng. So that's how it is. Yang Feng took the stone bottle and took a look at it, and countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. The stone bottle contains a natural force, which Yang Feng easily analyzed. He pointed with a finger, and a magic ray turned into a giant stone hand that grabbed the Nether Origin Sea's water and flew to in front of Yang Feng. That's possible. Is he the Netherworld Emperor, or are we the Netherworld Emperor? Eternal sovereigns are this powerful. Shock flashed in the eyes of the three Netherworld Emperors. As Netherworld Emperors, they can easily mobilize the power of any Styx to suppress enemies. However, it is difficult to mobilize even a drop of the Nether Origin Sea's water. It needs to be carried in a special vessel. If the 3 Netherworld Emperors fall into the Nether Origin Sea, they will be disintegrated by the Nether Origin Sea's water and die. Then, hundreds of thousands of years later, a new Netherworld Emperor will be born in the Nether. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, as expected of the Nether Origin Sea. Even if an eternal sovereign falls into the Nether Origin Sea, if they don't have the power to resist and special spells, their soul imprints will be washed away. Their fleshly body will be disintegrated by the Nether Origin Sea. As expected of a forbidden area among forbidden areas, a mysterious forbidden area that not even the 8 Warlock Emperors have set foot in. Bone Netherworld Emperor spoke unhurriedly. Lord, the 3 of us can form a nether boat. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we can only reach the middle island of the Nether Origin Sea. We can't go to the deepest island. Chapter 1374. Yang Feng nodded. With the Nether Emperor's scepter in hand, Bone Emperor silently recited an incantation, and countless runes emerged and entered the Nether Emperor's scepter. The Nether Emperor's scepter burst out with countless mysterious runes, turned into a bone ship engraved with countless mysterious runes, and fell into the Nether Origin Sea. As soon as Yang Feng boarded the bone ship, his eyes shone with countless mysterious runes, and he peeked at the runes on the bone ship. His breath changed continuously. There was a flash of shock in the abyss of Bone Emperor's eyes. He's actually comprehending the structure of the ship. How fearsome! The edge of eternity is really fearsome. Bone Emperor can only use the memories engraved in his soul and the authority of the Netherworld to create a bone ship that can cross the Nether Origin Sea. He can't understand the principle of this spell. Yang Feng is actually analyzing the structure of the bone ship. Once he deciphered it, he can easily cast the same spell. This is the strength of human warlock. The edge of eternity is really fearsome. The Soul Emperor and the Corpse Emperor looked at each other, and there was a flash of shock in the abyss of their eyes. Along the way, Soul Underworld Monarch and Corpse Underworld Monarch also cast spells to summon 2 underworld ships, which carried them to a small island. Lord, this is the middle island of the Nether Origin, one of the core holy lands of the Netherworld. As soon as they set foot on the middle island of the Nether Origin, Bone Emperor introduced Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked around and saw that there are underworld trees, shrouded in nether breath, growing on the middle island of the Nether Origin. On the underworld trees, there are fruits of dragons, fiends, devils, and other extraordinary life forms. Bone Emperor spoke proudly. These are the Nether Origin fruits of the middle island of the Nether Origin. Once a life form consumes a Nether Origin fruit, they can directly transform into a Netherworld powerhouse. In the outside world, this is a priceless, peerless treasure. Without reaching eternity, any powerhouse will face the danger of exhausting their lifespan. Except for Empyrean powerhouses, anyone can consume a Nether Origin fruit and become a Netherworld powerhouse and live another life. Many powerhouses who have exhausted their lifespan won't hesitate to pay any price to obtain a Nether Origin fruit. The Nether Origin fruit was one of the most precious specialties in the Netherworld. Yang Feng glanced at the Nether Origin fruit tree, picked some of the best fruits, and continued to walk deeper into the island. The whole Nether Origin island was surrounded by endless nether energy, and it was like a dead island surrounded by death. It was filled with a gloomy color. The deepest part of Nether Origin Island was shrouded in a layer of white light that was full of vitality and light. Within that layer of white light, there was a lush green grassland full of vitality. Within that green grassland there were 10 small white flowers. Each of the 10 small white flowers had a flower within a flower. The 2 flowers were intertwined, and the petals were inscribed with extremely profound runes. Soul Underworld Monarch said slowly, 2 life flower. It was a peerless flower that would only be born every million years. As long as a soul imprint or soul aura exists, Even a person whose soul has been destroyed and thrown into the Nether River for thousands of lifetimes can be reborn and reappear in this world. Eternal sovereigns had heaven-defying means. Even if a person's soul was destroyed, they could resurrect that person. However, if a person's soul was destroyed and thrown into the Nether River decades ago, then even someone as strong as an eternal sovereign couldn't resurrect them. The two-life flower was the only peerless treasure that could allow a person's soul to be perfectly reborn. As long as there was a two-life flower, the Death Lord could cast a secret method to resurrect his wife. What a treasure! Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he pointed with a finger, and 5 of the 10 two-life flowers flew into his hand. 3 two-life flowers flew out and fell into the hands of Bone Underworld Monarch, Soul Underworld Monarch, and Corpse Underworld Monarch respectively. There were countless treasures in the Middle Nether Origin Island. However, the 3 Underworld Monarchs didn't get along. That was why there were 10 twin flowers here. Otherwise, such rare treasures would have been picked clean by them a long time ago. Yang Feng waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can go back now." Bone Underworld Monarch's face fell, and he uttered, "Lord, do you want to go to the deepest part of the Nether Origin Sea? No one has ever entered that place. Even if it is an eternal sovereign, once they fall into the sea, their memories will be washed away, and then they will be gradually eroded and decomposed by the water of the Styx. Our nether ships can't sail in the deepest part of the Nether Origin Sea. Lord, please reconsider." Soul Underworld Monarch and Corpse Underworld Monarch looked at each other and urged. No matter how much they resent Yang Feng, they don't dare to show it at this time. Even if the 3 Underworld Monarchs join forces and mobilize the authority of the Nether to fight Yang Feng, the result will be the 3 Underworld Monarchs being killed. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "It is because no one has ever gone there that I want to take a look. In this universe, there aren't many things that can interest me. The deepest part of the Nether Origin Sea is one of them. You don't have to persuade me anymore, go back." "Yes, Lord." Helpless, the 3 Underworld Monarchs could only cast spells, summon nether ships, and leave the Middle Nether Origin Island. This is a hint from fate. If you go to the deepest part of the Nether Origin Sea, you can get great benefits. Of course, this is also accompanied by great danger. If I'm not careful, I'll be in danger of dying. Interesting, this is the first time I've seen such an omen since I advanced to the Eternal Warlock rank. On the seaside of the Middle Nether Origin Island, 2 mysterious runes containing the essence of fate appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and wisps of fate aura revolved around him. In the world of warlocks, eternal sovereigns are already terrifying existences at the pinnacle of the universe. If it wasn't for the universe-devouring war, they would be virtually immortal and unsurpassable existences. In this universe, there are very few existences and environments that can threaten Yang Feng's life. However, there are also very few treasures that can enhance Yang Feng's cultivation base. Yang Feng has encountered the same bottleneck as many eternal sovereigns, that is, the slow progress of his strength. If he doesn't have any fortuitous encounters, there won't be much difference in strength between the Yang Feng 100 million years later and the current Yang Feng. Although there are dangers in the deepest part of the Nether Origin Sea, but there may also be great opportunities. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng finally decided to go to the deepest part of the Nether Origin Sea. If the Gamana Universe's 3 eternal sovereigns enter the universe of the world of warlocks, Yang Feng can suppress them at will. However, the 3 eternal sovereigns naturally won't come to throw away their lives. They will wait for an opportunity to fight Yang Feng in the final battle. The Gamana Universe has stopped infiltrating the universe of the world of warlock. That's because Yang Feng has the eternal treasure mirror of fate. In his universe, with a thought, he can use the power of fate to find the Gamana Universe's spies and agents and kill them. Since Yang Feng refined the eternal treasure mirror of fate, the Gamana universe's powerhouses have only one choice left. That is, when the universes merge, they will launch the final battle, fight Yang Feng to the death, and kill him with absolute power. Yang Feng isn't afraid of any of the Gamana universe's three eternal sovereigns, and he is even confident that he can defeat them. However, if the three eternal sovereigns join forces, Yang Feng's odds of winning aren't high. Yang Feng stood quietly at the edge of the Nether Origin Sea for a while, then pointed with a finger, and a tremendous amount of eternal origin force gushed out, turned into countless runes containing nether breath, and formed a nether ship in the Nether Origin Sea identical to the one the Nether Empyrean Scepter has transformed into. Yang Feng jumped onto the nether ship, and the nether ship swam towards the deepest part of the Nether Origin Sea on its own. The nether ship has just sailed for more than 20 kilometers, when a fearsome decomposition force emerged from the deepest part of the Nether Origin Sea and disintegrated the nether ship inch by inch. At the moment when the nether ship was completely disintegrated, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, an eternal origin force swept out, and a nether ship formed from the Nether Bone Empyrean Scepter appeared. After the nether ship carried Yang Feng for more than 20 kilometers, it began to disintegrate. The Corpse Emperor's nether ship appeared and carried Yang Feng onward. The nether ships of the three Nether Emperors appeared one after another and carried Yang Feng for 699 kilometers in the Nether Origin Sea. When the nether ships sailed for 700 kilometers, the nether ships of the three Nether Emperors fell into the Nether Origin Sea, and then disintegrated and disappeared. All of a sudden, the Nether Origin Sea churned, and a 10,000-meter-long nether behemoth made from eternal bones and a kind of black stone suddenly flew out and barreled towards Yang Feng with 10,000 tentacles. When the nether behemoth moved, the entire Nether Origin Sea boiled, and the water of the Nether Origin Sea formed a monstrous wave that disintegrated and destroyed everything and swept towards Yang Feng. That's a good blow. If I hadn't comprehended the laws of the Nether, I wouldn't have been able to block this blow. However, since I dared to come here, I have comprehended the laws of the Nether to the extreme. If you attack me, you'll just be throwing your life away in vain. Yang Feng smiled slightly. His eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he pointed with a finger, and countless runes flickered and formed a nether ship under his feet. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a fearsome nether wind swept towards the Nether Origin Sea's water and forcibly suppressed it. Yang Feng extended his hand, and an eternal and indestructible hand that runs through the past, present, and future appeared and grabbed the nether behemoth. Rune chains gushed out and wrapped around the netherworld behemoth, directly suppressing and sealing it. In the Nether Origin Sea, the water churned, and one after another, netherworld behemoths exuding fearsome auras emerged from the sea and stared at Yang Feng with crazy killing intent in their eyes. Chapter 1375. Scram! Get out of here! Scram or die! Under the will of the netherworld origin, the netherworld giant beasts in the Nether Origin Sea released a terrifying will that shook the area. In the center of the countless nether behemoths, there is a Nether Emperor beast with a ferocious gleam in its eyes, but apprehension shimmered in the abyss of its eyes. That's great. Are you giving me a big gift? Yang Feng smiled indifferently and spread the fingers of a hand, and the nether ship under his feet shot towards the nether behemoths like an arrow. The eyes of the nether behemoths flickered fiercely, and they unleashed various innate secret methods and set off waves in the Nether Origin Sea barreling towards Yang Feng. Even if it is the three Nether Emperors, they will be easily eroded and turned into a pool of pus when washed by the waves. A fearsome eternal force erupted from Yang Feng, and he waved his hand, and a heaven-defying hand capable of tearing apart the sky slammed into the netherworld behemoths. The ferocious nether behemoths were suppressed by the giant hand, unable to budge. Roar! The eyes of the Nether Emperor beast shimmered fiercely, and it issued an earth-shaking roar, and a fearsome shock wave barreled towards the giant hand with earth-shattering force. When the shock wave formed from the power of the nether origin sea slammed into the giant hand, it shattered it. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light and he uttered slowly, "To be able to break my spell, that's amazing." The eyes of the nether emperor beast shimmered fiercely, countless mysterious runes flickered, and a vast nether will that seems capable of suppressing the world emerged on it. As if the nether origin sea has come to life, with the nether emperor beast as the core, it turned into a whirlpool capable of devouring the world and swept towards Yang Feng. "You want to devour me? Then go to hell." A fierce glint streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. He beckoned with his hand, and the halberd of the god of war appeared. He slashed out, and a halberd ray containing eternal breath, capable of suppressing the world and destroying everything, slashed towards the vortex. The terrifying halberd light slashed against the netherworld will within the whirlpool, heavily injuring the netherworld will within the netherworld origin sea. The entire netherworld was shaken. Bone Emperor Ming raised his head and his eyes flashed with shock. "The netherworld will is injured. My strength has decreased as well." A look of shock flashed through the Soul Ming Emperor's eyes. The eternal blade can actually injure the netherworld will. How terrifying! Dark Corpse Emperor sighed. The edge of eternity! How terrifying! To the three underworld emperors, the will of the underworld was the source of everything. It was also the source of their power. They couldn't resist it at all. For Yang Feng to be able to seriously injure the will of the nether is simply incredible. After the nether origin sea's nether will was severely injured, it became even crazier, and the whirlpool that can devour everything suddenly churned and swallowed Yang Feng. After the whirlpool swallowed Yang Feng, the endless nether laws turned into nether threads that shot towards Yang Feng. Nether threads emerged, entangled Yang Feng, and dragged him towards the deepest part of the netherworld origin sea. Fearsome soul decomposition force shrouded Yang Feng in an attempt to decompose his soul and erase his memories. Vast eternal force surged, and countless runes shone and revolved around Yang Feng, protecting his soul. "Netherworld will. If you want to kill me, then break." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and countless mysterious runes flickered in his eyes. The netherworld runes he learned from the three underworld emperors have evolved again. A tremendous amount of energy gushed out of the Kunmo dusk and entered Yang Feng's eyes. In Yang Feng's eyes, two runes slowly condensed and exuded netherworld aura. The two runes have just condensed, when a vast and mighty force erupted and attempted to smash the two runes. With a thought from Yang Feng, the complete world inside him erupted with a fearsome force and forcibly shattered the mighty force. As soon as the two mysterious netherworld runes took shape in Yang Feng's eyes, a vast and nearly endless force erupted in an instant, devouring and suppressing everything. The nether threads containing the will of the nether surrounding Yang Feng were also devoured by Yang Feng. As if they saw a ghost, the nether threads retreated, turned into smoke, and disappeared. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the nether threads around Yang Feng disappeared. As soon as Yang Feng opened his eyes, he saw netherworld beasts pouncing towards him, wanting to tear him to pieces. The netherworld origin sea's seawater is eroding his barrier. Once the barrier collapses, the consequences will be disastrous. "Without the help of the will of the nether, you dead things want to hurt me?" A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he pointed with a finger, and a tremendous devour force suddenly erupted and swept towards the netherworld beasts. Swept by the devour force, the netherworld beasts stuck together and formed a large package, and then quickly shrank and entered Yang Feng's hand, and he sealed them. With a flash of light, Yang Feng soared into the sky and jumped out of the netherworld origin sea. Countless runes shone, and a nether ship appeared under his feet and carried him to the deepest part of the netherworld origin sea. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with anticipation. The will of the nether personally took action to stop me. Presumably, there should be good treasures in the deepest part of the netherworld. No one has entered that place since the beginning of the universe. The lifespan of the world of warlocks has exceeded 10 billion years. During this long period of time, many of the most precious treasures of heaven and earth have been taken away. Only the deepest part of the netherworld is a place that even eternal sovereigns have never reached. This time, if Yang Feng wasn't strong enough to subdue the 3 nether emperors and comprehend the essences of the netherworld, he would have been suppressed by the will of the nether. If he hadn't been strong enough, he would have fallen into the netherworld sea and become a part of it. The nether ship sailed for 100,000 kilometers in the netherworld origin sea. The journey was calm, which disappointed Yang Feng. The corpses of the netherworld beasts are the best treasures. Every time he slays one, Yang Feng can get huge benefit. An island appeared on the border of the netherworld origin sea. On the border of the netherworld origin sea, there is a transparent crystal wall that separates everything. This is the universe crystal wall. On the other side of the crystal wall is another universe. Unfortunately, with my strength, I can't break the universe crystal wall. Yang Feng glanced at the transparent crystal wall, and then boarded the small island. The island isn't big, only 100 kilometers in radius. But the island is filled with the purest life force and primal chaos breath at the beginning of the universe. Qilin Jade Flower. It takes 100,000 years for it to grow and blossom into a flower. By eating a Qilin Jade Flower, one's bloodline can be transformed into pure Qilin bloodline. There really is such a legendary treasure. Yang Feng looked at the island, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. He saw a jade flower made of blue jade growing quietly in the grass. There is a small Qilin playing on the flower, exuding the might of a king of beasts. True Dragon Raw Stone, a raw stone that can hatch a true dragon. Sun God Tree, every fruit can turn into a sun. Walking through the island, Yang Feng looked at the precious extraordinary plants with an enigmatic look in his eyes. On this island, even a blade of grass is a rare treasure that is difficult to find in the outside world. Even Empyreans will be tempted by it. A stone is a top Empyrean grade secret treasure primary material. This is Kunmo Dusk. What a big piece! As soon as Yang Feng reached the center of the island, he saw a bucket-sized Kunmo Dusk lying quietly on the ground. His eyes lit up slightly, revealing a hint of excitement. The Kunmo Dusk stones Yang Feng obtained before were fist-sized, but once this bucket-sized Kunmo Dusk stone is decomposed, he can obtain more than 40 standard-sized Kunmo Dusk stones. Yang Feng stared at the Kunmo Dusk stone with excitement in his eyes. With this Kunmo Dusk stone, I can build a level 8 stronghold. This trip to the netherworld was really profitable. After Yang Feng advanced to the eternal realm, his wisdom is extraordinary. He has already deduced a level 8 stronghold that the Shizu have never deduced. But he doesn't have the materials to refine a level 8 stronghold. Now that he has obtained such a large piece of Kunmo Dusk stone, plus the various top ores on the island, it is enough for Yang Feng to evolve 0 into a level 8 stronghold. After Yang Feng got the Kunmo Dusk stone, he was very excited. He searched the island. Although he found many precious treasures and ores, but he didn't find any other peerless treasures like Kunmo Dusk stone that can greatly enhance his strength. Yang Feng searched the island for a while. After leaving the roots of some elixirs, he left the Nether Origin Island. Sangji Plains Devour Dynasty in a secret square. This is the 2-life flower you wanted. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the jade box containing the 2-life flower flew into the Death Lord's hand. Thank you, my lord. If I can resurrect my wife, I will be your subordinate forever. I will never betray you. The Death Lord took the jade box containing the 2-life flower excitedly, bowed deeply to Yang Feng, and uttered gratefully. Chapter 1376. The Death Lord carefully took out the two-life flower. A jade box flew out of his body and opened, and a blood-stained corner of his clothes flew in front of the two-life flower. The Death Lord's eyes flashed brightly, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence containing his tremendous soul force into the two-life flower. After absorbing the Death Lord's blood essence and a wisp of his soul force, the two-life flower released countless mysterious runes. A Styx projection emerged from the two-life flower and ran through the past, present, and future. The Styx projection went back in time and finally showed the scene of the Death Lord's wife's death. The netherwolf flew in all directions, and the soul light of the Death Lord's wife, which has undergone the baptism of countless lives, flew over from the universe and converged on the two-life flower. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and a slender woman, although not peerless, but still very beautiful, slowly formed in the two-life flower. Duo. The eyes of the Lord of Death, who was as lifeless as a block of wood, lit up. His body trembled slightly, and he clenched his fists in excitement. A voice was squeezed out of his throat. It was soft and thin, as if he was afraid of shattering the soul. When an emperor gets angry, the sky falls and the earth rends, and the world is destroyed. The Death Lord was too excited, and his state of mind was damaged, which is why he couldn't control his power. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a complicated shade, and he uttered slowly, "What an affectionate person!" The Magic Note Lord shrugged his shoulders with a look of disapproval on his face. "That's right. Whether it is you or I, we are far from being able to compare to the Death Lord's devotion. Of course, I can't figure out what's so good about a woman." Brother Shang. The eyes of the soul projection shimmered with confusion, which eventually disappeared. Gazing at the Death Lord, tenderness flowed in her beautiful eyes, and she uttered affectionately. The Death Lord trembled, and 2 streams of tears flowed out of her eyes. She spread the fingers of a hand, and an immortal moon-white lotus suddenly flew out and landed on the soul projection. Sacred light shone, and the immortal moon-white lotus absorbed Duodwa's soul. Light full of sacred aura shone from the immortal moon-white lotus. The immortal moon-white lotus bloomed, and a beautiful woman in a white dress curled up in the center of the flower. She was the Death Lord's Duo. Duo opened her eyes, smiled sweetly, and jumped down from the center of the flower. She turned into the size of an adult, arrived in front of the Death Lord, and smiled softly. "Brother Shang, you've lost weight." Duo. The Death Lord hugged Duo as if she were holding the most precious treasure. Her body trembled, and tears streamed down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. The dream and goal of countless years had finally been realized. The shackles that bound the Death Lord collapsed, and his breath rose steadily and became more powerful. Magic Note Master chuckled and said, "The Death Master is really strong. If I wasn't trapped by love, I'm afraid I would have been your greatest enemy in the fight for eternity." Yang Feng said resolutely, "No. Even if he had come out to fight with me for the eternal throne, I would have been the winner." The Magic Note Master took a deep look at Yang Feng and said with a smile, "Indeed, when it comes to mental fortitude, you are number 1 among us." Along the way, Yang Feng's goal was firm, and he was accompanied by countless storms of blood. Countless enemies died at his hands. Using countless resources, he became an eternal sovereign step by step from an ordinary person. "Thank you, Your Majesty Eternal Edge, for bestowing the twin flowers on my husband. I will never forget this life-saving grace." Holding the Death Lord's hand, Duo came to in front of Yang Feng, bowed to him, and spoke respectfully. Yang Feng responded meaningfully, "No need to thank me. The twin flowers are what he deserved." The Death Lord was an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. In the universe, apart from Yang Feng, there were no more than 3 people who could defeat him. A twin flowers in exchange for the service of such a peerless overlord, no matter how you look at it, it was a great deal. The group went to the best restaurant of Devour Dynasty, and after drinking to their heart's content, they dispersed. Time passed, and 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. Sangji Plains Devour Dynasty's headquarters, in a huge square. A huge base 1,000 kilometers in diameter engraved with countless mysterious runes is suspended in the void. Countless tiny mechanical tentacles extended from the huge base, pierced into liquid metal pools, and absorbed the metal liquid formed from Empyrean-grade secret treasure's main materials. Countless mysterious runes condensed in the huge base, taking shape bit by bit. The countless mysterious runes contain eternal power. Even though they have absorbed countless precious treasures of heaven and earth, but they still can't take the final step. It's time. Yang Feng's eyes flashed brightly, countless runes shone on him, and he pointed with a finger, and a tremendous amount of eternal force entered the huge base. After absorbing Yang Feng's tremendous amount of eternal force, the countless runes engraved on the huge base took shape inch by inch. After 9 days and 9 nights, the last rune took shape. After the last rune took shape, a fearsome energy storm set off in an area tens of millions of light-years in radius. Pulled by the laws of the Nether, a tremendous amount of universe energy converged towards Sangji Plain. What's this? What's going on? This fluctuation of power surpasses the power of an Empyrean realm expert. An eternal treasure, a new eternal treasure has been born. The eternal blade is really amazing. To be able to refine an eternal treasure. To be able to refine an eternal treasure in less than 1,000 years, that's too heaven-defying. As soon as the changes took place, the powerhouses above the Holy Spirit Warlock realm were alarmed, and their gazes converged on this side. The world of warlocks has a shallow underlying strength. For it to give birth to an eternal sovereign is already the limit. It is impossible to give birth to another eternal sovereign. This kind of heavenly and earthly phenomenon that surpasses the Empyrean realm can only appear when a new eternal treasure is born. Eternal treasure. The eternal blade's alchemy has reached this level. Sure enough, Eternals surpass us in all aspects. The Magic Note Lord looked at the dark clouds with a complicated look in his eyes, and he sighed faintly. The Magic Note Lord is a genius in alchemy. When Yang Feng was in the Empyrean realm, even though he absorbed the alchemy essence of several civilizations, but his attainments in alchemy still couldn't compare to the Magic Note Lord's. However, after Yang Feng advanced to the Eternal Sovereign Realm, his wisdom increased greatly, and he can learn all kinds of alchemy at once. At this time, his alchemy is far superior to the Magic Note Lord's. Eternal sovereigns are existences whose life level surpasses that of Empyrean realm expert. The gap in learning ability between eternal sovereigns and Empyrean sovereigns is like night and day. Amazing, as expected of the Eternal Blade. In a palace, the Death Lord hugged Duo with a complicated look in his eyes, and he sighed faintly. Any Empyrean is eager to advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm. The Death Lord's first goal is to resurrect his wife Duo, and the other is to advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm. At the time, the Death Lord wasn't sure that he could defeat Yang Feng, which was why he chose to compromise and serve Yang Feng. He only hoped to resurrect his wife. Duo frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmered with worry, and she tightly grasped the Death Lord's hand. Brother Shang. At the time, the Death Lord was an invincible overlord rank powerhouse who founded the Death Dynasty. He is an ambitious and ruthless overlord who won't easily submit to others. Duo is very worried that he will have the intention to contend for supremacy again. Yang Feng's will is as hard as iron, and he is ruthless. If the Death Lord rebelled, then even though he has made great contributions to the human race, he won't show any mercy. The Death Lord smiled, hugged Duo tightly, and said tenderly, "Although it's a pity that I can't advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm. But as long as I am with you, a mere eternal sovereign rank is nothing." Duo placed her head in the Death Lord's arms and said tenderly, Once the great tribulation is over, we can travel the universe and enjoy life. The Death Lord responded with a smile. Okay! In the sky above the Tsangji plain, dark clouds churned, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled incessantly. The entire plain seems to have changed into a world of thunder. Divine punishment thundercloud! What a fearsome divine punishment thundercloud! This divine punishment thundercloud is even more fearsome than the one that appeared when the mirror of fate was born. What kind of eternal treasure did His Majesty Edge of Eternity refine? Why is it so fearsome? In the Tsangji plain, the powerhouses of the Devoured dynasty and the other major races looked up at the surging thundercloud in the starry sky with shock in their eyes. The divine punishment thundercloud condensed in the void this time is 100 times more fearsome than the one that appeared when the mirror of fate was born. This means that the eternal treasure Yang Feng refined is far more fearsome than the one that appeared when the mirror of fate was born. Great! This is the purest lightning energy. Yang Feng walked out of the void and looked at the fearsome thundercloud in the sky with joy in his eyes. He extended his hand, and a giant hand that looks like it can run through the sky extended and grabbed at the divine punishment thundercloud in the void. Countless runes flickered and turned into rune chains that stabbed towards the sky. Due to the law of Nether, the thundercloud that enveloped the entire Tsangji plain was locked by the countless rune chains and pulled over, entered the giant hand, and finally turned into a ball of lightning. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the ball of lightning entered the level 8 stronghold. Chapter 1377. Sure enough! That's the edge of eternity for you. He broke through the lightning of divine retribution just like that. He has become stronger. When the powerhouses saw the thundercloud of divine retribution disappear from the void, a complicated shade flashed in their eyes. The thundercloud of divine retribution is a fearsome existence that can slay Empyrean sovereigns. Yet such a fearsome power was easily suppressed and sealed by Yang Feng and turned into resources for the level 8 strongholds promotion. This shows how terrifying Yang Feng is. The level 8 stronghold shone brightly, and the runes on it exuded wisps of eternal breath. Yang Feng frowned, then bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a precious blood essence that entered the level 8 stronghold. After the level 8 stronghold absorbed Yang Feng's blood essence, the runes on it shone brightly, exuded a flawless, eternal breath, and gushed out of the level 8 stronghold. The level 8 stronghold opened, and Zero, who was lying quietly in the stronghold, opened his eyes, and an eternal and invincible aura slowly diffused from him. My lord, thank you for giving me eternal force. Zero came to in front of Yang Feng and knelt on one knee, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a scorching shade. When the two King of Sovereigns saw this scene, their beautiful eyes shimmered with envy. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Let me take a look at your abilities." "Yes, my lord." Zero took a deep look at Yang Feng, then countless mysterious runes appeared in her eyes, and a tremendous amount of data was transmitted into Yang Feng's mind in an instant. Light shone, and Zero's 12 holy apostles appeared and knelt in front of Yang Feng. The bodies of the 12 ruler saints gave off the terrifying power of invincible Emperor Realm expert. The 12 holy apostles were Zero's direct subordinates, and they were also his subordinate. After Zero advanced to the Eternal Realm, they have gained tremendous benefit. Now, any one of them has surpassed Shadow and Xingji in terms of strength. Alloy World Breaker Beast, a mechanical behemoth that can break through the barriers of other universes. Universe Probe Shuttle, an aircraft that can detect the existence of other universes. Origin Swallowing Beast, a mechanical behemoth that can absorb universe origin. Mechanical God Nest, a mechanical war unit that imitates the God Nest. It can create a Tier 5 mechanical God Nest, and its combat strength is comparable to an ordinary emperor. One after another, terrifying mechanical behemoths and weapons appeared in Yang Feng's mind. Among the countless mechanical beasts, the most important ones to Yang Feng were the alloy break world beast and the origin swallowing beast. After Yang Feng advanced to an eternal sovereign, although he obtained eternal lifespan and almost infinite power in the universe, but if he wanted to take another step forward, it was equally difficult. Yang Feng analyzed the information he already knew. If an Eternal wanted to advance, the only way was to launch an apocalyptic battle similar to the universe-devouring war and steal or plunder the source of another universe. Aside from that, there was only the mysterious and unpredictable great cosmos that only the Eternal Ones talked about. Yang Feng looked at the rows of new weapons, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. The high-latitude, high-energy level universe is too dangerous. I'll start exploring the low-latitude, low-energy level universe. If it could devour a few low-latitude and low-energy universes, I'll be able to defeat the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns with 100% certainty. In the perception of any emperor, a universe is virtually endless and boundless. But after Yang Feng advanced to an eternal sovereign, he could sense the edge of the universe. The edge of the universe is surrounded by a universe crystal wall that even emperors can't see. The universe crystal wall blocks the arrival of powerful beings from other universes. Outside the universe crystal wall, there are space-time turbulences of different dimensions. Based on the different energy levels, the universes are located in space-time turbulences of different dimensions. Yang Feng is an eternal sovereign of the world of Warlock's universe. But once he enters the space-time turbulences of different dimensions, without universe coordinates, he will lose his way and eventually die. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the entire universe shook. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. The universe barrier finally broke. The universe barrier is the most powerful means for a low-energy level universe to protect itself. Once the universe barrier is opened, no powerful beings from other universes can enter the universe, giving the life forms of the universe time to evolve and grow. Similarly, the universe barrier consumes a large amount of universe origin energy to open. It can't be opened endlessly. Once the universe barrier is opened for a certain amount of time, it will have to collapse. Otherwise, the universe will begin to wither. The reason why Yang Feng was able to advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank all the way is that in addition to his steel-like willpower and Shizu technology, one of the most important reasons is that the universe will of this universe also needs him to advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank to contend against the 3 Eternal Sovereigns of another universe. After the level 8 stronghold was successfully refined, the universe will could no longer support it and collapsed. The universe barrier collapsed. What's going on? How could it happen at this time? Activate all defensive barriers at once. Enter the first state of combat readiness. In the world of warlocks, all the forces with Holy Spirit warlocks guarding them understood at this moment that the universe barrier collapsed, and they began to activate all kinds of backup plans and entered a state of combat readiness. The magic note lord woke up from his alchemy and looked into the distance with a dignified look in his eyes. The universe barrier collapsed. It seems that a decisive battle is inevitable. The Death Lord sighed faintly, looked affectionately at Duo, and said, Duo, I'm going to fight the enemy. I want to protect our home. Please wait for me. Duo hugged the Death Lord and kissed him lightly, her eyebrows brimming with deep affection and gentleness. And I'll wait for you here. If you die, I won't live alone. So, you have to promise me to survive. In the world of warlocks, beautiful women are as common as clouds. Among beautiful warlocks, Duoduo's looks can only be regarded as superior, but not outstanding. However, her love for the Death Lord is as deep as the sea. I will definitely survive. The Death Lord kissed Duo deeply, showed a smile, and exuded a domineering and confident demeanor, full of the demeanor of an invincible warlock emperor of the past. After the universe barrier collapsed, the boundary between the two universes disappeared, as if they had merged into one. The starfield of the world of Warlock's central starfield suddenly blurred, the space-time dimension distorted, and the Gamana universe suddenly appeared in the central starfield. With the fusion of the two universes, the area of the universe expanded wildly. Powerhouses above the Holy Step can clearly feel the expansion of the universe's energy level boundary, making it easier for them to attack the Empyrean realm. The universe barrier finally broke. The decisive battle has begun. We can't give that universe's people any time to react. Kill them all. One after another, huge fleets flew out of the Gamana universe and flew towards the universe of the world of Warlock. One after another, hives flew out from different places and flew towards the universe where the world of Warlocks is located with the momentum of Mount Tai. 150 Tier 5 hives and 3 Tier 6 hives flew out of each starfield of the Gamana universe's 3 starfield. A total of 450 Rank 5 hives and 9 Rank 6 hives flew out from the 3 major star areas and headed for the headquarters of the Devouring Dynasty under the protection of the numerous hives. In this battle, all the people of the Devoured Dynasty must die. Anyone who fights together with the Devoured Dynasty will become our enemy. We will never accept their surrender. Anyone who attacks the Devoured Dynasty will become our friend. You can join our universe and live. Those who submit will live, those who resist will die. The eyes of the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns shimmered coldly, and their thunderous voices reverberated in the void and spread throughout the universe. After the 2 universe barriers collapsed, Universe Devour entered the final step. The laws of the 2 universes have merged. In this universe, the 3 eternal sovereigns can use the authority of eternity and pour their words into the minds of the Holy Spirit Warlock. The Gamana universe has 3 eternal sovereigns. Our universe only has the eternal blade. The difference is too great. The best plan is to join the Gamana universe. The eternal blade dared to kill the powerhouses of my race. The enmity between us is as deep as the sea. Now his retribution has finally arrived. Besieged by 3 eternal sovereigns, the Devoured Dynasty will not be able to resist. The best plan is to join the Gamana universe at once. Thank you very much, Eternal Blade. If it weren't for you, the Gamana universe might not have accepted our surrender. Eternal Blade, you wiped out my race, that's cruel and vicious. This time, I will break through your Devoured Dynasty, destroy your painstaking efforts, destroy everything, and kill everyone related to you. I've been waiting for a long time, and now you're finally here. In the universe where the world of Warlocks is located, many superior races sheltered by Holy Spirit sovereigns chose to surrender to the Gamana universe at the first opportunity and sent their elite experts to serve the Gamana universe's powerhouses. In this universe-decisive battle, the victor is bound to carry out a great purge on the loser. On the losing side, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses and above will be killed, no one will be spared. Even if they flee to the edge of the universe, it will depend on whether the other party's eternal sovereign intends to pursue them. Chapter 1378. The Rage Ogre Lord requests an audience with the 3 eternal sovereigns. There were ripples in the void, and the Rage Ogre Lord walked out of the void and appeared in front of the Tier 5 hive army. A ray of light flew out of the Tier 6 hive and shone on the Rage Ogre Lord. The Rage Ogre Lord shone, and he appeared in a spacious Tier 6 hive. In a hall inside the Tier 6 hive, the 3 eternal sovereigns are sitting on 3 thrones and exuding eternal fluctuations. The Wing Eternal spoke. Rage Ogre Lord, what brings you here? The Rage Ogre Lord replied with a smile. Your Majesty the Wing Eternal, I came here in the hope of joining the Gamana Universe's camp. Besides, I have many good friends who have the same intention. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the Divine Eye's Eternal's eyes, and the dense crowd of eyeballs exuded queer light that shone on the Rage Ogre Lord. Under the illumination of the strange divine light, the raging Ghost Lord's entire body was seen through. Even if Yang Feng uses the Illusion God Emperor mask, he won't be able to escape the light of the Divine Eye's Eternal's eyes. At the time, Yang Feng relied on the Illusion God Emperor mask to assassinate many powerful enemies, destroy one major force after another, and plunder their wealth before he finally rose to power. Since he advanced to the Eternal Sovereign rank, Yang Feng has been a research target of the Gamana universe. The three Eternal Sovereigns are very worried that Yang Feng will disguise himself as someone close to them and come to assassinate them. The Rage Ogre Lord frowned slightly, but still let the queer light shine on him. The Divine Eyes Eternal quickly retracted the light of the eyes and nodded to the other two Eternal Sovereigns. The Wing Eternal uttered coldly, "Okay, but it's too late for you to surrender. You must prove your loyalty to us with your actions." If it was before the Tsangji Plane's recovery, the Gamana Universe's three Eternal Sovereigns would be overjoyed by a Holy Spirit warlock. Before the Bo Yen Lord came to this universe, an Empyrean surrendered to him, and the three Eternal Sovereigns were even willing to support him as the number one Eternal Sovereign. But now that the universe barrier has been broken and the war has entered the final stage, an Empyrean can no longer be the key to influencing the war. In a battlefield with Eternal Sovereigns, an Empyrean can only be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. In order to weaken the World Warlock Universe's resistance as much as possible, the three Eternal Sovereigns recruited the rebels. The Lord of Rage Ghosts smiled and said, "Don't worry, my friends are willing to sacrifice everything for the three majesties." The Eternal Sovereign Warlock, the Eternal Divine eyes flashed with praise. "Good! Lord of Rage Ghosts, if you do this well, you'll be the leader of the sacred clan in our universe in the future. The God Universe Empire Eternal is under Lord Eternal War. The first echelon of cannon fodder are the other universe powerhouses who took the initiative to side with the Gamana universe." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll go and organize people to attack the Devouring Dynasty." The Lord of Rage Ghosts bowed to the three Eternal Sovereigns. His body flashed with light and he disappeared. A look of disdain flashed through the Eternal Frost's eyes and he sneered, "An emperor actually betrayed his own universe. How foolish!" The Wing of Eternity's eyes flashed with calmness, and he said indifferently, "If you betray your own universe, you might never be able to reach the Eternal Realm, but at least you'll be able to preserve your life. A wise man submits to circumstances. If it weren't for these people, we would have to spend more effort to annex this universe." The Divine Eyes Eternal's eyes flashed with wisdom as he slowly said, "That's right. Without these people, it would take us more effort to annex this universe. The more people we have on our side, the fewer enemies we have in this universe, and the higher our chances of winning. Moreover, after this battle, it's unlikely that many of them will survive." The Wing of Eternity and the Frost of Eternity looked at each other, and smiled. With astonishing means, the fierce Ogre Lord quickly united the powerful races eager to join the Gamana universe. Fleets flew towards the starfield where the Tsangji Plain is located. Within a vast palace, there was a long oval table. 3 people sat at the head of the table. They were the Lord of Rage Ghosts, the Lord of Hungry Ghosts, and the Lord of Evil Dragons. On both sides of the long oval table, there were more than 100 powerhouses at the holy step or higher. The eyes of the Lord of Hungry Ghosts shimmered fiercely, and he said unhurriedly, "Lord of Rage Ghosts, they don't have good intentions in letting us be the vanguard. They want us to be cannon fodder. Go and tell them that we want to receive the same treatment as the other armies of the Gamana universe." The eyes of the other powerhouses focused on the Lord of Rage Ghosts. They are well aware that the Gamana Universe's powerhouses let them be the vanguard in order to use them as cannon fodder. The Lord of Rage Ghosts said with a solemn expression, "Everyone, the Gamana Universe has 3 eternal sovereigns. We will surely win this battle. If we don't make enough sacrifices, how can we truly integrate into the Gamana Universe? The 3 Majesties have ordered us to be the vanguard and pave the way for the army." When the other powerhouses heard this, their hearts sank slightly, and they kept silent. They understand this. But at the thought of attacking the devouring imperial court, a chill welled up inside them. The Lord of Evil Dragons said, "But what about the Blade of Eternity? With him around, no matter how many of us go, only death awaits us. Each eternal sovereign is a top powerhouse in a universe. If the Gamana universe had no eternal sovereigns, then Yang Feng could kill all the Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences of the Gamana universe as long as he spends a bit of time. Even if the Lord of Rage Ghosts and the other powerhouses join forces, Yang Feng won't be able to kill them with one hand." There was a flash of wisdom in the eyes of the Lord of Rage Ghosts. If the Blade of Eternity wants to deal with the 3 Majesties, it has no spare strength to deal with us. In a fight between experts, the difference is only a thin line. If the Blade of Eternity spends its strength to deal with us, then it won't have any hope of defeating the 3 Majesties. As smart as he is, he naturally won't waste his strength on us. If it was any other time, as long as Yang Feng consumes about 2% of the Eternal Origin Force, he can easily quell the Lord of Rage Ghosts and the other rebels. As for about 2% of the Eternal Origin Force, it will only take Yang Feng an hour to recover. However, in this universe great battle, once Yang Feng loses 2% of the Eternal Origin Force, it may become the reason for his defeat. When the other powerhouses heard this, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Since his rise in the world of warlocks, Yang Feng has become a nightmare for countless powerful forces. If it wasn't for the fact that the Gamana universe's powerhouses have 3 eternal sovereigns, they wouldn't dare to be enemies with Yang Feng. Suddenly, one beam after another shot out from the surroundings of the huge fleet formed by the Allied forces and slammed into the fleet like raindrops. Boom! 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 Amidst the deafening explosions, battleships were blown to smithereens one after another. Spirit mountains and bone ships were destroyed one after another. A destruction beam tore through the sky and slammed into the headquarters where the Lord of Rage Ghosts and the other Empyreans are located. In an instant, the various barriers that appeared in the temple collapsed completely and were devoured by the beam of the destruction beam. With flashes of light, the densely packed beams of light landed on the remains of the Divine Hall, turning the traitors into ashes one by one. Countless ripples shone, and a dense mechanical legion flew out of the void and attacked the vanguard formed by the World of Warlocks rebel army. After being ambushed, the rebel army was severely injured. Besieged by the huge mechanical legion, they suffered even more casualties. "Who dares to sneak up on me?" A gigantic mountain of flesh, over 10,000 miles tall, suddenly appeared in the universe. The belly of the mountain of flesh was enormous, with the head of a hungry ghost growing out of it. It held a spiked club in its hand, and its eyes flashed with a fierce light. It was the Lord of Hungry Ghost. "Lord of Ravenous Ghosts, you're really stupid. Your 2 companions have already escaped. You came alone to throw away your life, you're really stupid." With a chuckle, the Magic Note Lord walked out of the void and stared at the Lord of Ravenous Ghosts with a smile. Magic Note Lord. When the Lord of Ravenous Ghosts saw the Magic Note Lord, his face changed dramatically, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Among the human 8 Warlock Emperors, there are 7 invincible Overlord rank Empyreans. The Magic Note Lord is definitely the most fearsome one. He has countless secret treasures on him, and he is the #1 human alchemist. 2 bastards! When the Lord of Ravenous Ghosts scanned the surroundings with his tremendous soul force, He sensed that the two Empyreans, the Rage Ghost Lord and the Evil Dragon Lord, have fled, leaving him here alone. His face changed dramatically at once, and he cursed. "Okay, you can go to hell." The Magic Note Lord smiled and waved his hand, and an Empyrean-grade secret treasure ghost suppression ring engraved with countless mysterious runes and radiating bright light suddenly flew out, turned into a resplendent ray, and barreled towards the Lord of Ravenous Ghosts. The ghost suppression ring radiated countless ghost-suppressing divine rays that barreled towards the Lord of Ravenous Ghosts. The Ghost Suppression Ring is a secret treasure the Magic Note Lord refined from an eternal sovereign leg bone that can restrain ogres. It has a miraculous effect on suppressing ogres. Ghost Suppression Ring. The face of the Lord of Ravenous Ghosts changed dramatically, then he surged with ghostly force and stabbed the huge wolf-tooth club into the Ghost Suppression Ring. Boom! The Lord of Hungry Ghosts was instantly suppressed by the ghost-suppressing hoop. He raised his huge mace and struggled to resist the ghost-suppressing divine light. Chapter 1379. The Magic Note Lord smiled and waved his hand, and a slaughter ghost sword flew out and stabbed the Ravenous Ghost Lord in the heart like a meteor in an instant. Countless ghost-suppressing runes pervaded the Ravenous Ghost Lord and suppressed him in an instant. The ghost-suppressing ring radiated faint light that swept towards the Ravenous Ghost Lord and enveloped him. "My mission is complete." The Magic Note Lord smiled, then turned into countless streams of light and disappeared. In the void, invisible and colorless primal chaos spider silk suddenly emerged and swept towards the fleeing evil dragon lord. Primal Chaos Spider Silk, Primal Chaos Spider Mother. When the evil dragon lord saw the Primal Chaos Spider Silk, his face fell at once, and he belched evil dragon fire that could incinerate and destroy everything, sweeping towards the Primal Chaos Spider Silk. In the wake of the evil dragon fire, most of the Primal Chaos Spider Silk was set ablaze. However, since the evil dragon lord was focused on escaping, his reaction was a bit slow, and dozens of Primal Chaos Spider Silk stabbed him. Like the sharpest of swords, the Primal Chaos Spider Silk pierced through the evil dragon lord's protective barrier and pierced into his scales. Streams of terrifying chaos spider venom flowed into the evil dragon lord's body. Under the erosion of the Primal Chaos Spider poison, the evil dragon lord trembled slightly, and his power receded like a tide. In the blink of an eye, countless strands of Primal Chaos Spider Silk flew out like a tidal wave and pierced into the body of the evil dragon lord. The evil dragon lord trembled continuously, and the evil dragon force inside him was eroded and suppressed by the Primal Chaos Spider poison. The sexy and beautiful Primal Chaos Spider Mother walked out of the void and spread the fingers of a hand, and countless Primal Chaos Spider Silk pulled the evil dragon lord towards her. Flying towards the Primal Chaos Spider Mother, the evil dragon lord's body shrank until it was the size of a palm. On the other side, a death battle axe containing life and death force suddenly emerged from the void and chopped at the Ravenous Ghost Lord. Behind the death battle axe stood a person. It was the once invincible Lord of Death. The Lord of Violent Ghosts was on the run. Facing that peerless axe that contained the terrifying power of life and death, there was no way he could avoid it. "It won't be that easy to kill me." The Rage Ogre Lord gritted his teeth, and one phantom image after another emerged from his body. A ghost mountain that contained countless devils flew out. Countless devils howled inside the ghost mountain. A heavenly devil stepped out of the ghost mountain. His eyes were lifeless as he clawed at the death battle axe. Countless devil phantoms emerged from heavenly devil Anne's back, releasing waves of bone-chilling devil howls. The entire void was in chaos and trembled continuously. The death battle axe that could tear through the sky descended from the sky and chopped down on Sky Devil Anne's claw. A peerlessly terrifying axe light directly chopped down on Heavenly Devil Anne's claw. that heavenly devil Anne's devilish claws were invincible, capable of piercing through even the fleshly body of an eternal. But under the erosion of the power of death, the claws withered and became fragile. After just a moment of stalemate they collapsed. The axe light, which could exterminate all life force, chopped down and forcibly chopped heavenly devil Anne's body in two, turning it into ashes. Boom! Brandishing the death battle axe, the Death Lord, like an invincible overlord who created the world and suppressed the universe, chopped down on the Rage Ghost Demon Mountain and issued a loud noise that shook the world. The Rage Ghost Demon Mountain trembled slightly, and then collapsed and shattered. A terrifying world-destroying force erupted, and the small world within the Ligue Devil Mountain was instantly destroyed. Hundreds of millions of devils were also directly shattered, turning into countless fragments that splattered in all directions. A tremendous amount of life force poured out of the Devil of Death and entered the Death Lord's Death Battle Axe. The Death Battle Axe was the crystallization of the Death Lord's path. The more powerhouses it slays, the stronger it becomes. If it could slay 3 or more eternal sovereigns and absorb their souls and life force, it could even advance to an eternal treasure. In that instant, the Lord of Rage Ghosts had already disappeared without a trace. The Death Lord took a deep look into the distance, then turned into specks of light and disappeared. Stop! Don't kill! I surrender! Don't kill! Spare my life! The vanguard attacking the Devour dynasty is besieged by countless battle robots, with powerhouses wailing and begging to surrender. However, the battle robots were merciless as they slaughtered the powerhouses in a frenzy. Sir God Lord of Frost, please save their lives. When the Rage Ghost Lord returned to the Gamana Universe's camp, he found the God Lord of Frost, the ruler of the Frost Gods. The God Lord of Frost is the marshal of the Gamana Universe's vanguard. The God Lord of Frost replied with a cold smile, "Why save them? Their role is to serve as cannon fodder to consume the Devour dynasty's power. The more they die, the better." A chill suddenly welled up behind the Rage Ghost Lord, and he uttered, "Sir, they are all loyal subjects serving the three majesties." The God Lord of Frost uttered with a faint smile, "Rage Ghost Lord, after this war, the universe's energy level is bound to rise. The more people die, the more resources the universe will have. Only then can we become stronger, and even have a glimmer of a chance to advance to the eternal realm. Therefore, the more they die, the better." The God Lord of Frost glanced at the Rage Ghost Lord. "Since they have sided with the Gamana universe, we naturally won't attack them. As long as they survive, we will fulfill our promise." The prerequisite was that they could survive. "Rage Ghost Lord, you are a smart person, you should know what to do." The Rage Ghost Lord suddenly smiled and uttered resolutely, "Yes, I will find a way to make them die." To the Lord of Violent Ghosts, he was the most important person. The rebel armies of the World of Warlock's universe can be used to win the trust and merit of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. The God Lord of Frost nodded with satisfaction and looked quietly at the battlefield. Holding back, the Gamana universe's powerhouses watched mockingly as the Devour dynasty's Mechanical Legion massacred the rebel armies. "Why don't you come to save us? I curse you! All of you deserve to die!" Resentful curses came from the rebel armies, and they cast secret methods and fled in different directions. Countless space sovereigns appeared, sealing this space. The massive mechanical army slaughtered the rebel soldiers one by one, and the entire space was dyed in the color of blood. "Do it!" Before the rebel armies were completely annihilated, the God Lord of Frost ordered coldly. 10 Tier 5 hives radiated mysterious light, fused with a large number of Tier 4, Tier 3, and Tier 2 hives, and turned into 10 sky-sized ice dragons. the 10 ice dragons, which were as large as the sky and emitted terrifying auras, opened their mouths and spat out terrifying dragon breaths that could freeze the world towards the mechanical army in the void. In the wake of the dragon breaths, the battle robots in the Mechanical Legion were turned into ice sculptures, suspended in space, unable to budge. With the combined attack of the 10 ice dragons, 200,000 level 6 mechs were sealed in ice, turning into ice sculptures. Their destructive power is far greater than that of ordinary emperors. Ripples flickered, and the nearly endless Mechanical Legion fled in different directions. The battleships also turned into rays of light and fled into the distance. The God Lord of Frost glanced at the Rage Ghost Lord and said flatly, "Rage Ghost Lord." Yes. The Rage Ghost Lord gritted his teeth, turned into a ray of black light, and flew towards the Mechanical Legion. Boom, boom, boom. Without the protection of an emperor, the massive battleship shattered like a toy in the hands of the ruthless Ghost Lord, and it exploded. The Gamana Universe's main force galloped towards the Tsangji Plains headquarters. In the other planes, the Gamana Universe's emperors frantically attacked the planes of the world of warlocks, and one plane with intelligent life was destroyed by the Gamana Universe's emperors one after another. The emperors of the world of warlocks were forced to come out and fight the emperors of the Gamana Universe. Virtually every day, hundreds of millions of intelligent life forms die in the two universes. In the world of warlocks, countless powerhouses sneaked into the Gamana Universe's starfield and massacred all intelligent life forms. They destroyed all celestial bodies in the Gamana Universe's starfield and weakened the Gamana Universe's war potential, hoping to delay for a bit. War and death have become the main theme of the universe. Yang Feng and the three Eternal Sovereigns didn't take action. They quietly watched the fight between the two universes' powerhouses, waiting for the final battle to arrive. The underlying strength of the world of warlocks is far inferior to that of the Gamana universe. But after years of operation, many powerful forces have purchased Yang Feng's battle robots. Under these circumstances, the battle robots made great contributions and slayed countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe. The Primal Chaos Mother Spider, the Magic Note Lord, and the Death Lord, the three invincible Overlord rank emperors fought in the universe and slayed one emperor after another. The warp gates spread throughout the universe also made great contributions, allowing the legions of the Devour dynasty to concentrate their forces, project them to the battlefields, and annihilate the enemies. In the fierce fighting, countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe died, and the situation tilted in favor of the world of warlocks bit by bit. Chapter 1380. Although the energy level of the Gamana universe is half an energy level higher than that of the world of warlocks, but due to the three Eternal Sovereigns keeping watch, the most precious resources in the universe are under their control. There are very few Empyreans who can contend against the Primal Chaos Mother Spider, the Magic Note Lord, and the Death Lord. Although there are many Empyreans in the Gamana universe, but under the power of warp gates, they are separated, surrounded, and killed one after another. The Eternal Blade's alchemy is really scary. When will we be able to successfully replicate the wings of eternity? In a Tier 6 hive palace, the Divine Eyes Eternal spread the fingers of a hand, and a 7th-generation battle robot with quasi-holy step combat strength appeared in his palm. More than 100 quasi-holy step 7th-generation battle robots attacked the starfield of the Gamana universe, destroyed a life celestial body, and killed tens of billions of intelligent life forms of the Gamana universe. This was a level 7 main battle robot that had been completely captured. The Wing Eternal's eyes flickered, and he uttered, "I have analyzed the structure, materials, control system, and core chip of this robot. However, it will take at least 30 years to put it into mass production. Moreover, our technological system is completely different from that of the Devour dynasty. We lack the core technology of the Devour dynasty, and our manufacturing efficiency can only reach 60% of that of the Devour dynasty at most. Every eternal sovereign has extraordinary wisdom and a terrifying learning ability. As soon as the quasi-holy step battle robots fell into the hands of the Wing Eternal, he easily analyzed their structure. With the ability of the Wings of Eternity, it would be very easy to create a semi-sage primary battle robot. It would not even be difficult to create a saint-rank primary battle robot. However, to manufacture such battle robots in large quantities is very difficult even for someone as powerful as him. Unless the Wing Eternal can get the core secrets of the Shizu from Yang Feng, it will be difficult for him to manufacture battle robots that surpass the Shizu in a short period of time. The Eternal Frost smiled coldly and said decisively, "Unfortunately, the key to deciding the outcome of the universe war is the eternal war. Do it. Don't give him any more time." The Divine Eyes Eternal and the other two Eternal Sovereigns nodded. In the universe-devouring war, the decisive factor was the battle between the Eternals. Once the Eternals of a universe were defeated, that universe would become the loser. The Gamana universe's previous actions against the world of warlocks were to weaken the underlying strength of the world of warlocks, so that the universe of the world of warlocks could not produce eternal sovereigns, or even weak eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng appeared out of nowhere, smashed the Gamana universe's plans, and finally advanced to the eternal sovereign realm, making the three eternal sovereigns apprehensive, not daring to use any more trick. "I'll do it!" The Wing Eternal's eyes shimmered coldly, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and countless mysterious runes flew out of his right hand and turned into eternal light that swept towards the void. Under the illumination of the eternal light, the fleets of the three Protoss clans all grew a pair of huge wings. When the Gamana universe's fleet inserted wings, it was immediately shrouded in a torrent of distorted time. The pair of wings flapped slightly, and the entire fleet disappeared completely. Within a breath of time, the Gamana universe's fleet appeared in the starry sky outside the Tsangji plain. To cross hundreds of millions of light-years in an instant, and to make the Gamana universe's fleet do so, this is the heaven-defying power grasped by the Wing Eternal. When the Gamana universe's fleet appeared in the starry sky outside, countless hives shone with mysterious runes, turned into hive monsters, and attacked the mechanical fortresses in the starry sky outside the Tsangji plain. Due to the Wing Eternal's fearsome power, the mechanical fortresses of the Devour dynasty were slow to react, and more than 1,000 of them were destroyed by the Gamana universe's legion. But at this time, the Tsangji plain has already been turned into the base of the Devour dynasty by Yang Feng, and there are countless mechanical fortresses floating in the air. The mechanical fortresses immediately activated their defense systems, and beams of light barreled towards the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang incessantly, and one mechanical fortress after another was blown to pieces. At the same time, hives were torn to pieces by the artillery fire. The saints and empyreans of the two universes fought wildly in the starry sky outside the Tsangji plain. Huge holes were blasted open in the void. A sea of battle robots fought the Gamana universe's powerhouses in the void. Blood, mechanical fragments, and broken parts are scattered all over the universe. At every moment, countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe die in battle. At every moment, countless battle robots are blown to pieces. The Lord of Frost, the Lord of Bonner, and the Lord of Soaring Wings were all invincible Lord-class emperors, and the three of them joined the battle, blocking the Mother of Chaos Spider, the Lord of Magic Note, the Lord of Death, Mykelia, and Shiryu. The remaining Empyreans of the 18 sacred races and the hidden Empyreans of the 3 Protoss races fought the Shadow, Star Consort, and Blue Moon Sea Monarch. From time to time, Empyreans die. In the universe, a rain of blood is falling, and anomalies occur frequently. Edge of Eternity, surrender! You alone are not a match for the three of us. If you are willing to surrender, we can let you and your family and friends live on. A vast eternal aura suddenly erupted, and the divine eyes of eternity walked out of the void. With a slap of his hand, a terrifying hand containing eternal power grabbed towards Shiryu and Mykelia, full of killing intent. When the two powerhouses saw the giant hand containing eternal force, which seems to be able to suppress the universe, the countenance of Shiryu and Mykelia flickered at once. Now that they are being pinned down by God Lord Bona, they cannot resist this blow. Divine Eyes Eternal, you are an eternal sovereign after all. To attack two Empyreans, how shameless of you to bully the weak. A frigid voice came from the Tsangji plain, and a finger containing mighty force that can suppress the universe stabbed the giant hand, and the giant hand formed from the divine eyes eternal collapsed and shattered. When the two supreme eternal force collided, a terrifying energy storm formed. Within an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in radius, the energy storm blew away all powerhouses below the Holy Spirit realm. Many powerhouses of the Gamana universe were even blown to death. The divine eyes Eternal's eyes flickered, and he uttered unhurriedly, "This is a life-and-death war between two universes. The winner will not be blamed." With two flashes of light, the wings of eternity and the frost of eternity appeared beside the divine eyes Eternal. Three eternal auras that can suppress the universe diffused from the three eternal sovereigns and swept in all directions. Victory to the Gamana universe! His Majesty the Divine Eyes Eternal is invincible. His Majesty the Wings of Eternity is invincible. His Majesty the Frost of Eternity is invincible. As soon as the three eternal sovereigns appeared, the morale of the Gamana universe's powerhouses soared, and they issued excited roars. The appearance of eternal sovereigns signified the arrival of the final battle. With three eternal sovereigns, the Gamana universe has a higher chance of winning. The primal chaos spider mother frowned, and her eyes shimmered with helplessness. Three eternal sovereigns. They finally made a move. The magic note lord revealed a bitter smile. How decisive! The three of them joined forces, yet there are no flaws. There is a huge contradiction between the Gamana universe's three eternal sovereigns. But as soon as the universe barrier between the two universes shattered, the three eternal sovereigns joined hands decisively and advanced and retreated together, not giving Yang Feng a chance to defeat them one by one. The Gamana universe's three eternal sovereigns don't need to use any trick. They just crush you in an open and above-board manner. Under the fearsome eternal might, the faces of the holy spirits and emperors of the world of warlocks turned pale, and they trembled from the bottom of their heart. A fearsome beam of light rose from the Tsangji plain, and Yang Feng slowly walked out of the beam of light. A vast eternal might spread from him. Eternal Blade. Your Majesty, Eternal Blade is invincible. Our human race is invincible. My Devour dynasty is destined to be invincible. Your Majesty, Eternal Blade, slay them. After seeing Yang Feng appear, the eyes of the Devour dynasty's powerhouses shimmered with excitement, and they roared wildly. The younger generation of the Devour dynasty's human warlocks looked at Yang Feng full of worship. Since his rise, Yang Feng has slain countless strong enemies. Now that he has advanced to the eternal sovereign rank, he must be the strongest among eternal sovereigns. Eternal Blade, I appreciate you very much. If you were in our universe, you would have become one of us and become immortal. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong universe, so you can only die. The Divine Eyes Eternal Blade's eyes radiated countless mysterious runes, and his whole body twisted and turned into a terrifying demonic eye with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. The terrifying demonic eye with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers is formed from countless demonic eyes, each of which contains a kind of essence. The dense, hair-raising demonic eyes flashed, and light from the demonic eyes converged in an instant and formed a fearsome beam of light that can distort everything barreling towards Yang Feng. Countless runes shone, and the wing's eternal blade turned into a pair of huge wings that slashed towards Yang Feng at a terrifying speed. Chapter 1381. The Wing Eternal's Strike, which contains the mysteries of time, severed the past, the present, and the future, is incredibly fast and unavoidable. The frost of eternity shone brightly, and then turned into an ice celestial body covered in frost barreling towards Yang Feng. The three eternal sovereigns, who have rich combat experience, went all out from the get-go to kill Yang Feng in one fell swoop. Countless mysterious runes emerged from Yang Feng, and a vast eternal breath spread from him and turned into a black hole that can devour everything barreling towards the three eternal sovereigns. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering blare, a fearsome energy storm spread in all directions, and the void collapsed and distorted. The black hole Yang Feng formed collapsed in an instant, and he was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away. Curses, sword wounds, and ice covered his body. The three eternal sovereigns were only sent flying 100 kilometers away. Then, their figures fluttered, and they attacked Yang Feng. Boom! 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 Huge explosions kept ringing out in the void as waves of terrifying energy storms swept in all directions. The powerhouses of the two universes fled in different directions, for fear of being involved in the fight between the four eternal sovereigns. Even an emperor would be torn into pieces by the extremely terrifying energy storm at the center of the battle between the four eternal sovereigns. So strong! The eternal blade actually managed to stop three eternal sovereigns by itself. The eternal blade is the strongest powerhouse in our universe for a reason. How heaven-defying! When the powerhouses of the world of warlocks saw Yang Feng block the three eternal sovereigns by himself, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. Every eternal sovereign is an invincible freak who has existed for an eternity, and they are incredibly powerful. In the Gamana universe, the Divine Eyes Eternal has lived for countless years and experienced several universe-devouring battles. His strength is only slightly higher than that of the other two eternal sovereigns. When the two eternal sovereigns, the Frost Eternal and the Wing Eternal, join forces, even the Divine Eyes Eternal is not their opponent. However, Yang Feng can fight three eternal sovereigns by himself. This is simply heaven-defying. God Lord Bona smiled coldly and said loudly, "A bunch of idiots!" No matter how powerful the eternal blade was, it was only one person. He is now at a disadvantage. If he continues to fight, he will die. When the Magic Note Lord and the other emperors of the world of warlocks heard this, their faces suddenly became unsightly. As God Lord Bona said, Yang Feng fighting 1 against 3 can be regarded as heaven-defying. However, it is an indisputable fact that he is now at a disadvantage. The Spirit Eyes Eternal and the other two eternal sovereigns are extremely shrewd. Moving lightning fast, they advanced and retreated together, not giving Yang Feng any chance to defeat them one by one. Any powerhouse above the Holy Steppe realm can see that if the fight continues, Yang Feng will be exhausted to death. A heavy and desperate atmosphere pervaded the universe of the world of warlocks. 0. After being repelled once again, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint and he barked. A mechanical star as large as the sky rose from the Tsangji Plain and frantically extracted the Tsangji Plain's plane origin. The mechanical stars covering the starry sky in the periphery of the Tsangji Plain lit up one by one, and countless runes flickered, resonated with each other, formed ripples and, as if worshipping a monarch, entered the sky-wide Level 8 stronghold. In the center of the Level 8 stronghold, Zero opened his eyes, and the entire stronghold radiated light of eternity that swept into the void. In an instant, 2 independent worlds suddenly appeared, and sealed Yang Feng and the eternal frost in one world. He sealed the divine eye of eternity and the wing of eternity into another independent world. Amazing Eternal Blade, is this your trump card? Amazing! You plan to kill me first. Then you'll defeat the Spirit Eyes Eternal and the others one by one? The Eternal Frost scanned the vast world with a dignified look in his eyes and uttered, "That's right. Among the three Eternal Sovereigns, you are the weakest. Only by killing you will I have a chance at survival." Enveloped in a river of time, Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of the Eternal Frost with the halberd in hand, and slashed with the halberd. "Eternal Blade, it seems that you miscalculated. Although I am the weakest among the three, my defense is the best among the three Eternal Sovereigns. However, my defense is the best among the three Eternal Sovereigns." A cold look in his eyes, the Eternal Frost smiled coldly, and countless runes flickered. A vast frigid force surged and sealed him in ice, turning him into an iceberg. Boom! When Yang Feng slashed with the halberd, a green halberd ray slashed open a huge crack on the iceberg. The halberd was only a step away from hitting the Eternal Frost. Countless frigid runes flickered, and the iceberg recovered in an instant. The Eternal Frost uttered with a faint smile, "Eternal Blade, you're really amazing. When the Spirit Eyes Eternal used that treasure, it took him 10 days and 10 nights to destroy it to the extent of your damage. As expected of the strongest emperor of the past. After advancing to the Eternal Sovereign Realm, you are still fearsome. However, even if it's you, it won't be that easy to break through my defense." Yang Feng frowned slightly, then turned into a huge devour black hole, swept towards the iceberg, and drew it into the devour black hole in an instant. Countless devour runes flickered, and wisps of frigid force were extracted from the iceberg and entered Yang Feng's body. The Eternal Frost uttered with a leisurely smile, "Eternal Blade, your essence of devour is indeed formidable, but it will take you at least 300 years to completely devour my power. How long can this world of yours last?" Zero extracted the plane origin force of the Tsangji plane, as well as the power of the countless stars around the Tsangji plane, and then used the level 8 stronghold as the core to form a separate eternal world. However, the Spirit Eyes Eternal and the Wing Eternal are both Eternal Sovereigns. They won't give Yang Feng much time. It is because the Eternal Frost has seen through this that he is so calm and decisively unleashed a defensive secret method. He only wants to defend and stall for time. In a head-on fight, the Eternal Frost is definitely not Yang Feng's opponent. If he is careless, he may really die at Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng snorted coldly and willed, and a swarm of holy step devour rulers suddenly appeared and flew towards the iceberg. "Eternal Blade, don't take out this trifling thing. Except for the eternal treasure, there is basically nothing that can hurt me." Inside the iceberg, the Eternal Frost smiled faintly, then shone with countless mysterious runes, and a fearsome frigid force swept towards the devour rulers. Enveloped by the frigid force, the tens of thousands of devour rulers were frozen into blocks of ice. Teleportation lights swept out, and the tens of thousands of devour rulers disappeared. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with decisiveness. "The Eternal Frost is really extraordinary. If I want to kill you, I'll have to pay a price." 12 holy followers of Zero suddenly appeared, shone with countless runes, and resonated with each other. The 12 holy followers fused together and turned into an indestructible spear containing eternal fluctuations. The spear tore through the void and pierced towards the iceberg formed by the Eternal Frost. The devour black hole Yang Feng has manifested opened, allowing the spear formed by the 12 holy followers to pierce through the sky and stab into the iceberg. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the 12 holy apostles turned into ashes. Only 12 cores fell from the void. A huge hole was blasted open on the iceberg formed by the Eternal Frost. The hole is only 3 meters away from stabbing the Eternal Frost. At this moment, Yang Feng burned the eternal origin and frantically extracted the power of the armor of dawn, causing the armor of dawn to issue mournful cries. With a thrust of the halberd turned into a stream of light and stabbed into the huge hole. In an instant, the halberd pierced through the iceberg, entered the eternal frost's body, and cut the eternal frost in two. Countless mysterious runes emerged and forcibly sealed a portion of the eternal frost's origin power along with his lower body. No. Fear flashed in the eternal frost's eyes, and he roared. Light flashed in his hand, and an ice halberd appeared. It's no use. You're dead. To be able to use up one of my trump cards, you have some skill. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng flickered with a torrent of time, and he slashed at the eternal frost with his halberd again and again like a meteor. Even though the eternal frost resisted desperately, but he wasn't Yang Feng's opponent to begin with. Now that he was seriously injured, he is even less of a match for Yang Feng. After exchanging hundreds of moves, Yang Feng beheaded the eternal frost with his halberd, then pierced his hand into the eternal frost's body and operated the essence of fate, and an eternal mark containing an ice rune appeared in the void. Blade of Eternity, spare my life. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to serve you. I can betray the universe for you. When the eternal frost saw the eternal mark, his eyes shimmered with fear and despair, and he uttered miserable screams and begging. As long as the eternal mark is still there is still a possibility of rebirth after an eternal is destroyed. But once the eternal mark is destroyed, the eternal will be destroyed for real. Go to hell. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yang Feng brandished his halberd and slashed at the eternal mark. Fearsome eternal force erupted, slashed the eternal mark into pieces, and forcibly erased the eternal frost's soul brand. Chapter 1382. At the moment when the eternal frost's eternal imprint shattered, blood-red stars appeared in the starfield where the Gamana universe is located. Blood-red coffins appeared in the starfield. Endless sorrow welled up in the hearts of the Gamana universe's powerhouses, making them grief-stricken, as if the person closest to them died. Blood stars illuminate the world. An eternal being has fallen. Who is it? Who is it that has fallen? How is this possible? When the three majesties join forces, they are invincible. Who can kill them? In the starfield where the Gamana universe's powerhouses looked at the anomaly in the void with grief in their hearts and despair in their eyes. The Tsangji Plains starry sky war zone. No, my lord, great lord, how could you die? Impossible, impossible. Suddenly, the eyes of the Lord of Frost shimmered with despair, and he uttered miserable screams. His body trembled, and an imprint collapsed, turned into fragments, and disappeared. The moment the Frost God Lord died, the dozen or so emperors of the Frost God clan also disintegrated, turning into ice and dust and disappearing. The Frost Emperors, who are nourished by the radiation of the eternal Frost's power, have long lifespans, which are akin to pseudo-eternal beings. But as soon as the eternal frost perished, they were also implicated and directly wiped out by the terrifying backlash. The eternal frost. The great Emperor Eternal Frost has fallen. How is this possible? Lord Eternal Frost is an eternal sovereign. How could he die so quickly at the hands of the eternal blade? Impossible. Such a thing is absolutely impossible. The countenance of the Gamana universe's powerhouses changed dramatically, their eyes filled with despair, and they roared at the top of their lungs. They frantically attacked the space that has been divided into two independent worlds. The eternal frost died. The great eternal blade is invincible. Lord Eternal Blade is destined to be invincible. We'll definitely win this battle. Stop them. What we can do now is to kill as many powerhouses of the Gamana universe as possible and share some of the pressure for Sir Eternal Blade. Eyes shot with blood, the powerhouses of the world of warlocks unleashed all kinds of offensive secret methods and attacked the Gamana universe's powerhouses. A large number of experts fell at every moment, and the void was filled with collapsing spatial cracks. Sovereign and saint blood rained down from the sky. At this moment, a world disappeared from the void, and Yang Feng walked out. As if an invincible god, he glanced at the Gamana universe's powerhouses. He really survived. Damn it! Blade of Eternity! When the Gamana universe's powerhouses were swept by Yang Feng's gaze, they shivered and fear filled their eyes. In front of Yang Feng, even powerhouses on the level of the three divine lords couldn't withstand a single blow. If there were no other eternal sovereigns, Yang Feng would be able to kill all the Gamana universe's powerhouses by himself. I can still hold on for a while. Yang Feng took a deep look at the sealed world formed by Zero, tore apart the void with his hands, and disappeared. He left. The Blade of Eternity left. What's going on? He left during such a critical battle. When the powerhouses of the world of warlocks and the Gamana universe saw Yang Feng disappear from the battlefield, shock flashed in their eyes. God Lord Bona's eyes turned, and his voice reverberated in the starfield like thunder. Ha ha! The Blade of Eternity has given up on you. You're dead. It's not too late to surrender. As long as you surrender now, we can let you live. God Lord Soaring Wings barked. Although the Blade of Eternity killed the Eternal Frost, but it was also seriously injured by the Eternal Frost's backlash. It can no longer protect you. Surrender. Those who don't surrender will die. Surrender. The Blade of Eternity has abandoned you. The Blade of Eternity is seriously injured and can no longer take care of you. Voices reverberated in the void, weakening the will to resist of the world of warlocks' powerhouses. Stirred by those words, the world of warlocks' powerhouses panicked and their morale plummeted. There was a flash of contempt in the beautiful eyes of the primal chaos Spider Mother, and she uttered frigidly, "A bunch of idiots. How can trash like you understand the mighty Blade of Eternity? He killed the Eternal Frost as soon as he attacked. He's leaving now just to prepare his next trump card. As long as he returns, he'll be able to kill your two remaining Eternal Sovereigns." Killing intent flashed in the Magic Note Lord's eyes, and he barked. "That's right, the Blade of Eternity is unfathomable. He has never been defeated in his life. This time is no exception. Let's go together and kill them. Only by killing them can we reduce the pressure on His Majesty the Blade of Eternity. Only by killing them all can we survive. Die." With a cold flash in his eyes, the Death Lord brandished his battle axe and attacked the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Under the leadership of the three invincible Overlord-rank Emperors, the world of warlocks' powerhouses finally recovered some of their morale, and then followed them and attacked the Gamana universe's powerhouses. The experts of both universes knew that this was a battle to devour the universe. It was also a battle of life and death. Between the two universes, only the intelligent beings of one universe could survive. In the other universe, at least 95% of all living beings would die. Almost all of the emperors would die, and there would be no room for compromise. Only by killing enough living beings could they satisfy the huge amount of resources needed for the two universes to fuse and advance. A desolate starfield at the edge of the universe. Ripples flickered, and a huge rift emerged. Yang Feng stepped out of the rift, and then took another step and entered the Ice Palace. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When the Ice Phoenix saw Yang Feng arrive, she knelt on the ground and said respectfully, An invisible force lifted the Ice Phoenix from the ground. At this moment, Yang Feng appeared above the ice coffin where Shi Shui is located. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and an eternal origin flame containing eternal frost origin flame entered Shi Shui's body. Seeing this scene, the Ice Phoenix trembled, and her beautiful eyes filled with shock. "That's eternal origin flame. It actually did it. It actually slayed an eternal sovereign. Eternal sovereigns are invincible existences in the universe. It's not surprising that Yang Feng defeated an eternal sovereign. After all, he is also an eternal sovereign. However, the difficulty of slaying an eternal sovereign is simply heaven-defying. Eternal origin flame, and its frost eternal origin flame to boot. If I could get a sliver of it, I would be able to advance to the Empyrean realm. The Ice Phoenix watched the eternal origin flame pour into Shi Shui's body from afar with envy and jealousy in her eyes. The Ice Phoenix is an outrageous genius with a pure bloodline, and she possesses quasi-Empyrean steppe cultivation base. It was a pity that his potential was limited to this point. It was impossible for him to break through and advance to the Emperor realm in his life. But if she can get a sliver of Frost Eternal Origin Flame, she may break through and advance to the Empyrean realm. The Eternal Origin Flame is difficult to absorb. But Yang Feng used his eternal force to suppress the time backlash force inside Shi Shui, allowing her to easily absorb the Eternal Origin Flame. She's attacking the Eternal Realm. How decisive! Suddenly, Yang Feng felt that Shi Shui's aura changed. Using the Frost Eternal Origin Flame to absorb the time force, she began to attack the Eternal Realm. A mysterious rune containing the essences of ice, power, time, space, and fate slowly emerged and began to form an eternal imprint. Within an area of hundreds of millions of light-years in radius, a fearsome energy storm was set off. Unlike when Yang Feng advanced to the Eternal Realm smoothly, the time and fate runes in Shi Shui's eternal imprint are very vague and difficult to form. What a headache! Yang Feng smiled bitterly and pointed with a finger, and the wheel of time appeared and entered Shi Shui. The rune representing the essence of time shone and became a bit clearer. Fine, I'll give this to you as well. Without hesitation, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the mirror of fate appeared and turned into a stream of light that entered Shi Shui. Shi Shui's rune representing the essence of fate shone resplendently. Power Star, World of Ice, Torrent of Time, River of Fate, and Spatial Gate, 5 phenomena emerged in the universe, merged into one, and finally formed an eternal imprint that entered the deepest part of the universe. A sacred, mighty, and eternal aura pervaded the entire universe. Someone has advanced to the eternal realm. Eternal, this is the aura of an eternal. Who is it? Who is advancing to the eternal realm at this time? In an instant, whether it is the Gamana universe or the world of warlocks, intelligent life forms knew that an eternal was born again. My name is Eternal Ice. A vast, mighty, sacred, and majestic girl's voice reverberated throughout the universe. Eternal Ice, who is she? Who is it? How could someone advance to the eternal realm at this time? Which universe's powerhouse is an eternal? How could someone advance to the eternal realm at this time? Voices of discussion reverberated throughout the universe. Everyone was guessing who had advanced to the eternal realm at this time. Chapter 1383. The Magic Note. Lord frowned and said, "Eternal Ice. Could it be her?" There was a complicated look in the eyes of the primal chaos Spider Mother, and she sighed faintly. "Eternal Ice, if I'm not mistaken, it should be her. It's the Shi Shui who killed the Wave Rock Lord." The Death Lord said flatly, "Yes, it's her. Only she can absorb the Eternal Frost's origin, and then, with the help of the Edge of Eternity, take the final step and advance to the Eternal Realm. The Eternal Frost's origin is extremely precious, but it is very difficult for ordinary powerhouses to refine it. However, Shi Shui was able to withstand the backlash of the Time Order and kill the Wave Rock Lord. Her battle prowess is heaven-defying. She is an invincible Overlord rank supreme genius. She is very compatible with the Eternal Frost's origin, which is why she can absorb it so easily." The Death Lord looked into the void. In any case, the outcome of this battle is about to be revealed. In the void, the world that Zero extracted the plain origin of the Tsangji plane, and countless stars trembled. Cracks have appeared on it, and it may collapse at any time. Every single Eternal was an invincible and terrifying existence. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng cannot resist the joint attack of 3 Eternal Sovereigns. Although Zero used the level 8 stronghold to extract the Tsangji plane's origin, but he still cannot resist the attack of the Divine Eyes Eternal and the Wing Eternal. Inside the Ice Palace, Yang Feng looked at Shi Shui, who has already advanced to the Eternal Realm, and said with a smile, "Should I call you Shi Shui, Goddess of Ice or Taboo Lord?" When the Ice Phoenix heard this, her petite body trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes filled with shock. "Taboo Lord? My lord is actually the second Warlock Emperor of the human race?" The Taboo Lord is a great legend of the human race. At the time, his aptitude was ordinary, and his family background was ordinary. If he took the orthodox warlock path, he would have almost no chance of advancing to a great warlock. However, after a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a drop of blood essence of an immemorial demonic ape. After experiencing all kinds of hardships, he opened the bloodline warlock path, and finally set foot in the Empyrean realm, and became the second warlock emperor of the human race. In this life, I am Shi Shui. Yang Feng Ji. The Taboo Lord smiled. Full of nobility, elegance, majesty, and the confidence of an invincible overlord, when she said "Big Brother Yang Feng," her voice was full of coquettishness. Yang Feng said decisively, "All right, Shui, we don't have much time, let's go." And 2 streams of light flashed, and Yang Feng's group of 2 disappeared and entered a spatial gate. In the Tsangji Plains battlefield, a spatial gate suddenly appeared, and Yang Feng and Shi Shui walked out. That is Shi Shui, the aura of an Eternal. He actually became an Eternal One. Eternal Ice. He is the Eternal Ice. How could this be? When the Gamana Universe's powerhouses saw Shi Shui next to Yang Feng, their eyes shimmered with fear, anger, and despair. At the time, the Wave Rock Lord crossed the universe barrier in order to weaken the potential of the world of Warlock's universe. If Shi Shui hadn't appeared and quelled the Wave Rock Lord, Yang Feng and the other geniuses of the world of Warlocks would be hiding in different places like stray dogs, struggling to survive. In this way, even if Yang Feng advanced to the Eternal Warlock realm, he wouldn't be as strong as he is today. The Wave Rock Lord is the most important node of the Gamana Universe's plan. After it was broken by Shi Shui, the entire Gamana Universe hated him to the bone. Now that they saw him advance to the Eternal Warlock realm and stand side by side with Yang Feng, they naturally became even more jealous and hateful. The Primal Chaos Spider Mother looked at Shi Shui standing proudly beside Yang Feng with jealousy in her beautiful eyes, and she screamed in her heart, "Eternal! Why didn't I advance to the Eternal Warlock realm? Why didn't you give me the Eternal Origin?" The Primal Chaos Spider Mother is a first-generation life form of this universe. She was born as an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. In order to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm, she sealed herself and used a heaven-defying spell to reproduce and give birth to many daughters who serve her in different spacetimes. During these hundreds of millions of years, the Primal Chaos Spider Mother has been sleeping in order to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm. Now that Yang Feng and Shi Shui have advanced to the Eternal Warlock realm, the Primal Chaos Spider Mother is filled with jealousy. The magic note Lord uttered speechlessly, "A second Eternal! When did Eternal Warlocks become cabbages that can be promoted so easily?" Runes flashed in the eyes of the Death Lord, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Her foundation is unstable. She should be in existence like the Divine Eyes Eternal, the Frost Eternal, and the Wing Eternal, who advanced to the Eternal Warlock realm with the help of external forces. Whether it is strength or potential, she is far inferior to Yang Feng. To advance to the eternal warlock realm, one must comprehend four essences. They were power, space, time, and fate, the four profound meanings. The essence of power is the easiest to comprehend, followed by the essence of space. The essence of time and fate are indeed extremely difficult to comprehend. Yang Feng, who had all kinds of fortuitous encounters, ran into the great opportunity of the universe's end tribulation. With the universe will's favor, he obtained all kinds of opportunities, and coupled with his own efforts, he comprehended the essence of time and fate. Once he advanced to the eternal warlock realm, his strength will surpass that of powerhouses of the same rank by far. The Divine Eyes Eternal and the other two eternal warlocks of the Gamana universe used treasures like the Wheel of Time and the Mirror of Fate to advance to the eternal warlock realm. Their foundation is unstable, which is why Yang Feng is able to fend off the three of them. The world that is on the verge of collapse suddenly opened a hole and sucked Yang Feng and Shi Shui into it. In that world, the two powerhouses, the Divine Eyes Eternal and the Wing Eternal, are unleashing all kinds of powerful offensive secret methods barreling towards that world. Even though Zero used the Tsangji Plane's origin force, but the Level 8 stronghold, which serves as a carrier, has cracks everywhere. Even the core chip has suffered heavy damage. The Edge of Eternity, the Ice of Eternity. When the Divine Eyes Eternal saw Yang Feng, his pupils constricted, his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and he stopped attacking Zero's world. The eyes of the Wing Eternal shimmered coldly, and he uttered slowly, "The frost of eternity has died." Yang Feng urged, "Divine Eyes Eternal, surrender. The frost of eternity has died. There is no hope for you if you continue to fight. As long as you are willing to surrender, submit to me, and then purge your universe's powerhouses, we can coexist peacefully and live together for eternity." The Divine Eyes Eternal uttered decisively, "Impossible! Our eternal imprint penetrates deep into our universe. Once we are defeated, the eternal imprint will be damaged, and we will become pseudo-eternal beings. Won't we be at your mercy?" The eternal imprint of an eternal is integrated with the universe they are in. Once the Gamana universe is devoured, the two eternal warlocks, the Divine Eyes Eternal and the Wing Eternal, will be severely injured, and will fall into a pseudo-eternal state. In that pseudo-eternal state, Shi Shui can easily kill the Divine Eyes Eternal and the Wing Eternal by herself. Once Yang Feng slays the Divine Eyes Eternal and the Wing Eternal and devours their power, coupled with the power of the universe's promotion, he can go to a higher level and become more powerful. The cunning Divine Eyes Eternal naturally knows that Yang Feng is just using words to weaken their will. He won't give them a way out. Eternal warlocks who encounter each other in a war of devouring basically fight to the death. There is no possibility of compromise. Do it. The Divine Eyes Eternal's eyes flickered fiercely, and then turned into a huge demonic eye the size of the sky and looked at Yang Feng, and rays of light shot towards him. Countless runes shone on the Wing Eternal and turned into a huge wing. The wing flapped and turned into a fearsome blade ray slashing towards Shi Shui. The Divine Eyes Eternal intends to pin down Yang Feng, who is the strongest among them, and let the Wing Eternal kill Shi Shui, who has just advanced to the Eternal Warlock rank. A cold light flashed in Shi Shui's beautiful eyes. She stretched out her hand, and an ice sword condensed from the essence of ice appeared. Countless mysterious runes flickered and condensed into a set of ice armor on her body. Like a Valkyrie, she slashed at the wings of eternity with her sword. Divine Eyes Eternal, your foundation is lacking. Since you advanced to the Eternal Warlock rank by relying on external force, you are far weaker than me. What makes you think you can fight me? Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and 5 phenomena emerged: Power Star, Devour Black Hole, Spatial Gate, Torrent of Time, and River of Fate. he brandished his halberd and slashed at the divine eyes eternal. Boom, boom, boom. Huge explosions erupted in the void, and the divine eyes eternal was pushed back step by step. Inside the huge demonic eye, other demonic eyes containing strange power exploded one after another. Every time the divine eyes eternal explodes, a new demonic eye will be born. There is no end to the number of demonic eyes. In the first exchange, the divine eyes eternal was completely suppressed by Yang Feng and sustained injuries. Edge of Eternity, I admit that my foundation is lacking. I am not your opponent in a one-on-one fight. But if you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. As long as the wing eternal slays the eternal ice, the one who will lose will be you. Your Zero Emperor can only use the universe-splitting spell once. Otherwise, you would have already cut us apart again and defeated us one by one. It's not that you don't want to, but that you can't do it. Our attacks have already seriously injured your Zero Emperor. The Eternal Ice has just advanced to the Eternal Warlock rank. He is not familiar with Eternal Force. Before you can kill me, he will be slain by the Wing Eternal. The one who will lose will be you. A cold look in his eyes, a firm will, and a thorough analysis, the divine eyes eternal analyzed thoroughly. By extracting the Tsangji plane's origin energy and dividing the Gamana universe's three eternal sovereigns in one fell swoop, this is simply heaven-defying. However, he also suffered the full attack of the divine eyes eternal and the wing eternal, and his core origin was damaged. He can no longer cast universe division. Chapter 1384. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and then cast powerful offensive secret methods barreling towards the spirit eternal eyes. Under Yang Feng's frenzied attacks, the demonic eye formed from the divine eyes eternal exploded, but then recovered again. Every Eternals possessed a terrifying amount of vitality. At the time, Yang Feng was able to fight three enemies by relying on the terrifying life force of an Eternal. Although Yang Feng was far stronger than the divine eyes eternal, but he still couldn't kill the latter in a short time. At the time, Yang Feng was able to kill the Eternal Frost in one fell swoop, but that was because he consumed all the power of the 12 Holy Apostles. Moreover, he took the opportunity to burn the Eternal Origin to severely injure the Eternal Frost. There is another important reason, that is, the Eternal Frost is slightly weaker than the Divine Eyes Eternal, which is why Yang Feng's attack was successful. After all, the Spirit Eyes Eternal is a veteran Eternal. Even though his foundation is not as good as Yang Feng's, but he is proficient in countless mysterious spells, and thus entangled Yang Feng. On the other side, Shi Shui and Eternal Wing were also frantically fighting. Snow filled the sky, and wings of light flashed. Worlds of ice and snow appeared and were sliced apart by the wings of light that were as large as the sky. Even though Shi Shui was also a peerless heaven's pride and was once the invincible taboo lord of the human race, she was still at a complete disadvantage against the wings of eternity. Countless wounds appeared all over her body. Shi Shui's face was ice-cold. Her whole body surged with the power of ice and snow, freezing the wounds on her body one by one. She frantically fought against the Eternal Wing. Terrifying explosions kept occurring in this area, and spatial cracks were blasted open one after another. In the outside world, a battle between four eternal sovereigns could destroy entire planetary systems. Rumble! Rumble! The Tsangji Plain's sky fell and the earth cracked. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. In many places the earth cracked and lava gushed out like blood. The environment became extremely harsh. As the center of the universe of the world of warlocks, the Tsangji Plain's life magic energy was extremely rich. But the life magic energy of the entire Tsangji Plain began to regress, dry up, and become thinner and thinner. If a plane's life mana was thin, It would not be easy for powerful extraordinary creatures to be born. It was extremely difficult for a planet like Earth to even give birth to great warlock-rank extraordinary life forms. Within the world sealed by the Null, the four eternal sovereigns slaughtered each other. Outside the cosmos, the powerhouses of the two cosmos were also madly slaughtering each other without a care for anything else. Intense battles erupted in every corner of the universe, and millions of intelligent life forms fell at every moment. One star after another exploded, and with each explosion, countless intelligent life forms would perish. Without the suppression of the Eternals, the war between the two universes became even more brutal. The world of Warlock's universe was originally far inferior to the Gamana universe in terms of underlying strength. But the countless battle robots manufactured by Yang Feng leveled the gap between the two universes. In those factories, a steady stream of primary battle robots were being manufactured and thrown into battle. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. The fighting in the starry sky of the Tsangji Plains periphery has never stopped. It has become a huge meat grinder, strangling the powerhouses of the two universes. Experts from both universes rushed over from all directions to join the battle. Everyone knew that once the outcome of the battle here was decided, the outcome of the war between the two universes would also be decided. A vast and frightening aura suddenly rose from the Tsangji plain. Someone is advancing to the Empyrean realm. Someone is advancing to the Empyrean realm. Unfortunately, there are no anomalies. It's a pity that the laws of the universe are broken, and there are no anomalies. Without a fortuitous encounter, she is bound to be slightly weaker than other Empyreans. Regina, it's Regina who advanced to the Empyrean realm. The devoured dynasty really has amazing potential to give birth to another Empyrean. While many powerhouses were discussing, Regina flew out of the Tsangji plain and joined the battle. 6 Tier 5 hives flew out, turned into hive monsters, and entangled Regina. After the Gamana universe's powerhouses lost 6 Tier 5 hives, the situation worsened. 3 years later, a new Empyrean was born in the Gamana universe's camp. As soon as that Empyrean was born, he engaged Regina in a fierce battle. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the Zero Seal world, riddled with scars and half of his eyeballs exploded, the Divine Eyes Eternal still persisted and entangled Yang Feng. On the other side, one of Shi Shui's arms has been chopped to pieces. She doesn't even have time to regenerate. She can only form an ice arm. After 40 years of fierce fighting, the 4 Eternal Sovereigns have consumed a lot of their strength and are seriously injured. Shi Shui is almost at the end of her rope. She can't even regenerate an arm. The edge of eternity, the Ice Eternal can't hold on any longer. In another 3 years, she will surely die at the hands of the Wing Eternal. As for me, I can still hold on for another 5 years. You're going to lose this time. Surrender. As long as you submit to me, I can make an eternal oath to spare your life. The Divine Eyes Eternal's eyeballs exploded, and the other one quickly regenerated. He uttered calmly and indifferently, Divine Eyes Eternal, the one who's going to die is you. Zero, do it. Enigmatic light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he smiled and barked. In the world that is on the verge of collapse, Zero's figure emerged. Countless runes shone, and a pair of beautiful and resplendent mechanical wings unfolded behind him. The level 8 stronghold appeared on the pair of mechanical wings. In an instant, the level 8 stronghold collapsed and burned, and a beam of destruction piercing through the past, present, and future barreled towards the Divine Eyes Eternal. No. When the Eternal God saw this scene, his countenance changed dramatically. With a flash of light, 76 broken eternal treasures flew out and blocked in front of him. When the beam of destruction piercing through the past, present, and future slammed into the 76 broken eternal treasures, they exploded one after another. When the beam of destruction slammed into the Divine Eyes Eternal, It swallowed the divine eyes eternal. Before the beam of destruction disappeared completely, Yang Feng burned his origin and turned into a black hole that swallowed the divine eyes eternal. Stop! The Wing Eternal's countenance changed dramatically. He burned his origin and turned into a huge wing blade that slashed towards Yang Feng. Your opponent is me. There was a flash of determination in Shi Shui's beautiful eyes, and she burned her eternal origin and turned into an eternal iceberg that blocked in front of the Wing Eternal. Scram! The eyes of the Wing Eternal flickered fiercely, and he slashed at the eternal iceberg. Every time the eternal iceberg was slashed, a wound appeared on Shi Shui's body. Her face turned pale, and her eternal origin was damaged. Inside the black hole, the Divine Eyes Eternal's fleshly body almost collapsed, and a tremendous amount of eternal origin poured out and entered Yang Feng's body. After this blow, the sealed world constructed by Zero collapsed, and he turned into a stream of light and fell towards the Zhangji plain. No. I won't lose. I won't lose. Inside the black hole, the Divine Eyes Eternal's eyes flickered fiercely, and the eyes radiated eternal light and began to form a cocoon. It's no use. You're going to lose. Divine Eyes Eternal. To be able to make me pay such a high price to kill you. You should feel honored. A cold and cruel voice resounded as a fist that pierced through the past, present, and future slammed into the Divine Eyes Eternal, shattering the cocoon that had yet to form and shattering the Divine Eyes Eternal. I don't tenaciously, the Divine Eyes Eternal reformed in an instant. Go to hell. Without hesitation, Yang Feng used his full strength to shatter the Divine Eyes Eternal. Save the great Divine Eyes Eternal. His Majesty the Divine Eyes Eternal must not be allowed to die. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the Gamana Universe's powerhouses shimmered with madness, and they rushed towards Yang Feng at all costs. The Divine Eyes Eternal is the Gamana Universe's sea-calming pillar. Once he dies, the Gamana Universe's defeat will be set in stone. A cold ray flashed in the Magic Note Lord's eyes and he barked, "Stop them!" The powerhouses of the World of Warlock's universe also attacked the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. The powerhouses of the two universes were clear that once the outcome of this battle was determined, the battle of devouring between the two universes would come to an end. The winner would obtain everything, while the loser would only have death awaiting them. Die. After shattering the Divine Eyes Eternal hundreds of times in a row, Yang Feng roared, stabbed his hand into the Divine Eyes Eternal, and operated a secret method to extract the Divine Eyes Eternal's eternal mark from the universe. Go to hell. Yang Feng burned his eternal origin again and slashed at the Divine Eyes Eternal's eternal mark. Boom! The whole universe shook, and the Divine Eyes Eternal's eternal mark collapsed, and shattered. No! The Divine Eyes Eternal issued a heaven-shaking roar, and then his body collapsed and turned into the purest eternal origin, which fell into Yang Feng's hand. In the starfield where the Gamana universe is located, blood-red stars suddenly appeared. Blood-red coffins appeared in the starfield. Endless sorrow welled up in the hearts of the Gamana universe's powerhouses, making them grief-stricken, as if the people closest to them died. Blood stars illuminate the world. This is the sign of an eternal being dying. How could this be? How could an eternal die in our universe? No. Is the Gamana universe going to perish? Panic spread in the Gamana universe. Chapter 1385. Virtually at the same time, many starfields in the Gamana universe began to collapse. As if the end of the world has arrived, countless stars shattered and turned into powder. No. How could His Majesty the Divine Eyes Eternal die? How could he die? With a flash of despair in his eyes, Lord Bonus screamed miserably. Countless mysterious runes appeared inside God Lord Bona's body, and the 9 emperors of the Bona divine race. A strange flame appeared and ignited their bodies and souls, turning them into ashes inch by inch. Your Majesty, the Eternal Blade. Invincible. Kill. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The eyes of the world of Warlock's powerhouses shimmered with excitement, their morale soared, and they launched a frenzied attack on the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Having lost 10 Empyrean sovereigns, the Gamana Universe's battlefront was on the verge of collapse. At this critical moment, one after another, the Gamana Universe's quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses burned their life force, merged with the Tier 5 hives, erupted with Empyrean rank battle prowess, and barely resisted the siege of the world of Warlock's powerhouses. As soon as the Divine Eyes Eternal died, the iceberg Shi Shui has transformed into collapsed. Her figure fluttered, and she evaded the Wings of Eternal's attack and attacked the Wings of Eternal from the side. Wings of Eternal, you've won this battle. However, it won't be that simple if you want our universe. You can go die too. Let's die together. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, the Wings of Eternal burned his eternal origin, turned into a sky-sized wing blade, and slashed towards Yang Feng. Shit, he wants to die together. Yang Feng's face fell. He clenched his teeth, burned his eternal origin, cast a secret method, and slashed with his halberd. A green halberd ray tore through the sky and slashed at the sky-sized wing blade. Boom! The starfield hundreds of thousands of light-years in radius shook, and a fearsome shock wave spread in all directions. The powerhouses below the Infinity Warlock rank and above the Moonlight Warlock rank spewed out a large mouthful of blood, suffered serious injuries, and lost their fighting strength. The magic barriers protecting powerhouses above the Infinity Warlock rank collapsed continuously. After the fearsome shock wave disappeared, a fearsome black hole appeared in the center of the battlefield. A wound extending from his left shoulder to the right abdomen appeared on Yang Feng's body. His internal organs were exposed and his left arm was crushed. With a flash of light, the divine armor of dawn covered Yang Feng's body and covered the huge wound. The Wings of Eternal is dead. We've won this battle. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and his voice echoed in the starfield. Victory! Victory! His Majesty Eternal Blade is invincible. His Majesty the Eternal. Devour Imperial Court is invincible. Emperor the Emperor. As time, the Warfield of Time, and the Starfield of the Warfield, War, World, the World, to War, and War World, the World. In the Starfield where the Gamana Universe is located, blood-red stars suddenly appeared. Numerous blood-red coffins appeared in the star domain. Endless sadness welled up in the hearts of the Gamana Universe's powerhouses, making them grief-stricken, as if the people closest to them died. In the Gamana Universe, countless starfields collapsed and shattered, turning into resources for the evolution of the universe. Another Eternal has fallen. 3 Eternal Ones perished. It's over. We've lost this battle. Now I can only escape. Escape to the edge of the universe, escape to the most barren worlds, and there might be a chance of survival. In the Gamana universe, when the superior races saw the phenomenon of an eternal dying, despair filled their hearts, and they fled towards the depths of the universe. No. How could Lord Eternal Wing have fallen? How is that possible? A savage gleam in his eyes, God Lord Soaring Wing screamed, and countless mysterious runes appeared on his body and ignited him. A few monarchs of the winged god race were also engulfed in flames. They screamed miserably as they were burned to ashes. Lord Eternal Wing has fallen. There's no hope. Run! Fight them to the death. Seeing this, the eyes of the Gamana Universe's powerhouses shimmered with despair. They are a group without a leader. Some attacked the powerhouses of the world of warlocks, while others chose to flee. Like a landslide, the Gamana Universe's powerhouses collapsed at the first contact and fled in different directions. The two eternal sovereigns Yang Feng and Shi Shui, however, are standing indifferently in the void, quietly watching their subordinates kill the enemy. Don't be afraid. The Eternal Blade and Eternal Ice were heavily injured and couldn't do anything. If we join forces and kill them, we'll have a chance to survive. We might even have a chance to advance to the Eternal Realm. A Gamana Universe's Empyrean took a deep look at Yang Feng and Shi Shui, and then barked. Strange gazes focused on Yang Feng and Shi Shui, and even the eyes of the emperors of the world of warlocks shimmered with malice and desire. If Yang Feng and Shi Shui were in their prime, no matter how many emperors came, they would be easily killed by them. But if Yang Feng and Shi Shui suffered irreparable origin injuries, then the emperors would have a chance to slay them. Ants, you're courting death. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a devour black hole emerged and swept towards the Gamana Universe's emperor. In an instant, the Gamana Universe's emperor was sucked into the devour black hole, and countless runes shone and engulfed the emperor in an instant. So strong. He still has strength left. That's the Eternal Blade. He's a monster that even 3 eternal sovereigns died at his hands. Even if he's seriously injured, he's not an existence we can contend with. Besides, his defense is watertight. Gazes looked at Yang Feng. At this time, the 5 emperors, Star Concubine, Shadow, Shi Shui, Mycelia, and Regina, have returned to Yang Feng's side. A swarm of mechanical rulers appeared and intimidated the other emperors. Seeing this scene, even though the emperors know that Yang Feng and Shi Shui are seriously injured, but they still can't do anything about it. They can only attack the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. He's really watertight. The Primal Chaos Spider Mother took a deep look at Yang Feng, looked at the many experts surrounding him, and sighed helplessly. If Yang Feng was slain by a top emperor, then the Primal Chaos Spider Mother might escape Yang Feng's control and advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank. However, Yang Feng is surrounded by countless experts. Even if several invincible Overlord rank emperors join forces, only death will await them. After the 2 eternal sovereigns of the Gamana Universe died, the morale of the Gamana Universe's powerhouses collapsed. Even though Yang Feng deployed countless experts as guards, but he still won the battle. Countless experts of the Gamana Universe died. The Eternal Blade slayed 2 eternal sovereigns in a row. In the final battle, my devoured dynasty won. A message appeared in the Tsangji Plains weave. Victory! My devoured dynasty finally won. His Majesty the Eternal Blade is invincible. Victory, we finally won. Our universe is finally safe. From today on, we humans are the masters of this universe. The Age of Eternals has arrived. After devouring the Gamana universe, our universe's energy level will rise again. The number of powerhouses will increase. It's been 40 years, this war has lasted for 40 years. We finally won. There's finally no need to fight. The universe's end tribulation has finally been passed. His Majesty the Eternal Blade is invincible. In the Tsangji Plains weave, countless human warlocks burst into cheers. The war between the 2 universes has been going on for 40 years, and hundreds of millions of life forms have died. In the Tsangji Plain, apocalyptic natural disasters have emerged one after another, the environment has become harsh, and life magic energy has withered. In the past 40 years, more than 90% of the Tsangji Plains humans have died, and many people have gone mad. Now that they have finally won the final battle, all the races of the Tsangji Plain shed tears of joy and excitement. In the Tsangji Plain, large-scale celebrations broke out in cities. People took to the streets, sang and danced, and celebrated the passing of the universe's end tribulation. After the final battle was won, the Magic Note Lord, the Death Lord, the Primal Chaos Spider Mother, Mycelia, and Shi Yu led an army to pursue the remnants of the Gamana universe. One starfield after another was captured by the 5 armies. The Tsangji Plain, in a secret room. The universe-devouring war is really dangerous. If I hadn't obtained the Spirit Eye's eternal mark's eternal origin, my injuries would not have healed even after tens of millions of years. The Wing of Eternal is really decisive. Yang Feng opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. In the final battle, the Wing of Eternal ignited everything and launched a shocking blow that seriously injured Yang Feng's origin. Yang Feng used the eternal origin he obtained from the Divine Eyes Eternal to nourish his origin, barely restraining the deterioration of his injuries and starting to improve a little. Shi Shui, who was also seriously injured in the final battle, found a place in the Tsangji Plain and began to recuperate. Zero's level 8 stronghold has collapsed. It will take tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years to collect all kinds of resources and rebuild it. Yang Feng mused. The Spirit Eye's eternal mark watched the rise of the other 2 eternal sovereigns at the time, probably because he was seriously injured. Now that I have recovered 50% of my strength, it won't be that easy to fully recover. Chapter 1386. With this great victory, the outcome of the war has already been decided. Besides, unless I take action, no more eternal sovereigns will be born. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and wisps of fate aura diffused from him and peered into the future. Without the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns, no changes in the universe can escape Yang Feng's eyes. It will take 1 million years to recover my injuries and the disappearance of my eternal origin. An eternal going all out is really scary. Yang Feng scanned himself with his soul force, frowned slightly, and sighed faintly. Every eternal sovereign is a supreme genius among supreme geniuses, a monster among monsters. When they are at their peak, they can burn their origin and unleash a crazy attack, which is simply terrifying. Although Yang Feng is far stronger than the Wings of Eternal, but he was still seriously injured by the latter's attack and injured his origin. This is the terror of eternal sovereigns. Even the weakest eternal sovereigns cannot be underestimated. Yang Feng frowned slightly. After our universe devours the Gamana universe, it will complete a perfect transformation 100,000 years later and promote directly. After 100,000 years, I can take advantage of the universe's promotion to recover from my injuries. Origin injuries are really troublesome. Eternal sovereigns are eternal and indestructible. In their universe, they can easily mobilize universe force and achieve all kinds of incredible, extraordinary phenomena. Eternal sovereigns generally recover from injuries in a very short period of time. However, it will take hundreds of millions of years to recover from origin injuries. Yang Feng's foundation is stable. Even without the Divine Eyes Eternal's eternal origin, he can recover after tens of millions of years. Shi Shui's injuries are much lighter than Yang Feng's, but her foundation is far inferior to Yang Feng's. Without external help, it will take her at least hundreds of millions of years to restore her full strength. Many eternal sovereigns no longer emerged after the Eternal War because the eternal wounds are too terrifying, making it difficult for them to emerge. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with desire. Now I can proceed to the next step. I can explore the great universe. I hope to find the location of the great universe and obtain treasures there to heal my injuries. The universe where the world of warlocks is located is a powerful universe that once gave birth to eternal sovereigns. For the sake of advancing further, those Eternals would head to the great cosmos in search of opportunities. The existence of the universe had been proven to be real, but going to the universe was not an easy task. In the universe of the world of warlocks, there are no more than 10 eternal sovereigns who have truly reached the great universe. In the outer space of the Whale Yuan continent, ripples flickered and Yang Feng appeared in the void. As expected, This is the weakest part of our universe's crystal wall. The Turan Emperor and the others sneaked into our universe from this place. This should be the back door that the Eternals opened in the past. Yang Feng looked into the void, countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he saw a very weak crystal wall hidden in the void at a glance. Yang Feng reached out with his hand, an eternal force erupted and tore open a huge hole. A secret passage appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng walked on the passageway and looked around. In the surroundings of the passage there is a kind of crystal-like crystal wall. The defense of the crystal wall is terrifying. Even if Yang Feng uses all his strength, it will be very difficult to open a big hole in it. At most, he can open a small hole and send some weak life forms in. Only when universes devour and merge with each other can the Eternals create such a passage leading to the outerverse. The universe crystal wall was a powerful barrier that protected the living beings of this universe. It was precisely because of the existence of the universe crystal wall. It is because of the existence of the crystal wall that the intelligent life forms of the universe won't be wiped out by the powerful life forms of the outerverse. When Yang Feng came to the end of the crystal wall, he saw that outside the crystal wall membrane, there are fearsome cosmic storms blowing. In the outerverse, there are endless cosmic storms. If an Empyrean doesn't have a secret treasure to protect themselves, they will be easily blown to death once they enter a cosmic storm. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, the eternal warship that the Turan Emperor and the others used to cross the universe barrier collapsed when they arrived in this universe. Otherwise, with such a warship as a reference, I can refine a warship that can cross the universe. The eternal warship that the Turan Emperor and the others rode is an eternal treasure refined by an eternal of the universe they came from, and it contains the mysteries of crossing the universe. Unfortunately, the eternal treasure can't resist the cosmic storms of the outerverse. Yang Feng took a step and walked out of the crystal wall. In a flash, an endless cosmic storm swept towards Yang Feng. In the terrifying cosmic storm, time, space, and everything else have lost their meaning. This is the failure of the universe laws of this universe. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the cosmic storm, his face changed dramatically, and he returned to this universe. Yang Feng's face flickered. A year has passed just like that? In the cosmic storm, the concept of time is very vague. How terrifying! No wonder even an Eternal isn't willing to stay in the cosmic storm for no reason. After Yang Feng stepped into the Eternal realm, as long as the Eternal imprint in the world of Warlock's universe hasn't collapsed, he won't die. Even if Yang Feng lives in the cosmic storm for 100 million years, nothing will happen to him. But after 100 million years, almost all the people he cares about will die of old age. Yang Feng frowned. The universe laws of the outerverse are completely different from the universe laws of this universe. In the outerverse, the power I can use is the power of the eternal body, which is why my strength is weakened by 99%. Different universes have different laws of the universe. Yang Feng is an eternal, but he is also an eternal in this universe. In this universe, he can destroy a plane with a casual strike. With a wave of his hand, he can set off a terrifying cosmic storm in an area hundreds of thousands of light-years in radius and kill any intelligent life forms below the Holy Spirit Warlock rank. However, in the outerverse, Yang Feng lost this power. He can't even use the basic ability of an eternal like spacetime walk. Yang Feng frowned and said, "Zero, my lord." Ripples flickered, and Zero appeared behind Yang Feng and uttered flatly. In the final battle, Zero was also seriously injured. After Yang Feng plundered the treasuries of the three eternal sovereigns and consumed a part of the Spirit Eye's Eternal's eternal origin, he finally built a new level 8 stronghold core for Zero. Of course, Zero's combat power is far from what it was before the final battle. Yang Feng ordered, Analyze the cosmic storm. Release the universe exploration shuttles. Yes, my lord. Palm-sized rhombus-shaped universe exploration shuttles emerged from zero, turned into specks of light, and flew towards the vast universe. As soon as the universe exploration shuttles entered the cosmic storm, they were shredded to pieces. Some remaining universe exploration shuttles absorbed the energy of the cosmic storm and began to evolve. Countless streams of data appeared in Zero's eyes as he analyzed the composition of the cosmic storm and integrated the information fed back by the universe exploration shuttles. Countless runes shone on Yang Feng, and he turned into specks of light and disappeared. The cosmic sea of the outerverse is boundless. Even if an Eternal spends a lifetime, it will be difficult to explore it completely. If one wanted to find other universes in the vast sea of the universe, one would have to spend tens of thousands of years if one did not have the coordinates of the other universes. The information left by the several Eternal Sovereigns Yang Feng obtained only contains the general direction of the great universe. The specific coordinates have been melted away by a great force. Originally, Eternal Sovereigns are eternal and undying existences. As long as the Eternal Mark isn't destroyed, it will be difficult to kill them. The eternal marks of the Eternal Sovereigns are hidden in the universe. Only during a universe-devouring war can they be exposed, and then taken out and destroyed by an Eternal who invades the universe. Yet these Eternal Sovereigns were killed in the great universe, and even their eternal marks were destroyed. This method is simply heaven-defying. The information about the great universe was almost completely erased. The Eternal Sovereigns of the Turan Great Emperor's universe didn't have such heaven-defying means, which is why they exposed the universe coordinates of their universe to Yang Feng. Time passed, and 1,369 years passed. During the past 1,000 years, Yang Feng has personally killed more than 95% of the Gamana universe's intelligent life forms. Only some races with human forms and countless beauties have survived. Thanks to the protection of Yang Feng's clone, the Blastial race barely survived. But they were also purged several times, and all the powerhouses hostile to the Devour dynasty were killed. With two Eternal Sovereigns keeping watch, the Devour dynasty unified the universe, and its power expanded continuously. All kinds of treasures of heaven and earth were sent to the Devour dynasty and fell under Yang Feng's control. Nourished by the tremendous amount of resources, Yang Feng's injuries healed rapidly. In the 1,300th year, Zhou Ruoling broke through the Empyrean boundary wall and advanced to the Empyrean realm. Finally found it, the coordinates of another universe. The Tsangji Plain, in the rear garden of a gorgeous palace that looks like a paradise, there are countless beautiful women surrounding him. Among the beautiful women of different races, Yang Feng's eyes flickered with excitement, and he turned into countless streams of light and disappeared. Within a few breaths of time, Yang Feng appeared at the edge of the universe crystal wall. Chapter 1387. This feeling of being weak isn't good. Yang Feng shuttled through the cosmic storm. Feeling the changes in his body, he frowned slightly. Without the guidance of the cosmic probe shuttles, even someone as strong as Yang Feng would be lost in the cosmic storm. After walking for who knows how far in the cosmic storm of the cosmic sea, a huge cosmic crystal wall appeared in front of Yang Feng. Here I am. The energy level of this universe seems to be much lower than ours. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the cosmic crystal wall, his eyes flashed with a strange light. He waved his hand, and the halberd of the god of war appeared and slashed at the cosmic crystal wall. Boom! The cosmic crystal wall flashed, and a terrifying force burst out, slammed into Yang Feng and blasted him apart. Light shone, and Yang Feng's body was restored in an instant. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Sure enough, with my current strength, it is impossible to break into this universe. The cosmic crystal wall was terrifying. Even if Yang Feng was at his peak, he would not be able to break it. Every cosmic crystal wall should have a weak spot. I can start from that weak spot. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and a swarm of cosmic probe shuttles flew out and began to explore the weak spot of the cosmic crystal wall. After who knows how many years, a cosmic probe shuttle sent back a message. Found it! Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy. He turned into a stream of light and appeared at the weak spot of the cosmic crystal wall. Come out, alloy break world beast. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a 100-meter-long alloy break world beast with countless tentacles appeared. The alloy break world beast turned into a stream of light and rushed to the weak spot of the cosmic crystal wall. Countless tentacles surged and opened a tentacle net that fused with the cosmic crystal wall. The countless tentacles shone, and the cosmic crystal wall was broken down. Even though it was a weak spot, the cosmic crystal wall was still very hard. It had a terrifying defense mechanism. The channel that was devoured by the alloy break world beast healed very quickly. 0. When Yang Feng saw this, he frowned slightly. Yes, my lord. 0 walked out from beside Yang Feng and spread the fingers of a hand, and countless mechanical threads pierced the crystal wall and began to analyze its structure. The alloy break world beast was a world-eater beast that was created based on the universe's crystal wall. It specialized in consuming the universe's crystal wall. The universe in which the world of warlocks resided was at a much higher energy level than this universe. Since the mechanical alloy decryptor beast can devour the crystal wall of the world of warlocks, it can naturally devour the crystal wall of this universe as well. 01 started to analyze the universe's structure. The alloy decryptor beast's speed increased, and it melted into the universe's crystal wall. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let me enter this universe. In any case, even if I die, I can still be reborn. Yang Feng's eyes flickered. He clenched his teeth, and a bit of true spirit flew out of the eternal body. It turned into a stream of light and entered the alloy break world beast. The alloy break world beast's cave could not contain an eternal being. Once Yang Feng enters that universe with the eternal body, he will be severely injured when he hits the universe crystal wall. Yang Feng entered the alloy break world beast. A scary, boundless power came. It tried to erase him. Yang Feng clenched his teeth and let the vast force envelop him and wear down his soul force. Sure enough, even if an eternal being gives up most of their power, it will take them 10 years to sneak into another universe. This time, if my soul is destroyed, it will take me 5,000 years to be reborn and regain my strength. However, this is just the rejection of the universe's laws. I have given up the eternal body and most of my soul force. I will not be destroyed by the universe's power. Before my true spirit is destroyed, I must fuse with the universe's laws. The alloy break world beast broke through the universe's crystal wall and flew into the vast universe. A vast universe appeared in front of Yang Feng. The mysterious cosmic force shrouding Yang Feng weakened his soul force at all times. Life Star found it. Yang Feng burned his soul force, cast a soul peak spell, and locked on a life star. Then, regardless of everything, he burned his soul, jumped, appeared on the life star, and entered it. Corpse good, it's you. As soon as Yang Feng landed on the ground, he saw a corpse stopped by the lake. With a sweep of his soul force, the corpse's soul was sucked over and devoured. Strange runes emerged, and Yang Feng turned into an existence identical to the corpse. Even his soul aura is the same. After the transformation was complete, the universe force that obliterated Yang Feng's soul disappeared. Haha! I did it! I did it! Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he laughed heartily. Originally, Yang Feng thought that he was done for, and that he had to use his eternal mark in the world of warlocks and consume resources to be reborn. But in the end, Yang Feng found a way to survive, and successfully sneaked into this universe. Suddenly, Yang Feng frowned. My soul force is almost exhausted. This fleshly body can't practice Warlock's secret methods. In order to escape the rejection of the universe, Yang Feng's fleshly body and soul have changed to become identical to the intelligent life forms on this star. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, and he said full of confidence, "However, even so, there is no problem. With my ability, I can develop a set of secret methods that allow this fleshly body to practice cultivation without any pressure." After all, Yang Feng is an eternal sovereign. Even if he possesses the eternal body and eternal force, he cannot use them in this universe. He is still a terrifying existence far above the countless extraordinary sovereigns in this universe. Yang Feng glanced at the corpse and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that I, a grand eternal sovereign, would have to dig a hole to bury a corpse. Yang Feng shook his head, dug a hole, and buried the corpse inside. Then, according to the corpse's memories, he walked towards a city. Xian Ning City's Yi family is one of the three major families in Xian Ning City. The Yi family is also known as Yi Banqing. Young master, you're back. Qiao was so worried. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the Yi family's residence, a beautiful girl of about 15 or 16 years old greeted him with a worried expression on her face. Yang Feng responded to her with a few words and returned to his room. The corpse Yang Feng's incarnation of is called Yi Qing. He is the eldest son of Xian Ning City's Yi family and the heir of the Yi family. Yi Qing had some ability. He was slightly stronger than the other rich playboys, but he was also a playboy who indulged in debauchery. From Yi Cheng's memories, Yang Feng didn't see any extraordinary force, as if there are no extraordinary in this world. It only took Yang Feng 2 or 3 days to sort out the relationship between the Yi family. Uncle Lu. Yang Feng went to the head guard of the Yi family, Lu Dehai. Lu Dehai is one of the 3 martial artists in the Yi family who have cultivated internal force. At the same time, he is the #1 expert in the Yi family. In Yi Cheng's memories, Lu Dehai is the #1 expert he has ever seen. A dozen burly men can't get close to him. Lu Dehai asked, "Young master, what can I do for you?" Yang Feng replied, "I want to learn martial arts. I want to learn your family's martial art, the giant ape art." Lu Dehai's eyebrows creased slightly. "You want to learn the giant ape art? Young master, isn't that my family's secret?" Yang Feng said lightly, 3,000 taels of silver. All right. Lu Dehai's eyes lit up. He hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and agreed. In the Xian Ning City, an ordinary family's annual surplus is no more than 3 or 4 taels of silver. A large shop doesn't cost more than 300 taels of silver. 3,000 taels of silver is enough for Lu Dehai to live the life of a rich man and live comfortably for the rest of his life. Lu Dehai is already 43 years old. His martial arts started to decline. If he doesn't take advantage of this time to make a killing, then he might have to live a very tight life for the rest of his life. After all, although his income is high, his family also supports a lot of people. Lu Dehai fished out a secret book from his bosom and handed it to Yang Feng. "This is my family's giant ape art secret book. Young master, if you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. My giant ape art is considered a third-rate martial art in Jianghu. However, as long as young master can learn it, then a dozen bandits won't be your match." Yang Feng's eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. He gave Lu Dehai a banknote of 3,000 taels of silver and strode towards his room. "This is the giant ape art. It's only at the 3rd layer. What a trashy martial art. However, this martial art is only a ladder for me to peek into the laws of the universe." Yang Feng swept the giant ape art with a glance. His mind moved and he visualized the giant ape. A stream of inner chi directly emerged inside him, and he directly cultivated the giant ape art to the first layer. The inner chi continuously revolved and became stronger and stronger. It quickly broke through the bottleneck and advanced to the second layer of the giant ape art. The inner chi continuously emerged and entered Yang Feng's body, nourishing his fleshly body. It quickly broke through and advanced to the third layer. The giant ape art, which originally required a martial artist to cultivate bitterly for more than 20 years, was easily cultivated by Yang Feng. Yang Feng revealed a trace of satisfaction. Not bad. After cultivating the third layer, my battle prowess has increased by a lot. With my current strength, even 20 bandits wouldn't be a match for me. Next, I have to collect all kinds of secret books and deduce martial Tao. If my analysis isn't wrong, then in this universe, one can also step into the extraordinary martial Tao after deducing to the peak. Chapter 1388. The news that Yi family's eldest young master liked to practice martial arts quickly spread throughout the Xian Ning city. Yang Feng invited the somewhat famous martial artists in the Xian Ning city to teach him the martial arts they mastered. The strongest martial artists in the Xian Ning city only mastered third-rate martial arts. However, when those third-rate martial arts fell into Yang Feng's hands, he easily deduced them to a higher realm. Time passed, and 10 days passed in a flash. On a small mountain near the Xian Ning city, Yang Feng's body swelled, and as if he had transformed into a 2-meter-tall giant ape, he unleashed a fist art. Wherever his fists passed, boulders cracked and trees snapped. This martial art deduced from a combination of various martial arts, let's call it the Great Ape Divine Method. At present, it has been deduced to the 19th level. I have cultivated it to the 13th level, and my true battle prowess is comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. I have officially stepped into the extraordinary realm. If I continue to practice cultivation, I'll need more resources. Should I take control of the state? Yang Feng scanned himself with his soul force, and his eyes flashed with satisfaction. In just 10 days, Yang Feng evolved from a mortal into a formidable existence with battle prowess comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. This rate of progress was simply heaven-defying. If he had enough resources, Yang Feng could practice cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock realm within a month with the Great Ape Divine Method as a foundation. The Yi residence. Young Master, Master is looking for you. As soon as Yang Feng returned to the Yi residence, Qiao came to his side and said, Yang Feng responded casually and walked towards the depths of the Yi residence. In a main room of the Yi residence, there sat a middle-aged man with a plump face and a bulging belly. This middle-aged man was the Yi family's patriarch, Yili. The Yi family was originally just a small family in the Xian Ning city, but it was Yili who built the Yi family into one of the 3 major families of the Xian Ning city. When Yili saw Yang Feng, his eyes flashed with affection and he said, "Chinger, you're back." Yang Feng said lightly, "What's the matter?" In order to be busy with his career, Yili wasn't by Yi Cheng's mother's side when she gave birth. As a result, Yi Cheng's mother was depressed and eventually died. Yi Cheng had always been very cold to his father. A strange light flashed in Yi Li's eyes as he said excitedly, "The city lord has invited the younger generation of the 3 great clans to a gathering. It was said that this time, a big shot from the imperial city would come. Cheng, take your 2 sisters with you. If you can make friends with the big shots in the imperial city, our Yi clan will be able to leap out of New Peace City and advance further. Who knows, we might even become one of the legendary aristocratic families with 1,000 years of wealth." Yang Feng said lightly, "I know. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." With that, Yang Feng turned around and left. As an eternal, it was always others who fawned over him. Even in this alternate universe, there was no one worthy of his fawning over. After all, the energy level of this universe was far lower than that of the world of Warlock. Yili frowned slightly and sighed slowly. A helpless look flashed across his eyes. A luxurious carriage stopped in front of the city lord's mansion. 2 women and a man walked out of the luxurious carriage. The man in the lead is Yang Feng. The other 2 girls are Yi Cheng's 2 half-sisters, Yi Qinglan and Yi Caixia. Yi Qinglan is about 17 or 18 years old. She has a pair of slender legs and bulging breasts. She is very sexy and beautiful. Yi Caixia is about 15 or 16 years old. She is pure and lovely. She looks like a cute girl. In front of the young girl, all the aristocratic young ladies in the city master's mansion were like green leaves setting off a red flower, becoming unremarkable. Xing Hua's face sank slightly, an unclear premonition welled up inside him, and he said slowly, "Shit! The Wang family and the Lu family have joined hands. Moreover, they have hooked up with a bigwig in the capital. What a handsome man!" The 2 beauties Yi Qinglan and Yi Caixia were attracted by the handsome young man, and their gazes fell on him, unable to move away. Xingzi glanced at the handsome man, and then her gaze finally fell on Yang Feng. Wang Jingquan and his party walked up to Yang Feng. Wang Jingquan glanced at Yang Feng with a look of ridicule in his eyes and said with a light smile, "Young Master Huangpu, these 3 are the 3 most outstanding beauties of the Xianning city. Aristocratic blood flows in their veins. Do you think they are to your taste?" Young Master Huangpu glanced at Yi Qinglan and the other 2 women, and his eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. Not bad. It's rare to find such beauties in such a small place. I like this gift. Wang Jingquan, you're pretty good. Xing Hua's and Xing Zi's countenances changed dramatically. They could see at a glance that Wang Jingquan wanted to use young Master Huangpu to attack the Xing family and the Yi family. Wang Jingquan's eyes flashed coldly, and he barked. "Yi City, young Master Huangpu is a member of the Huangpu family. Why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing to eldest young master? Offer your 2 younger sisters as concubines to eldest young Master Huangpu, and offer all of your Yi clan's wealth to eldest young Master Huangpu as dowry." When Yi Qinglan and Yi Caixia heard that, their pretty faces changed slightly. The Huangpu family! He's a scion of an aristocratic family. So this is a scion of an aristocratic family. Wang Jingquan actually curried favor with a scion of an aristocratic family. It looks like the Wang family is going to prosper. When this statement came out, the complexions of the youngsters in the banquet changed, and their eyes flashed with a peculiar glint as they looked at young Master Huangpu. In this world, the imperial family and the aristocratic family divided the world. Each aristocratic family had a legacy of more than 1,000 years and possessed formidable strength. In a small city like the Xianning city, the 3 major families could only dominate the small city. However, in front of a huge aristocratic family, they couldn't withstand a single blow. A scion of an aristocratic family could destroy a small family like the Yi family with just a few words. Xing Hua's complexion paled. His body trembled, his eyes flashed with despair, and he said in a trembling voice, "The Huangpu family! An aristocratic family! That's a family that enshrines the demonic god." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with curiosity, and he asked, "A family that enshrines the demonic god, what does that mean?" Xing Hua's face was deathly pale, and his eyes flickered with fear as he said, "The reason why the imperial family and aristocratic families can suppress the world for countless years is because they enshrine the demonic god. As a result, they can obtain the demonic god's power bestowed upon them by the demonic god. Once a scion of an aristocratic family uses the demonic god's power, they're invulnerable, impervious to fire and water. They possess extraordinary strength and can destroy an army by themselves. They aren't existences that ordinary people can contend against." Wang Jingxuan's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said aggressively, Yi City, now do you understand how formidable young Master Huangpu is? Kneel down, kowtow to young Master Huangpu, and beg him to forgive you for offending him. The Yi family, one of the three major families in the Xian Ning city, was known as Yi Banqing and had tremendous wealth. As the city master, the Wang family was stifled by the Yi family. Naturally, Wang Jingquan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to suppress the Yi family. Yang Feng swept Wang Jingquan with a glance and said with a contemptuous smile, Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Wang Jingquan was taken aback, then his eyes flashed with anger and he gritted his teeth, saying, Yi City, you're too arrogant. Yang Feng swept young Master Huangpu with a glance, then said coldly with arrogance, Are you sure you want me to kneel? Young Master Huangpu's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he said coldly, It's the first time I've seen such an arrogant mortal like you. Kneel, mortal. Otherwise, I'll exterminate your family. Chapter 1389. Very well, then go to hell. A cold voice sounded. Yang Feng unleashed the giant ape divine method. His body swelled by a size in an instant, and he punched young Master Huangpu. Boom! There was a sudden clap of thunder, and young Master Huangpu was sent flying a dozen meters away. He actually dared to attack a descendant of an aristocratic family. What nerve! That's a descendant of an aristocratic family. Yi Cheng, have you gone crazy from practicing martial arts? When the young men and women present saw this scene, they were dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. In this world, the royal family and aristocratic family's descendants ruled the world. A descendant of an aristocratic family could destroy a small family like the Yi family with a word. For Yang Feng to dare to kill young Master Huangpu, that was simply heaven-defying. Yi Cheng, you've got guts. To dare kill young Master Huangpu, you're dead. Your whole family is dead. Men, capture him for me. If he dares to resist, kill him. Wang Jingquan was both startled and angry, and he roared in exasperation. Young Master Huangpu was a member of the Huangpu family. If he died here, the Wang family would also be implicated. They might even be exterminated by the Huangpu family. At this moment, Wang Jingquan regretted bringing young Master Huangpu to provoke Yang Feng. At Wang Jingquan's order, more than 20 guards rushed over from different places. You're really an idiot. To provoke me, there's no need for the Wang family to exist. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step forward, appeared in front of Wang Jingquan, and punched him in the head. A terrifying fist force erupted and smashed Wang Jingquan's head. Young master! When the head of the guard saw this scene, he was terrified. He issued a world-shaking roar, unleashed the blade art 18 gale slashes, and slashed at Yang Feng. Die! As if a demon god, Yang Feng casually punched, smashed the long blade of the head of the guards into pieces, and then blew up the head of the guards. When Xing Hua saw this scene, he was dumbstruck, and a chill welled up in his heart. What a frightening martial art! What martial art is this? How could a human's martial arts be cultivated to such a level? Xing Hua had also seen some martial arts masters. Once those martial arts masters used their martial arts, it would be difficult for more than a dozen men to get close to them. However, there was no martial arts expert as terrifying as Yang Feng, killing one with a punch as if crushing an ant. Watching the 20-plus guards of the city master's manor being killed by Yang Feng, the faces of the many young masters and young ladies turned pale, and many of them screamed. Some were so scared that they collapsed to the ground, and a pool of yellow liquid flowed out of them. Mortal, how dare you? You dare to attack me, Huang Puyen? You have successfully angered me. I will let you taste pain and despair. A cold voice came from the side. Huang Puyan's body swelled up, and 2 horns grew out of his head. Black scales appeared all over his body, and a scorpion tail grew out of his back. A black aura surrounded him. Fiend Celestial Family Clan. This was the power of the demon god. Interesting, let me have a taste of your power. There was a flash of excitement in Yang Feng's eyes. He shrank, appeared in front of Huang Puyan, and sent a fist flying. A giant ape phantom appeared, issued a fearsome ape roar, and slammed into Huang Puyan. A fearsome force erupted and blasted Huang Puyan 6 to 7 meters away. This power is much stronger than the life force of Warlock. The demon gods they serve are very strong. This demon god's power is an existence that far surpasses inner force. After sending Huang Puyan flying with a punch, Yang Feng frowned slightly, and a black force emerged in his right hand. As if maggots, it was difficult to dispel and frantically devoured his internal force and eroded his body. It's no use. No matter how far you mortals practice martial arts, you can't break through the barrier of demon god force. You can't resist the erosion of demon god force. Ha ha ha. Huang Puyan's eyes flashed fiercely, and he suddenly rushed towards Yang Feng. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng ejected a soft sword wrapped around his waist. Infused with internal force, a sword wind split the air and stabbed towards Huang Puyan. Break! When Huang Puyan slammed his fist into the soft sword, demon god force erupted and black gas surged. The fine steel soft sword became mottled, and then was smashed by Huang Puyan's fist. Demon god force is indeed powerful, but you're too weak. Divine ape split the sky strike. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the projection of a giant ape appeared behind him. He opened his divine treasury, took a step, appeared in front of Huang Puyan, and unleashed a secret method he created and slammed a blow into Huang Puyan. In an instant, a threefold power erupted, and a fearsome force pierced through Huang Puyan's demon god force and slammed into his body. No. How is this possible? How can I die at the hands of an ordinary person? Huang Puyan spewed out a large mouthful of blood along with viscera. His eyes shimmered with despair and incredulity, and he collapsed on the ground, lifeless. A life force origin invisible to the naked eye flew out of Huang Puyan and entered Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of satisfaction. This is pure life origin. After all, it's my true spirit that descended into this world and is engraved with a Devour imprint. Even though it's a different universe and the Devour imprint is too weak, it can still devour the life origin of powerhouses. The Devour imprint engraved in Yang Feng's true spirit is his greatest trump card in the other universe. It can allow him to grow and evolve rapidly. When the beautiful girl in white with an extraordinary temperament saw this scene, shock flashed in her beautiful eyes. He's dead. To be able to break through demon god force and kill a scion of a demon god family, how terrifying! Demon god families worship demon gods and receive demon god force from them, making them virtually invincible in the world. With the help of demon god force, any scion can destroy a 10,000-man legion by himself. Yet Huang Puyan was killed by Yang Feng relying on ordinary martial arts. This is simply appalling. Yang Feng glanced at the girl in white with killing intent in his eyes and asked coldly, "Do you want to avenge him?" In the city lord's mansion, everyone was a mortal, and only this white-clothed girl had extraordinary power. The girl in white uttered with a smile, "Hello, Yi Cheng. I am Li Yuelian. Huang Puyan and I are just ordinary friends. I have no interest in avenging him. However, the Huang Pu family has deep root. You killed a member of their family, so they won't let the matter rest." Yang Feng replied flatly, "The new peace city is my territory. If they dare to come, then they can all die. You still have things to take care of. Let's talk in detail after you've taken care of them. Li Yuelian smiled sweetly, trod on the void, and walked out like a fairy. Yi Cheng, you dare to kill my son, I want you dead. Fire. The city master of the new Peace City, Wang Ba, rushed here with dozens of heavily armed guards and bark. Dozens of arrows shot towards Yang Feng like shooting stars. And go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he sent a fist flying. An arc-shaped projection appeared and blasted into Wang Ba and the dozens of heavily armed guards with fearsome explosions. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ba, along with more than 10 fully armed guards, were blasted into smithereens. Sure enough, martial arts are far inferior to spells in terms of area of effect attack. Yang Feng shook his head, looked at the guards shrouded in fear, and said coldly, "Those who surrender will not die, but those who flee will die." His voice exploded in the void like a clap of thunder. Shocked, some of the fleeing guards knelt down and surrendered, while the rest continued to flee. Yang Feng flicked his fingers repeatedly, and gusts of wind pierced the heads of the fleeing guards and burst them open. It didn't take long for the guards to choose to surrender. After Yi Li received the news, he immediately led his men into the city master's mansion and began to take over the defense of the new Peace City. Soon, peace was restored in Xianning City, and the Yi clan was the strongest among the 3 clans. At night, inside the pavilion of the city master's mansion. Sitting in the pavilion, Yang Feng quietly looked at the lotus flowers not far away and drank fine wine. A beautiful white figure, looking like a fairy from the moon, came over, sat in front of Yang Feng, and said with a sweet smile, "Aren't you going to buy me a drink?" Yang Feng gestured, "Please." What an ungentlemanly man. Li Yuelian smiled and poured herself a glass of wine. Lotus flowers, a beautiful woman, a pavilion, and fine wine formed a beautiful scenery. "Did you kill Huang Puyan with a martial art today?" After a moment of silence, Li Yuelian's beautiful eyes flickered, and she asked. In this world, it was already axiomatic for mortals to defeat families, royal families, and sects that served the transcendent. For Yang Feng to be able to kill a disciple of an aristocratic family with a martial art was simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng replied flatly, "That's right, I killed him with a martial art." Li Yuelian's beautiful eyes flickered, and she asked, "Can you teach me that martial art?" If the extraordinary martial art that could allow people to break through their limits was combined with the transcendent force, who knows what kind of terrifying power it would produce? Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "I want to know the ranks of extraordinary people in this world." Li Yuelian uttered with a smile, "Okay. In our world, the source of extraordinary forces comes from the transcendent. The ranks are apprentice transcendent attendant, transcendent lord, and transcendent apostle. The Huang Puyan you killed was a transcendent attendant." Chapter 1390. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Transcendent attendants possess level 1 warlock rank strength. No, Huang Puyan's strength has far surpassed that of a level 1 warlock. Transcendent force is extremely terrifying. In essence, only infinity warlocks can match it. This world is really wonderful, and I'm looking forward to it. Without the blessing of transcendent force, Huang Puyan would just be an ordinary level 1 warlock. But with the blessing of transcendent force, his battle prowess was far above that of a level 1 warlock. If Yang Feng hadn't used this world's martial arts to develop all kinds of incredible secret methods, he wouldn't have been able to break through Huang Puyan's transcendent force barrier. Yang Feng said lightly, "In your aristocratic families, there should also be a way to practice cultivation. If you want the martial arts that I created, then use those cultivation methods to exchange for them. I can't give you my sex cultivation secret method. However, I have a cultivation secret method of another family that I can exchange with you." Li Yuelian smiled and flipped her lily-white hand, and a black book appeared in her hand. She handed it to Yang Feng. When Yang Feng received the black book twisted. A specter invisible to the naked eye appeared behind Yang Feng and extended its claws towards Yang Feng's neck. Interesting. Yang Feng smiled faintly, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he slammed a fist into the invisible ghost behind him. A fearsome force erupted and shattered the ghost. Li Yuelian's eyes narrowed. So strong. Yang Feng opened the black book and took a closer look. He saw all kinds of secret methods recorded in the black book. The secret methods practiced by transcendent families first required them to pray to the transcendent, then find offerings that the transcendent liked, and obtain the transcendent's transcendent force to baptize their fleshly body and soul. After the baptism, the descendants of these families would be promoted to apprentice transcendent attendants and possess extraordinary power. Then, according to the transcendent they served, the descendants of these families would search for various treasures of heaven and earth to practice cultivation with the secret methods passed down by the transcendent. The fastest way to cultivate was to sacrifice the treasures they desired to the demon god, and then receive the demon god's feedback. However, the treasures that the fiend celestials liked were rare natural treasures or children with special talent. It was extremely difficult to collect them. Most of the descendants of the aristocratic families were still cultivating according to the mystic arts passed down by the demon god. Yang Feng smiled slightly. Interesting. Mortals would always be mortals, and they would never be able to surpass the demon god they serve. And after they died, everything would be plundered by the demon god. These demon gods are much more ruthless than gods. On the Feisua plane of the world of Warlock's universe, it was very difficult for mortals to become extraordinary and step into the domain of gods. However, there was still a glimmer of hope. But in this strange world, it was almost impossible for mortals to step into the domain of the demon god. Even the various royal families and aristocratic families of this world were pawns in the hands of those demon god. It was impossible for them to step into the domain of the demon god. This is my self-created martial art, the Great Ape Power. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a secret manual of the Great Ape Power flew into Li Yuelian's hand. Li Yuelian's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she took the secret manual of the Great Ape Power and carefully read it. What a peerless martial art! Yi City, you killed Huang Puyan, which is equivalent to offending the Huangpu family. They won't take this lying down. Although the Huangpu family isn't a great aristocratic family, but their patriarch is a 7-star demon god lord and is extremely powerful. Are you interested in joining the Moon God Palace? Li Yuelian asked with a sweet smile. Yang Feng asked curiously, Moon God Palace? What rank is the Moon God Palace in the Great Ling Empire? The state where the Xian Ning city was located was called the Great Ling Empire. It had 5 provinces, namely the Eastern Province, the Western Province, the Southern Province, the Northern Province, and the Central Province. The Great Ling Empire had a mortal enemy state, the Barbarian Spirit Empire. The Barbarian Spirit Empire had 3 provinces, namely the Wolf Province, the Eagle Province, and the Tiger Province. The Xian Ning city was an ordinary small city located in the Ningfen County of the Great Ling Empire's southern province. It had a population of only 600,000. Li Yuelian said proudly. The Moon God Palace is ranked 10th in the southern province. We serve the mighty Moon God. The southern province had a population of nearly 10 billion people. As one of the 10 billion people, the Moon God Palace was naturally worthy of Li Yuelian's pride. Li Yuelian said with a sweet smile, If you join the Moon God Palace, it will be easy for the entire Ningfen County to belong to the Yi family. Yang Feng weighed the pros and cons, and then responded decisively, Okay. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After Yang Feng joined the Moon God Palace, the family quickly expanded in the Ningfen County under the leadership of Yi Li, and experts came to join Yang Feng one after another. Yang Feng used the various resources in the Xian Ning city to practice martial arts, and his cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. The progress of my strength is still too slow. Besides, I can't split myself into two parts. Once I have to protect the Yi family, I won't be able to leave. I have to think of a way. In a secret room, Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and quietly mused. Yang Feng has deduced the giant ape divine method to the 21st level, and he has practiced it to the 21st level, officially possessing great warlock rank battle prowess. However, in this world, all precious extraordinary resources are monopolized by transcendent families, royal families, and sections. It is very difficult for Yang Feng to obtain a large number of extraordinary resources. Without resources, even though Yang Feng is an eternal sovereign, it will be difficult for him to advance quickly. I can proceed to the next step. Yang Feng walked out of the secret room and came to another secret room. In that secret room, there are all kinds of alloys and countless parts. The alloys and parts are what Yang Feng gathered countless craftsmen in the Xian Ning city and the Ningfen county to refine and forge. Yang Feng plunged into the countless parts and began to manufacture Shizu engineering robots. Once the first Shizu engineering robot is manufactured, it will snowball and increase in value, becoming more and more terrifying. The Great Ling Empire's South Province, in an exquisite and luxurious manner, a handsome young man shrouded in a wicked aura is quietly tasting a cup of tea. That cup of magic tea was blood-red in color. The phantoms of beautiful girls emerged from the tea and let out mournful cries. How delicious! The young man smiled, swallowed the cup of tea, and chewed it in big mouthfuls, and wails came from his mouth. Sir, this subordinate has something to report. A distorted shadow appeared in front of the young man, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully. The young man uttered, "Speak." The distorted shadow replied respectfully, "Yes. This subordinate has investigated clearly. Those people have indeed fled to the Ningfen county. Moreover, Yi Ching is indeed just an ordinary person. His family has never worshipped a transcendent for 9 generations. The Xian Ning city's Yi family has nothing to do with the central province's Yi family." Huang Pugao's eyes shimmered coldly, and he said with a somewhat crazy smile, "In that case, he really used martial arts to kill my younger brother, Huang Puyan. Interesting, a trifling ordinary person used martial arts to kill us noble extraordinary beings. How interesting! Martial arts that can threaten transcendent attendants shouldn't exist in this world. Let me destroy him with my own hands." The distorted shadow hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sir, Yi Ching has joined the Moon God Palace." Huang Pugao sneered. "The Moon God Palace only has some influence in the South Province. Besides, he's just a trifling ordinary person. Does the Moon God Palace want to go to war with the Huangpu family?" The distorted shadow was silent for a moment, then said, "No." Huang Pugao smiled ferociously and flicked his finger, and a black invitation flew into the hand of the distorted shadow. "Besides, I will destroy him with my own hands, but I don't have to kill him myself. Send this invitation to Black Tomb." The distorted shadow replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord." Xian Ning City. A handsome young man in a green robe was walking on the street with a very pure and cute girl who looked about 15 or 16 years old. The girl had a bored expression as she said, "Senior brother Jiang, what's so interesting about a small city like Xian Ning City? Why are we here?" Jiang Yi said slowly, "Fei, not long ago, a mortal called Yi Ching used martial arts to kill the disciple of an aristocratic family, Huang Puyan." Zhou Fei had a look of disbelief. "What, someone actually used a mortal's martial arts to kill a disciple of an aristocratic family? How is that possible? Mortals could not defeat aristocratic families, royal families, and sects that worshipped the demon god. This was the law of the world. Now, a mortal had actually killed a disciple of an aristocratic family. It was simply heaven-defying. Jiang Ye's eyes flashed with a burning look. This is the truth. That mortal Yi Qing has already joined the Moon God Palace. The reason I came here this time is to obtain the martial art that can allow mortals to cultivate to transcendence from him. Zhou Feifei's eyes flashed with excitement. That martial art that can allow mortals to cultivate to transcendence, if we obtain it, we might be able to improve further. If we cultivate to 9-star Demon God Servant, we might even be able to advance to Demon God Lord in the future. A dark cloud floated over from afar, and a terrifying evil black aura swept over from afar. When Jiang Yi saw the dark cloud, his expression changed greatly, and he cried out, "What an evil aura, not good! This is the most terrifying demonic faction in Ningfeng County, Black Tomb. Damn it, why are they here?" Zhou Feifei's pretty face turned incomparably pale, and a look of despair flashed in her eyes. "Black Tomb! How can this be? Why are they here?" The Black Tomb was the most terrifying demonic faction in Ningfeng County. Once the Black Tomb appeared, everything within thousands of miles would die. Chapter 1391. Jiang Yi and Zhou Feifei are both transcendent attendants. But if they become enemies with the Black Tomb, only death will await them. Even if they die, they will be detained by the Black Tomb, unable to reincarnate. Damn it, the Black Tomb! Why is the Black Tomb here? In the Xian Ning city, when the powerhouses from southern province saw the frightening dark cloud, their countenance changed dramatically, and they urged transcendent force to flee in different directions. This is malicious. What an evil aura! It's going to destroy the people of the Xian Ning city. Yang Feng, who was manufacturing Shizu engineering robots, looked up, frowned, and his eyes shimmered with a cold ray. His figure fluttered, and he disappeared from the secret chamber. As soon as he left the secret chamber, Yang Feng saw a dark cloud flying this way and a large expanse of black gas sweeping this way. In the Yi residence, the faces of many servants were shrouded in black gas, and they collapsed on the ground, twitching. An incomparably strange Black Tomb was moving under the dark cloud. This is the Xian Ning city, the territory of the Yi family. This is not a place where you people should come, scram. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared on the city wall at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Looking at the Black Tomb, he barked. "You are Yi Qing? Very well, go to hell." All of a sudden, the Black Tomb cracked open. Broken, rotten, ferocious and terrifying corpses crawled out, emitting traces of distorted corpse chi. They formed a terrifying sea of corpses, rushing towards Xian Ning city. I didn't expect that I would encounter the corpse sea tactic one day. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then jumped down from the city wall and walked towards the Black Tomb. Within a few breaths of time, the rotten corpses rushed towards Yang Feng. Die! A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and his body suddenly swelled by a size. An arch-ape projection appeared behind him, and as if the incarnation of an ape god, he wantonly smashed the wolf-tooth club in his hand into the decaying corpses. An incomparably terrifying storm formed in the sea of corpses, extending towards the direction of the Black Tomb. Everywhere it passed, the corpses were all torn to pieces. After the decaying corpses were smashed by Yang Feng, wisps of origin energy emerged from their bodies, entered Yang Feng's body, and then turned into ashes. Standing atop the city wall, Jiang Yi looked at Yang Feng strolling amidst the sea of corpses, dumbstruck, and his eyes flashed with incredulity. That guy is Yi Qing? What a savage fellow! Is he really just a 2-star demon god attendant? Zhou Feifei pointed at the corpses that had been reduced to ashes, her beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. Senior brother Jiang, Aren't the black corpses of the Black Tomb able to resurrect infinitely? As long as the Black Tomb was not destroyed, the black corpse would not die. How did they turn into ashes? Jiang Yi was dumbfounded, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. What kind of martial arts does Kargalik cultivate? How could he be so heaven-defying? It can even kill the black corpses of the Black Tomb, too terrifying. The black corpse was actually killed. To kill a black corpse, it takes a lot of demonic divine force. He's an ordinary person, so it's impossible for him to possess demonic divine force. Could it be that he served a demonic divine force during this period of time? The eyes of the spectating powerhouses flashed with astonishment. Apart from the sea of corpses, the most terrifying ability of the Black Tomb was that it was impossible to kill the black corpse. As long as the Black Tomb was not destroyed, the black corpse would not die. It was by virtue of this strange characteristic that the Black Tomb became the most terrifying extraordinary force in the Ningfen County. Who the hell are you? How can you kill my black corpse? A voice filled with alarm and anger came from the Black Tomb. I am Yi Qing, the person who came to kill you. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he strode up to the Black Tomb. Wisps of black gas gushed out of the Black Tomb, and a demonic corpse with a blue complexion, black fingernails, and long black hair slowly walked out of the Black Tomb. The demonic corpse took a deep look at Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension, saying, Yi Qing, I am Black Absolute Ogre. I have no enmity with you. It was the big brother of the Huangpu family's Huangpu Yen, Huangpu Gao, who sent me to kill you. How about we forget about today's matter? So that's how it is. However, I'm very interested in the Black Tomb now. Since you dared to come here and kill me, then go to hell. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He circulated his inner force, promoted his strength to the level 3 warlock realm, and sent a fist barreling towards the Black Absolute Ogre. You're courting death. I'm different from that waste Huang Puyen. I'm a 9-star demonic divine attendant. You go to hell. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the Black Absolute Ogre twisted. His head turned into a wolf's head, countless human faces appeared on his body, and he sent a claw mercilessly clawing at Yang Feng. When Yang Feng's fist slammed into the black wolf's claw, a fearsome force erupted, and the Black Absolute Ogre's right claw shattered in an instant. The human face on the Black Absolute Ogre's body split open, and his claw recovered in an instant, and he tore at Yang Feng. When the Black Absolute Ogre's claw stabbed into Yang Feng, it issued an ear-piercing sound of metal friction, yet it didn't even tear Yang Feng's skin. An incredulous look on his face, the Black Absolute Ogre exclaimed, How come your defense is so strong? Dead people don't need to know so much. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then slammed a fist into the Black Absolute Ogre, and instantly promoted his strength to the Great Warlock realm. It's no use. If you want to kill me, you'll have to practice cultivation for another 100 years. Ah. No. Why no? The Black Absolute Ogre had an arrogant expression on his face. But in the next moment, his face changed dramatically, and his eyes shimmered with panic and despair. In an instant, his body exploded, and wisps of origin force entered Yang Feng's body. The Black Absolute Ogre is dead. The master of the Black Tomb. He died just like that? How is that possible? That's the Black Tomb, a transcendent lord that even a transcendent lord can't do anything to. Shocked gazes focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he jumped into the Black Tomb exuding gloomy, ghostly chi. Get out! Die! 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 In the Black Tomb, there were all kinds of bones everywhere. As soon as Yang Feng entered the Black Tomb, the bones were injected with an inexplicable power and rushed towards him. Yang Feng punched the skeletons and smashed them to pieces. Crushing them along the way, he walked towards the deepest part. Young man, don't go any further. If you go any further, what awaits you will be death and endless despair. Gusts of chilly wind blew past, and a queer phantom condensed in the void. The phantom stared at Yang Feng and issued queer roars. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with contempt and he sneered. You want to kill me? How can a good-for-nothing like you possibly do it? Yang Feng is an eternal sovereign. He is eternal and indestructible. Even if he dies in this universe, he can be reborn in the universe of the world of Warlock. To really kill Yang Feng, only a terrifying existence above the eternal sovereign can, through heaven-defying means, damage Yang Feng's imprint of eternity in the world of Warlocks along his true spirit clone. Another method is for an eternal sovereign to take action and shatter Yang Feng's imprint of eternity in the universe of Devouring. Even if there are eternal sovereigns in this universe, they can at most shatter Yang Feng's true spirit clone and make him spend thousands of years to be reborn. It is impossible to kill him. Scram! Yang Feng slammed a fist into a phantom and shattered it. Get out! You will die! You will die! Strange wraiths welled up in the black tomb. As soon as the wraiths flew out, they were smashed by Yang Feng. Found it! This is the source of the black tomb, the corpse of a transcendent. As soon as Yang Feng came to the deepest part of the black tomb, he saw a 3-meter-tall transcendent with a horn on the head and a pair of dragon wings on the back sitting quietly on a black gold throne. The transcendent is covered in a layer of black scales, shrouded in fearsome transcendent force, and there is a big hole in his chest. In the big hole, blood-colored transcendent force and black transcendent force are entangled. Even though more than 10,000 years have passed, the two forces still haven't faded. This is the source of extraordinary force in this universe, the transcendent. Yang Feng looked at the corpse of the transcendent with a scorching shade in his eyes. As long as Yang Feng is given the corpse of a transcendent, then once he analyzes the source of transcendent force, he can find a way to evolve into a transcendent and step into the pinnacle of this world. Yang Feng stepped forward and extended his hand towards the corpse of the transcendent. Mortal ant, kneel. Worship me, serve me. Sacrifice your life, and I will enhance your strength. I will let you step into the extraordinary realm. Stand at the pinnacle of all life. The eyes of the corpse of the transcendent shimmered coldly, and a tremendous will shrouded Yang Feng in an attempt to make him kneel in submission and become his believer. Amazing! What a formidable undying characteristic! In other words, it's the transcendent force on his wound that's suppressing his vitality. Without the suppression of the transcendent force, he can be reborn again. Therefore, he needs a large number of sacrifices to extract the hostile transcendent force. This time, the Black Absolute Ogre used killing me as an excuse to slaughter the ordinary people of the Ningfen County and carry out a blood sacrifice. Unfortunately, I ruined it. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with admiration. He guessed the purpose of the Black Absolute Ogre coming with such great fanfare, and he became even more interested in the transcendent. Chapter 1392. Faced with the Transcendent's tremendous will, Yang Feng, unmoved, extended his hand towards the Transcendent. At the moment when Yang Feng's hand touched the Transcendent, fearsome Transcendent force gushed out of the Transcendent and eroded towards Yang Feng. What a fool! The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. If Yang Feng was just an ordinary Great Warlock rank powerhouse, he would explode when hit by the transcendent force. But Yang Feng is an eternal sovereign, his true spirit is eternal, and his origin imprint is a Devour imprint. As soon as the tremendous transcendent force entered Yang Feng, he devoured it. You? How can this be? No. You, who the hell are you? Spare my life. There was a flash of fear and despair in the eyes of the transcendent, and he screamed miserably. Everything was devoured by Yang Feng. The corpse of the Transcendent sitting on the throne scattered with the wind and turned into ashes. After devouring the Transcendent force, I can directly practice cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock realm. Or I can form a Bright World Warlock rank Transcendent avatar. I lack the power to protect myself now, so I'll form a Transcendent avatar. Since Yang Feng's true body is already an eternal sovereign, he is no longer in a hurry to improve the strength of his true body. His most important goal now is to ensure that he can survive in this universe. In this universe, powerhouses are as common as clouds. Any Transcendent has the strength to kill Yang Feng. Therefore, he needs a powerful life-saving ability. The tremendous Transcendent force condensed inside Yang Feng, compressed, and finally entered the fingers of his right hand. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with regret. The difference between this universe and the Gamana universe and the world of warlocks is too great. My Devour imprint cannot devour the Transcendent's memories. What a pity! If he could obtain the Transcendent's memories, Yang Feng would be able to obtain their cultivation methods and spy on the laws of this universe through them. In the world of warlocks, Yang Feng's essence of Devour is unparalleled. However, due to the different laws of this universe, it is difficult to devour the Transcendent's memories. This is the price you must pay to cross different universes. After the Gamana universe and the universe of warlocks engulfed each other, the laws of the two universes merged. The experts of those two universes had to travel through the void to be able to display their full strength. The reason why the Turan Great Emperor and the Turan Empress can possess Empyrean rank battle prowess in the universe where the world of warlocks is located is due to the blessing of Eternals, the special environment of the Whale Origin continent, and other reasons. These are demon god crystals, treasures condensed from the power of demon gods. It's also a necessity for the extraordinaires in this world to cultivate. Yang Feng looked around and saw at a glance that there was a 20-meter-tall hill formed from transcendent crystals behind the transcendent corpse. Yang Feng's heart stirred. In this universe, I can use demonic god crystals as the energy source of the Shizu base. This way, I can better integrate into this universe. Every universe had its own will. However, the will of the universe was like the heavenly Tao, a manifestation of the laws. Unless the existence of that universe was threatened, the will of the universe would not be activated. Once an existence from an alternate universe invaded this universe, they would be rejected by the universe's will of this universe. Everything would be difficult for them, and they would suffer misfortune after misfortune. Yang Feng transformed a wisp of his true spirit into Yi Qing in order to integrate into this universe. He turned himself into a part of this universe's intelligent life forms and operated according to the laws of this universe. If Yang Feng transformed into a body from the world of warlocks and recultivated warlock secret methods here, not only would it be difficult, but it would also be rejected by the will of the universe. He would be chased to death by the powerhouses of this universe, and would have no chance to grow. Unfortunately, there are no transcendent cultivation secret methods. Otherwise, I would be able to analyze the existence form and advancement method of the transcendent. Yang Feng searched the Black Tomb and found countless treasures, but he didn't find any secret methods to practice cultivation. A look of regret flashed past his eyes. After Yang Feng devoured the transcendent corpse, the dark clouds shrouding the Black Tomb disappeared. The layers of black aura shrouding the Black Tomb also disappeared. What's going on? What the hell happened? When the spectating powerhouses saw this scene, their eyes flashed with surprise. Under the gazes of many powerhouses, Yang Feng walked out of the Black Tomb. He's still alive. Someone actually walked out of the Black Tomb alive. How is that possible? Even a transcendent lord who entered the Black Tomb had a slim chance of survival. The Black Tomb, one of the most fearsome forces in the Ningfen County, was destroyed by this mortal? When the powerhouses above the Xian city saw this scene, their eyes flashed with astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. The Black Tomb. He actually subdued the Black Tomb. This mortal is too scary. In a secret corner of the Xian city, Huang Pugao frowned slightly, and his eyes flashed with astonishment. The Black Tomb's absolute black ogre was a famous monster in the Ningfen County. However, the absolute black ogre was just a 9-star transcendent attendant, and his strength was comparable to that of a level 3 warlock. In Huang Pugao's eyes, he was just a somewhat difficult character to deal with. However, the Black Tomb was an extremely ferocious and fearsome existence. There was once a transcendent lord who broke into the Black Tomb. Not long after, his head was hung outside the Black Tomb, letting people see the ferociousness and fearsomeness of the Black Tomb. For Yang Feng to come out of the Black Tomb alive, that was simply heaven-defying. It seems that the plan has to be changed a little. Huang Pugao frowned slightly. His body was shrouded in a layer of black smoke, and he disappeared. At night, inside the pavilion of the city master's mansion. With a look of gratitude on his face, Xinghua raised a glass of wine and said, "Qing, it's all thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that the entire city would be dead. That's the Black Tomb, one of the most ferocious, extraordinary forces. Every time it appears, it will erase a few cities. Here's to you." Xingzi next to Xinghua also looked at Yang Feng with a look of admiration and worship. Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, "I was just protecting myself." If the Black Tomb didn't provoke Yang Feng, then he wouldn't be interested in provoking such a powerful force. Since the Black Tomb came to provoke him, then he might as well kill it. Xinghua said with a look of expectation, "Qing, I came to propose a marriage with you. My younger sister likes you very much, and you're my good brother. Are you willing to take her as your secondary wife?" A nervous expression on her face, Xingzi secretly clenched her silver teeth and looked at Yang Feng pitifully. Yang Feng asked, "Why not the primary wife?" Xinghua said calmly, "With your current identity, the position of primary wife is bound to belong to a woman of noble status. For a Z to be your secondary wife is already a great achievement for the Xing family. I don't dare to hope for the position of primary wife." Xingzi's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. In the Great Ling Empire, a man could marry one primary wife, 4 secondary wives, and countless concubines. Secondary wives also had some status in a family, and primary wives couldn't be lightly humiliated. Concubines had no status in a family, and could be given away at will. As a trifling mortal family, the Xing family couldn't compete with extraordinary families. Once those extraordinary families were angered, they wouldn't even know how they died. Yang Feng looked at Xingzi and said with a smile, "Okay." Xingzi was pure, lively, beautiful, and adorable. Besides, she had her heart set on Yang Feng. He naturally wouldn't refuse such a beautiful girl who delivered herself to him. "I came at the right time to witness the birth of a beautiful marriage." Along with a bell-like laugh, moonlight in a radius of several kilometers was attracted. Under the bright moonlight, Li Yuelyan walked over and strolled on the surface of the lake. Like a fairy walking out of the palace on the moon, she was beautiful, pure, and had an extraordinary temperament. Fairy Moon Lotus. Xinghua's eyes welled up with adoration and inferiority, and he trembled and exclaimed. After Xingzi saw Li Yuelyan, her beautiful eyes welled up with inferiority. She was the #1 beauty in Xian City, and countless people pursued her. But compared to Li Yuelyan, she was much inferior. Among ordinary people, only some stunning beauties could compare to extraordinary beauties, but such beauties were rare. Li Yuelyan said with a sweet smile, "Gentlemen, I have something to discuss with Yi Qing. Could you please give us some time to be alone?" "Of course, no problem, please. Let's go." Xinghua stood up decisively and walked out with Xingzi. Li Yuelian carefully sized up Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor, saying, "Yi Qing, you're really amazing. You even quelled the Black Tomb. What's in the deepest part of the Black Tomb?" Yang Feng said lightly, "I can't tell you what's in the deepest part of the Black Tomb." Li Yuelian sighed faintly, saying, "I can't tell you. In that case, you've officially joined us and become a believer of a transcendent." As a believer of a transcendent, it was natural that she couldn't casually discuss her master. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness could result in her being deprived of all her transcendent power and turning her into an ordinary person. Some cruel transcendent would even devour the flesh and soul of her believers. Yang Feng seemed to have tacitly agreed with Li Yuelian's words. Li Yuelian said unhurriedly, "I came here to cooperate with you. I want to hunt down a declining family and seize the transcendent avatar of that family." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with curiosity, saying, "Transcendent avatar? What's that?" Li Yuelian answered, "Transcendent are terrifying existences that surpass us extraordinary beings by far. They are in another advanced world. If you want to influence our world, you have to go through the transcendent avatar." Chapter 1393. Li Yuelian sweetly smiled and said, "As long as you take the demon god statue and offer it to other demon gods, you can obtain the favor of other demon gods and obtain the power bestowed by other demon gods." Unmoved, Yang Feng said very calmly, "So that's how it is. Since it's such an important treasure, then there should be many powerhouses fighting over it. Even the patriarchs of the aristocratic families would be tempted. How can we compete with them?" Demon gods are divided into three types: lower demon gods, middle demon gods, upper demon gods, and the legendary demon god emperors. The fiend god that the rundown aristocratic family served was a lesser fiend god. The combat strength of the fiend celestial apostles of the top aristocratic families is comparable to a lesser fiend celestial, so they naturally don't think highly of a lesser fiend celestial idol. Moreover, that family's information has also been blocked. Only a few of our southern provinces' major powers have this information. This time, there will indeed be demon overlord level powerhouses taking action. There wouldn't be any demon god apostle level expert. Since you were able to walk out of the Black Tomb alive, your strength should have broken through to the lord rank." Li Yuelian smiled sweetly. 9-star transcendent attendants roughly corresponded to level 1 to level 3 warlocks in the world of warlock. Transcendent lords were great warlock rank expert. Yang Feng replied flatly, "That's right. I got the favor of that mighty being and broke through to become a 1-star transcendent lord. In the end, you still chose this path." Li Yuelian took a deep look at Yang Feng, a little depressed, and sighed faintly. "However, in this world, serving the transcendent is the only way. She thinks that I've begun to serve the demon god." Yang Feng smiled slightly, but didn't resolve the misunderstanding. In terms of essence alone, Yang Feng is an eternal. Even if he dies in this universe, he can be reborn in the universe where the world of warlocks is located. Even the legendary transcendent emperor wasn't qualified to have Yang Feng serve him. Li Yuelian said with faint smile, "I am a 4-star demon god overlord. If the 4 of us work together, we can definitely fight for that demonic god statue." Yang Feng frowned slightly and said, "4 people?" Li Yuelian said, "That's right. This time, there are many experts competing for the demon god statue. With just the 2 of us, the probability of getting the demon god statue is too low." Yang Feng asked, "How do we divide the spoils?" Li Yuelian said, "The spoils of war belong to the individual. The spoils of war belong to the group and will be distributed according to everyone's contribution." Yang Feng contemplated for a moment, and then said very decisively, "All right. Any expert would need resources to cultivate." Now that Yang Feng had already practiced cultivation to the great warlock realm, if he wanted to advance further, he would need a huge amount of resources. Moreover, Yang Feng was also very interested in the demonic god statues worshipped by the dilapidated aristocratic families. Demonic god force was highly toxic to ordinary people, but Yang Feng could easily devour it and turn it into fuel for his evolution. At the peak of Chestnut Mountain in Ningfen County. Humph, Yi Ching, how arrogant! He actually made us wait for him. Yuelian, why would you invite such a person? A burly and valiant-looking man with short hair and black armor snorted coldly and said with dissatisfaction. A beautiful girl in yellow, who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, with a child's face and big breasts, exuding a flirtatious aura, smiled sweetly and said, "Big brother Ing Duo, it's not time yet. It won't be too late to wait a little longer." Ing Duo looked at the beautiful girl in yellow with a doting look in his eyes and said with a smile, "For your sake, Mimi, I'll wait a little longer." I shouldn't be late, right? A gust of wind blew over from afar. Dressed in black clouds emerged under Yang Feng's feet, and he walked to the summit of Chestnut Mountain like an immortal god. Li Yuelian said with a sweet smile, "Of course I'm not late. There's still a quarter of an hour to go." Li Yuelian introduced. "Yi Ching, let me introduce you. This is Ing Duo of the Black Cloud Cave, and this is Yuan Mimi of the Tingyan Mountain." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Hello, I am Yi Ching of the Moon God Palace." Yuan Mimi said with a sweet smile, "Hello, big brother Yi Ching." There was a flash of jealousy in Ing Duo's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "Moon God Palace? Yi Ching, the true disciples of the Moon God Palace are all women. Are you also a woman?" His face expressionless, an ancient ape phantom appeared behind Yang Feng, and he took a step forward and sent a fist shrouded in demonic divine force barreling towards Ing Duo. Ing Duo's complexion changed dramatically. He didn't expect Yang Feng to attack without saying a word, and a layer of green scales appeared on his body. Boom! Along with a loud noise, Ing Duo was blasted dozens of meters away, slammed into a huge rock wall, and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. "Not dead? I'll send you on your way, have a good trip." Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. As if a berserk ancient ape, he appeared in front of Ing Duo with a shrink, and his fists, accompanied by fearsome explosions, slammed into Ing Duo's body. Demonic divine force revolved around Ing Duo, layers of cyan scales emerged, and demonic divine force revolved around him as he desperately resisted Yang Feng's attack. "Enough! Yi Ching, stop! Ing Duo!" Along with a delicate shout, moonlight shone, and Li Yuelian appeared between the two. Moonlight swept out and separated Yang Feng and Ing Duo. This power belongs to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. A 4-star Transcendent Lord is already a Starry Sky Warlock. This world's extraordinary beings are really strong. Yang Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly assessed in his heart. He took the initiative to attack Ing Duo in order to probe Li Yuelian's strength. Otherwise, no matter how strong Ing Duo's defense was, he would have been killed long ago. With blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, Ing Duo stared at Yang Feng and gritted his teeth, saying, "Fairy Moon Lotus, he's a mad dog. If you want me to stay in the team, I'll quit." Li Yuelian's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she barked, "Ing Duo, if you want to quit, then quit. Yi Ching is a member of the Moon God Palace. Since you insulted him, you must apologize to him. Otherwise, you don't have to follow us." Ing Duo was so angry that his veins bulged. He clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. After a while, he apologized to Yang Feng with a gloomy expression. "I'm sorry, Yi Ching, I was wrong before." Yang Feng uttered coldly, "It's good that you know your mistake. Since everyone is here, let's go. Li Yuelian smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and a lotus flower formed from moonlight appeared and turned into a mysterious curtain of light that swept towards the four people. Enveloped by the lotus flower formed from moonlight, Yang Feng's group of four disappeared and merged with the moonlight. Amazing power! Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. He scanned with his soul force and saw the other three people who have already disappeared. Follow me. Li Yuelian took the lead and walked outside. A mysterious guiding force enveloped the three of them, allowing them to know where they should go. Yuan Mimi looked at the huge city in front of her, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. This is the Yellow Leaf County's Willow City. They were actually hiding here. I thought they would hide in the wilderness, Li Yuelian said with a smile. Children of aristocratic families are accustomed to fine food, so how could they endure the torment of the wilderness? They exposed themselves in the Willow City, which was why our people locked onto them. Children of aristocratic families were extraordinary demonic divine emissary apprentice or above, possessing terrifying strength far beyond that of ordinary people. A family like the Yi family, which dominated a small city, couldn't withstand a single blow from children of aristocratic families. Since they were born, they had been living a life above the masses, so they naturally didn't want to hide in the wilderness as savages. Under Li Yuelian's lead, the group arrived at an elegant pavilion on the roof of a luxury hotel in the Willow City, where they gazed into the distance. 10 kilometers away, there was an extremely vast manor. That manor was the target of Yang Feng's party. Ing Duo's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he asked somewhat excitedly, "When do we make a move?" Li Yuelian smiled sweetly and said, "There's no hurry. Even though the Yuan family has declined, but they still have some foundation. We're not the only ones eyeing this big piece of meat, there are still others. As long as we wait here, they'll naturally make a move." The four people drank in the pavilion, quietly watched the manor, and waited for something to happen. At night, a distance of 10 kilometers wasn't something ordinary people could see clearly. But the four people here were all transcendent lords, extraordinary great warlock rank experts or above. A trifling distance of 10 kilometers was nothing to them. "They're here." Yuan Mimi's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she warned softly. Gusts of cold wind blew past from afar, and waves of terrifying evil chi blew over, forming an incomparably strange evil fog. A group of nearly 10,000 cavalrymen clad in steel armors abruptly emerged from the evil mist and quietly floated outside the manor. In this era where there were no superhumans using cold weapons, the 10,000 armored steel cavalry could completely crush an army of 100,000 people and be invincible. "Yuan Geezer, hand over the demonic divine idol. Otherwise, I'll exterminate your Yuan family." A gloomy voice came from the gusts of chilly wind. A cold voice came from the manor. "You sneaky things, you want to exterminate my Yuan family with this trash? You're overestimating yourself." Waves of incomparably terrifying auras rose as a dozen or so handsome men and women covered in a layer of black scales, with 2 horns on their heads and a monkey's tail coiled around their waists, exuding an evil aura, rushed out of the manor. The dozen demonic divine attendants of the Yuan family rushed into the midst of the 10,000 steel cavalrymen, casually brandished their weapons, and unscrupulously slaughtered the 10,000 steel cavalrymen as if crushing ants. Chapter 1394. Under the attack of the more than a dozen transcendent divine attendants of the Yuan family, the 10,000 steel cavalrymen collapsed and turned into countless fragments. When the weapons of the steel cavalrymen stabbed into the transcendent divine attendants of the Yuan family, they were blocked by a barrier formed from transcendent divine force. Yang Feng quietly analyzed. The transcendent divine force is similar to a warlock's life force field. However, it's much stronger than a warlock's life force field. After all, it's a power bestowed by an infinity warlock. Once an apprentice warlock advanced to a level 1 warlock, they will produce a powerful life force field on the outside of their body. If you can't break the life force field, you won't be able to kill a level 1 warlock. The same goes for Transcendent Divine Attendant. Once you become a Transcendent Divine Attendant, you will obtain Transcendent Divine Force to protect you. The Transcendent Divine Force is extremely frightening. Once an ordinary person is contaminated by it, they will be eroded and show all kinds of strange phenomena. Suddenly, an eerie wind blew among the steel cavalrymen, and the head of a Yuan family powerhouse fell to the ground. The eyes of the powerhouse opened wide and filled with horror and despair. As the eerie wind blew among the Yuan family's powerhouses, the transcendent divine force of the Yuan family's powerhouses collapsed, their heads fell to the ground, and they turned into corpses. "Old Deviline Wind, you're courting death." A cold and cruel voice came from the manor, and a 2-meter-tall powerhouse of the Yuan family covered in black scales, with 2 horns on his head, and exuding a fearsome aura walked out. The aura of this powerhouse of the Yuan family is far stronger than that of the Black Absolute Ogre. He is clearly a transcendent lord rank powerhouse. When the powerhouse took a step, the earth cracked, and he descended on the battlefield like a cannonball and extended his hand towards a part of the eerie wind. The eerie wind twisted strangely and turned into a monster with an evil spirit head and black skin shrouded in a layer of eerie wind. "Yuan Sheng, it's you who's going to die. Today, your Yuan family will die." Old Demon Yin Wind cackled strangely and his body kept twisting. Streams of cold wind slashed at Yuansheng like sharp blades. Yuansheng brandished his demonic claws, which were shrouded in layers of incomparably terrifying demon god's power. The Yin Winds were torn apart, and he appeared in front of Old Demon Yin Wind with lightning speed. He extended his claws and stabbed them into Old Demon Yin Wind's body, forcibly tearing off a large chunk of his flesh. "What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? If you don't make a move, I'm leaving." Fear flashed in Old Demon Yin Feng's eyes. He retreated rapidly and roared miserably. "Old Deviline Wind, you really are useless." Amidst a cold, mocking voice, a strange expert who was blind in one eye and had goat horns on his head, wearing a black armor with the head of a beautiful woman inlaid in the center of the armor, walked out of the darkness, laughing evilly. A black demonic flower suddenly sprouted from the ground. From within the black demonic flower, a beautiful woman with a sexy figure and an incomparably gorgeous figure walked out. A black sphere rolled over from afar, and distorted light flickered. A 10-meter-tall ghost giant with black skin and a mace in hand walked out of the black sphere. Seeing this, Yuansheng sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes flashed gravely. "Goat-horned devil, black demon flower lady, black ghost giant, the 4 of you join forces." Li Yuelian's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and she said, "So it's these 4 old monsters. It seems that things are a bit tricky this time." Old Demon Yin Wind and the other 3 old monsters were all ferocious old monsters of Southern Province. Li Yuelian didn't care about any one of them, but when the 4 joined forces, they were extremely troublesome. Ing Duo and Yuan Mimi also frowned slightly, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. The goat-horned devil said with a ferocious smile, "Yuan Sheng, none of the 4 of us are your match. But when the 4 of us join forces, you're not our match. Hand over the demon god statue, or today will be the day your Yuan clan is exterminated." "Fine. I'll give you the demon god statue." Yuansheng remained silent for a long time. In an instant, he seemed to have aged more than 100 years. Gritting his teeth, he took out a statue of a demonic ape from his bosom. It had a horn on its head, a ferocious face, and a trident in its hand. The statue of the demonic ape is shrouded in fearsome demon god power, and a vast pressure diffuses from it. Demon god statue. That's the demon god statue. When they saw the demon god statue, The eyes of the powerhouses present flickered with greed. "Here you go, old demon Een Wind." Yuanxing's eyes flashed coldly, and he threw the demon god statue to old demon Een Wind. "The demon god statue is mine." A look of greed flashed in old demon Een Feng's eyes. He reached out and grabbed the demon god statue. The black ogre giant appeared behind old demon Een Wind virtually noiselessly. Killing intent surged in its eyes, and it swung its huge wolf-tooth club at old demon Een Wind. Old demon Een Wind has just raised a chilly wind, when the goat-horned ogre giant smiled ferociously and lowered its head, and two streams of black demonic chi blasted into old demon Een Wind from the horns on its head. Old demon Een Wind trembled slightly and stopped for a moment. The black ogre giant slammed its club into old demon Een Wind and smashed him into a pile of minced meat. Gusts of twisted chilly wind blew from the side, condensing into the body of old demon Een Wind once more. His face was pale as he glared hatefully at his three companions. Gritting his teeth, he transformed into a chilly wind and fled into the distance. Old demon Een Wind is very cunning. He knows that after being seriously injured, he has lost the qualification to compete for the demon god statue. If he stays here, only death will await him. A strange shadow suddenly emerged, swept up the demon god statue on the ground, and flew into the distance. The shadow has just flown a few kilometers away, when the black demon flower maiden suddenly smiled sweetly and pointed at the shadow. Strange demonic flowers blossomed on the shadow. The shadow issued miserable screams, collapsed on the ground, and twitched. The roots of countless flowers wrapped around the shadow like vines and turned him into nutrients for the flowers. One by one, the experts hiding in the dark took action and flew towards the direction of the demon god statue. The demon god statue is in the hands of different powerhouses. Once a powerhouse obtains the demon god statue, they will become the target of other powerhouses. One after another, powerhouses were seriously injured and died. "Let's go." Li Yuelian's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she treaded on moonlight and flew towards the demon god statue. Ing Duo, Yuan Mimi, and the other two powerhouses followed Li Yuelian and rushed out. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he also went out. Standing quietly on a building in the manor, Yuanxing watched the many powerhouses in the distance fight over the demon god statue worshipped by the Yuan family with a gloomy expression. There are 20+ young men and women standing beside Yuanxing. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful. Shrouded by demon god force, unless the demon god they believe in has a special aesthetic sense, families that believe in the demon god won't give birth to ugly children. "Who?" Yuanxing's face suddenly flickered and he barked. "Moon God Palace's Yi Cheng." Following a calm voice, Yang Feng slowly walked out of the darkness and looked straight at Yuanxing. Yuanxing's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Moon God Palace's Yi Cheng, you're the one who killed a scion of an aristocratic family as a mortal." Yang Feng killing a scion of an aristocratic family as a mortal has caused an uproar in the extraordinary circle of this world. If he hadn't joined the Moon God Palace and offered the giant ape divine method to the Moon God Palace, there would have been countless powerhouses hunting him down. Yang Feng said indifferently, "That's right, it's me." Yuanxing uttered, "The transcendent idol is no longer in our hands." Yang Feng said with a smile, "What I want isn't the transcendent idol, but the secret methods of the Yuan family and the various ancient books collected by the family. Even though the Yuan family is a declining family. But since they worship the transcendent idol and can give birth to a transcendent lord rank powerhouse, the family must have some underlying strength." Yuanxing said with a cold smile, "Those secret methods are the core of the Yuan family. Do you think I'll give them to you for free?" Yang Feng uttered, "I can exchange the giant ape divine method. That's a peerless divine method that can be practiced until the transcendent lord rank. After you lose the transcendent idol, your bloodline will continue to degenerate. After the fourth generation, it will no longer be possible to condense transcendent force and step into the domain of transcendent attendant. Your family's secret methods and ancient books will be useless. Well said. However, I still have another option, which is to capture you alive and force you to write down the giant ape divine method. Yu Wenxing's eyes shimmered coldly, and he suddenly erupted and sent a claw at Yang Feng. Sure enough, if you want to negotiate, you have to open the way with your fist. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic glint, his inner force churned, and he took a step forward and sent a fist flying. An ancient ape phantom appeared and roared wildly. In an instant, Yang Feng's fist tore apart Yu Wenxing's defenses, slammed into Yu Wenxing, and sent him flying by hundreds of meters and crashing into a room. Patriarch! So strong! This Yi Cheng is immortal? How can a mortal be so strong? This isn't transcendent force. What a strong mortal! When the dozen-plus disciples of the Yuan family saw this scene, they were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Yu Wenxing was a transcendent lord, yet he was seriously injured by the mortal Yang Feng. This was simply heaven-defying. Chapter 1395. Very well, Yi City, the giant ape divine art is really extraordinary. I can give you the Yuan family's cultivation secret method in exchange. When Yu Wenxing walked out of the room, his transcendent force surged, and the dust on his body was blown away. His eyes flashed with a dignified shade, and he stared at Yang Feng. In this world, martial arts that can be practiced to the transcendent lord rank is simply heaven-defying. There has never been a martial artist who has practiced martial arts to this level. Only an eternal sovereign like Yang Feng can start with martial arts, develop the limits of his fleshly body, and break through to the transcendent lord rank. Please come with me. Yu Wenxing's eyes flickered for a while, and then he turned and walked towards the manor. Yang Feng smiled and followed Yu Wenxing inside the manor, ignoring the fight for the transcendent idol outside. After passing through an ancient, mottled, mysterious passage, Yang Feng came to an underground secret chamber. In the underground secret chamber, there are bronze bone lamps, which illuminate the underground secret chamber as if it were daytime. In the huge underground secret chamber, there are huge bookshelves with countless books placed on them. Yu Wenxing's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "These are the secret books of the Yuan family." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Not bad. Since the Yi family became the head of the Ningfen County, Yang Feng has obtained countless books. However, there are very few books involving extraordinary forces. The Yuan family's secret books are the key to making up for Yang Feng's lack of knowledge about the laws of the universe. After I finish reading those secret books, I'll give you the giant ape divine art. Yang Feng stepped into the secret chamber, picked up a book, and flipped through it. When the book fell into Yang Feng's hand, it automatically flipped through the pages, and soon the contents of the book were completely memorized. After advancing to the eternal sovereign rank, Yang Feng has a photographic memory and can read 10 lines at a glance. Time's up. Yu Wenxing suddenly showed a strange smile, and a copious amount of black gas emerged from him and entered the earth. In an instant, the entire Willow City was enveloped by black gas. No! Help! Save me! Waves of miserable screams resounded in Willow City. All the mortals in Willow City were filled with terror and despair. Their bodies shriveled inch by inch, and all their vitality disappeared. They became dried corpses. What's going on? What the hell happened? What the hell is happening? The experts who were fighting for the demon god statue felt their blood run cold when they saw this. Sacrifice! Damn it, this is the demon god sacrificial ceremony. The Yuan family is so cruel. They actually used the souls of the 650,000 people in the Willow City and all of us as a catalyst to activate the demon god's sacrificial ceremony. How vicious! Liuelian's beautiful eyes flashed with fear. She gritted her teeth and her body was shrouded in layers of moonlight as she frantically fled outside. The experienced and knowledgeable powerhouses also recognized the demon god's sacrificial ceremony at the first moment. A chill surged in their hearts as they turned into streams of light and fled in all directions. The demon god's statue, which was being fought over by countless people, twisted strangely, and a beam of black light shot out of its mouth and pierced into a demon lord rank expert beside it. No! The eyes of the demon lord rank expert shimmered with despair, and then he screamed miserably, and his body was sucked dry by the demon god statue. After absorbing the flesh, blood, and soul of a powerhouse, the demon god statue distorted, and a terrifying demon god pressure gushed out of the demon god statue. An ape-like demon god with a horn on the head and a trident in hand, exuding boundless demon god might walked out of the demon god statue. He has arrived. Haha, my lord has arrived. The bloodline of our Yuan family can evolve again. I will also become a demon god apostle. In the underground secret room, Yuanxing's eyes flashed fiercely, and he laughed wildly, feeling carefree. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "In that case, the Yuan family deliberately exposed their whereabouts for the sake of this sacrificial ceremony." Yuanxing's eyes flashed with resentment, and he laughed ferociously. "That's right. How can the flesh and soul of mortals compare to you demon lords? Only by using your flesh and blood as a primer can the sacrificial ceremony be launched perfectly. In order to launch this ceremony, more than 100 direct descendants of the Yuan family were forced to sacrifice themselves. You deserve to die." Yang Feng said unhurriedly. "More than 100 direct descendants of the family have to be sacrificed to launch the sacrificial ceremony. You're really crazy." Yuanxing was smug, his eyes filled with carefreeness. "It's all worth it. As long as I can advance to a demon god apostle, the Yuan family will prosper. We will enter the ranks of second-rate families. If we can't stay in the southern province, we can go to the northern province or the central province." The ape god transcendent opened his maw and inhaled, and black gas enveloping the entire Willow City poured into his maw. After absorbing the black gas containing the flesh and soul of 600,000 people in the Willow City, the ape god transcendent's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he spread the fingers of a hand. Chains condensed from demon god power surged out of the ape-monkey demon god's body and swept towards the fleeing demon overlord. Moonlight veil. Liuelian clenched her white teeth, her beautiful eyes flashed coldly, countless runes flickered, and moonlight suddenly emerged and formed a moonlight veil behind her. The moonlight veil's defensive strength is astonishing. It can barely block an attack from a demon god apostle rank powerhouse. When the transcendent chain stabbed into the moonlight veil, it easily pierced through the moonlight veil and stabbed Liuelian. "It's over." There was a flash of despair in Liuelian's beautiful eyes. Her power was crushed, and she was entangled by the transcendent chain and dragged towards the ape god transcendent. No matter what secret methods the demon lords cast, they were entangled by the transcendent chain and dragged to the ape god transcendent. A transcendent chain suddenly appeared in the secret room and wrapped around Yang Feng. With a queer look in his eyes, Yang Feng allowed the transcendent chain to wrap around him and drag him outside. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng saw himself appear on a black dining table and a huge dinner plate. On the huge dining table, there were black plates with demon overlords placed on them. Liuelian, Yuan Mimi, Ing Duo, the goat-horned ogre, the black demon flower maiden, the black ogre giant, Huang Pugao, and other demon lord rank powerhouses are on the dinner plates, their faces pale. On the other side of the huge dining table, the ape god transcendent looked at the demon lords on the dining table with a derisive look on his face, and his eyes shimmered with the look of someone looking at a delicious meal. The demonic ape god stretched out his hand and grabbed the black ghost giant, and stuffed him into his mouth. A copious amount of blood sputtered out of his mouth. At the same time, the black ogre giant's blood-curdling screams came from his mouth. When everyone heard the black ogre giant's screams, they realized that he was treated inhumanely. Everyone's complexion changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear and despair. Liyuelian gritted her teeth and shouted, "Yuan Sheng, let me go! I am Liyuelian, a true disciple of the Moon God Palace. If you kill me, the Moon God Palace won't let the Yuan family off." Standing aside, Yuan Sheng uttered with a frigid smile, "A true disciple of the Moon God Palace. Normally, I wouldn't want to offend you. But you came here today to destroy my Yuan family and seize our transcendent idol. You're courting death. Besides, my lord has already started eating. No one can interrupt him. You're dead meat and no one can save you." After the ape god transcendent ate the black ogre giant, his eyes narrowed and revealed a look of enjoyment. His aura strengthened by a fraction, and he extended his hand towards Yuan Mimi. "No, save me! Save me! Ingduo, save me!" Yuan Mimi was so scared that her face turned pale, and she desperately begged Ingduo. His face ashen, Ingduo lowered his head, unwilling to look Yuan Mimi in the eye and attract the attention of the ape god transcendent. Yuan Mimi sobbed with a look of despair on her face. "No, I want to live, don't eat me." "Okay, I'll save your life." A calm voice sounded, and a transcendent with goat horns, a ghost face, and a sword in hand suddenly appeared behind Yang Feng and stabbed the ape-like transcendent with his sword. Caught off guard, the ape god transcendent was stabbed in the heart by the transcendent sword. However, he didn't die. Roaring furiously, he slammed a fist into the transcendent with goat horns and a grimacing face. Under Yang Feng's control, the transcendent pounced on the ape god transcendent, opened his maw, and bit the ape god transcendent's neck. A fearsome devour force erupted and devoured the ape god transcendent's demonic force. With a flash of fury in his eyes, the ape god transcendent punched the ape god transcendent and blasted big holes into the fleshly body of the ape god transcendent. The ape god transcendent bit and devoured the ape god transcendent's power. Transcendent. Another transcendent appeared. This transcendent is the transcendent he serves. Who is Yi Cheng? Why would a transcendent fight for him? Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. Chapter 1396. Devoured continuously, the ape devil transcendent's transcendent force grew weaker and weaker, until it was finally devoured by the goat-horned transcendent. After the goat-horned transcendent devoured most of the ape devil transcendent's avatar, it opened its maw and bit the core of the ape devil transcendent. A fearsome devour force broke out in an instant and frantically absorbed the ape devil transcendent's origin force. In a higher world that was higher than this world, in a kingdom of apes, there was a palace. What's going on? Exuding a fearsome aura, an ape devil transcendent wearing a necklace with a human head on it has a ferocious look on his face, and his eyes shimmered with fear. An invisible, bloody mouth bit down on the demonic ape's chest. A terrifying devouring force frantically devoured the demonic ape's origin energy like maggots in a tarsal bone. Break! The ape devil transcendent took a deep breath. His eyes shimmered fiercely, and he roared. Black gas gushed out of countless apes in the country and entered the ape devil transcendent. The ape devil transcendent, who was originally just a lesser transcendent, exuded intermediate transcendent rank aura and sent his hand barreling towards the maw. Under the all-out attack of the ape devil transcendent, the maw was shattered, and a large hole was blasted open on his body. Suddenly, tiny devour black holes emerged, entered the ape devil transcendent's limbs and bones, and started absorbing wildly. No, I don't want to die. No, I don't want to die. Fear flashed in the eyes of the ape devil transcendent, and he roared wildly. However, he was devoured by the tiny devour black holes, and his body disintegrated inch by inch and disappeared. In the void, the aura of the goat-horned transcendent became fearsome to the extreme. He has stepped into the infinity warlock realm, and became a lesser transcendent. A meteor streaked across the sky of this world, and fell down to the ground. The trident ape devil transcendent died. The transcendent died. Did the transcendent war start again? The transcendent war, is this a precursor to the transcendent war? In other places in this world, when the experts saw the meteor falling, a solemn look flashed in their eyes. Each demon god corresponded to a star in this world. When a meteor fell, it meant the death of a demon god. In this world, this was almost unimaginable. Only during the great war of the fiend gods would there be a phenomenon of the fiend gods falling. The demon god realm was a world that existed in a higher dimension than this world. The demon divine realm was filled with demon god power and a massive amount of life demon energy. In the fiend celestial realm, all sorts of powerful transcendent creatures could be seen everywhere. Transcendent life forms at the level of demon god attendants were at the bottom of the food chain in the demon god realm. The various demon gods lived in the demon divine realm, and only the various precious resources in the demon divine realm could allow them to continuously evolve. If a lesser devil god were to survive in the mortal world, he would at most be able to live for 1,000 years. But in the demon god realm, they could live for more than 300,000 years. With such a difference, no demon god would be willing to stay in the mortal world. The trident ape transcendent died. Who killed him? Who was it? The death of the trident ape transcendent caused a small sensation in the demon divine realm. Any transcendent was an infinity warlock rank powerhouse, and the transcendent in this universe was far stronger than powerhouses of the same rank. When a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse fought a lesser transcendent, the one who died was definitely a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse. The Willow City. After the goat-horned transcendent devoured the trident ape transcendent, fearsome transcendent might exuded from him, and he glanced at the transcendent lords at the dining table. Under the gaze of the goat-horned transcendent, the dozens of transcendent lords trembled and their eyes shimmered with fear and despair, unable to resist. Compared to the infinity warlock rank goat-horned transcendent, the 9-star transcendent lord wasn't on the same level. With a thought from Yang Feng, the goat-horned transcendent could kill more than half of the transcendent lords present with a glance. I am the goat devourer transcendent. Since you have seen me, then you only have two choices. Either die or become my believers and serve me. The eyes of the goat-horned transcendent shimmered fiercely, and he looked at the transcendent lords and uttered coldly. The black demon flowery lady was the first to respond loudly. I am willing to serve the great goat devourer transcendent. I will dedicate everything to you. Very good. Under Yang Feng's control, the goat devourer transcendent flicked a finger, and a sphere of transcendent force entered the black demon flowery lady. As soon as the sphere of transcendent force entered the black demon flowery lady, it frantically eroded the transcendent force inside her. The two transcendent force devoured each other, causing the black demon flowery lady's face to twist in pain. However, the goat devourer transcendent Yang Feng formed is far superior to ordinary transcendent in nature. Moreover, it has grasped the devour authority. It easily devoured the heterogeneous transcendent force inside the black demon flowery lady and poured its own transcendent force into her. Greetings, my lord. After the black demon flowery lady was completely eroded by Yang Feng's transcendent force, she knelt in front of the goat devourer transcendent and said respectfully, I am willing to serve the great goat devourer transcendent. I will dedicate everything to you. What the transcendent lords were most worried about was a conflict of transcendent force, which would cause them to explode and die. But now that Yang Feng can easily dissolve the heterogeneous transcendent force, the transcendent lords begged loudly in an attempt to serve Yang Feng. Most transcendent lords live in the transcendent realm. In this world, the most powerful existences are the royal transcendent apostles who serve the superior transcendent. The strongest among the royal transcendent apostles who serve the superior transcendent are only in the infinity warlock realm, and it is difficult for them to bestow power to the inferior. When a transcendent appears in the secular world, even if it is a lesser transcendent, it will attract countless powerhouses to join them. Even Yuan Sheng and the other powerhouses of the Yuan family knelt on the ground and begged Yang Feng with a pious expression on their faces, begging him to take them in. When the trident fierce ape transcendent died, the Yuan family, who serve him, can clearly sense that the transcendent force inside them is slowly dissipating. If they can't find a transcendent to serve, then 10 years later, the transcendent force of the Yuan family will dissipate safely, and they will become ordinary people with a relatively strong physique. The goat devourer transcendent flicked his fingers, and transcendent force entered the transcendent lords, devoured, eroded, and transformed them into transcendent force unique to him. Even if ordinary people get the favor of a transcendent, they won't be able to evolve into a transcendent lord rank powerhouse in a single bound. Only some peerless geniuses can withstand a large amount of transcendent force and become a transcendent apostle rank powerhouse in a single bound. In Willow City, there are a total of dozens of transcendent lords who have been transformed into goat devourer transcendent lords, becoming one of the most terrifying forces in South Province. Li Yuelian's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she pleaded with Yang Feng. Willow City, I'm from the Moon God Palace, and I believe in the mighty Moonlight Transcendent. The Moonlight Transcendent is a superior transcendent. I can't change the transcendent I believe in. Please help me plead with the mighty Goat Devourer Transcendent to let me go. Yang Feng said, Great Goat Devourer Transcendent, she is my friend and a believer of the Moonlight Transcendent. Can you let her go this once? The Goat Devourer Transcendent stared at Li Yuelian and smiled coldly. The Moonlight Transcendent is a superior transcendent with believers all over the universe. Even if I kill an ordinary believer of his, he won't come looking for trouble with me. I am a Moonlight Transcendent's favored one. Li Yuelian gritted her teeth, and an imprint containing mysterious moonlight appeared on her forehead. Wisps of sacred moonlight slowly diffused from the imprint. The imprint represented that Li Yuelian was a Moonlight Transcendent's favored one, as well as a believer or sacrifice valued by the Moonlight Transcendent. Anyone who killed her would become a hostile target of the Moonlight Transcendent. Moonlight Transcendent. In that case, I'll give him face and spare your life. In exchange, let my apostle Yi Qing enter the Moon God's shrine to browse the ancient book. Go back and tell your palace master that this is my will. The Goat Devourer Transcendent waved his hand, and Li Yuelian was wrapped in fearsome transcendent power. She was sent flying and disappeared. Raging waves set off in Li Yuelian's heart, and her eyes shimmered with jealousy. Apostle! Yi Qing actually became an apostle of a transcendent. How terrifying! However, for him to be able to create a martial art that even mortals can practice to the extraordinary level, it's not surprising that he caught the eye of a transcendent. In the mortal world, a transcendent lord was already a high-level figure in any major force, and a transcendence apostle was a top figure. A transcendence apostle, even a lesser transcendence apostle, had the same status as a major force leader like the Moon God's Shrine Master. Because a transcendence apostle is not only extremely powerful, but also represents the will of the transcendent behind him. An enigmatic gleam flashed in the beautiful eyes of the Black Demon Flower Maiden, and she stared at Yang Feng. Apostle! He turned out to be a Transcendence Apostle, that is, the leader of our faction. Huang Pu Gao took a deep look at Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with bitterness and helplessness. Apostle! He turned out to be a Transcendence Apostle. The affairs of the world are truly unpredictable. I actually have to work under him. As a Transcendence Apostle, Yang Feng represented the will of the Transcendent. The Goat Devourer Transcendent Lords present couldn't resist him. Otherwise, only death would await them. Chapter 1397. With Yang Feng's order, the Transcendent Lords had no choice but to obediently offer the cultivation secret methods of their race. Yang Feng immersed himself in the cultivation secret methods of the various races and peeked at the laws of the universe. It was constantly evolving every day. With Yang Feng's order, the Transcendent Lords collected all kinds of precious mineral resources and handed them to Yang Feng. The Xian Ning City, in a huge secret room, there is a mechanical sphere with a diameter of 20 kilometers. Countless mysterious runes emerged inside the mechanical sphere. Yang Feng looked at the mechanical sphere, and his eyes flashed with a touch of excitement. I finally succeeded! This level 4 stronghold. A level 4 stronghold with transcendent force as its source is really something to look forward to. The rejection of machinery in this universe isn't strong. However, it is very repulsive to warlock power. The level 4 stronghold rumbled, and one after another, battle robots containing transcendent force walked out of the level 4 stronghold and stood quietly beside Yang Feng. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Resources. Now I just lack resources. But there are superior transcendent gods in this world. There is also the legendary Transcendent Emperor. He is definitely a powerhouse comparable to an Empyrean rank powerhouse. It will be very difficult to collect resources in large quantities. In this universe, superior transcendent gods are comparable to Holy Spirit warlocks in terms of strength, and some are even comparable to great holies and quasi-Empyreans. The Transcendent Emperor is a terrifying existence comparable to an Empyrean rank powerhouse. The level 4 stronghold Yang Feng has refined can already quell a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Although he is virtually invincible in the secular world, but once he attracts the attention of a superior transcendent, then any superior transcendent can come from the transcendent realm and quell Yang Feng. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then decisively gave up the idea of unifying the secular world. I can't take risks. Anyway, I have endless lifespan, so I have plenty of opportunities. Sir Apostle, are you worried about cultivation resources? In a palace, Yang Feng is sitting on a huge sofa. The sexy Black Demon Flower Lady is curled up in his arms and said with a sweet smile. Yang Feng replied unhurriedly, That's right. I have now perfectly absorbed apostle force and become a 1-star transcendent apostle. However, I want to advance to a 9-star apostle. That's the only way to be invincible. A strange light flashed through the Black Demon Flower Maiden's beautiful eyes, and she said, Since that's the case, why don't you enter the Demon God battlefield? That place was the main battlefield of the Fiend Celestial War. It was filled with all sorts of strange things, corpses of Fiend Celestials, and broken Fiend Celestial weapons. This time, the entrance to the Demon God battlefield will open in 10 days. Are you interested? When he heard this, Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly. The Transcendent Battlefield. Good idea. Each Transcendent is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. The power of their demon gods was even more powerful, and mortals who touched it would die. In order to protect the mortal world, most of the demon gods would choose to fight in the demon god world or in the demon god battlefield. After experiencing the intense battle of countless demon gods, the demon god battlefield also underwent a strange change. There were all sorts of oddities and dangers inside, but there were also many incomparably precious treasures. In the deepest part of the demon god battlefield, there were even terrifying existences with battle prowess comparable to higher demon gods. The periphery of the demon god battlefield became the paradise of many demon god apostles. They were able to collect many precious treasures from the periphery of the demon god battlefield. 10 days later, on the summit of the demon spirit mountain, with flashes of light, one after another, powerhouses exuding demon lord rank fluctuations of power gathered on the summit of the demon spirit mountain. Any demon lord rank powerhouse can dominate a region and destroy a city by themselves. But on this mountain peak, the weakest was a 3-star fiend celestial overlord. A moonlight chariot made of moonlight light galloped over from afar. 4 moonlight celestial horses radiated dazzling moonlight divine radiance. Inside the chariot sat a stunning woman of about 25 or 26 years old, dressed in a moonlight palace dress, with snow-white skin and a sexy figure. She exuded a noble, holy, and elegant aura. Behind the stunning woman stood 4 beautiful women, each of whom had an extraordinary temperament and were extremely beautiful. Li Yuelyen was one of the 4. The Moon God Palace's Palace Master, she came in person. The Moon God Palace's Palace Master, who is ranked 5th on the Apostle list, also came in person. How could such a bigwig be alarmed? When the many demon overlords saw the Moon Deity Palace Master, their eyes flashed with disbelief as they cried out involuntarily. The demon god battlefield was filled with danger. The slightest carelessness could cause even a demon god to fall. Generally speaking, the various large factions would only send a few demon lords to gather resources. Even if they died, they died. Demon god apostles wouldn't easily enter such a dangerous place. If those demon god apostles died, it would be a significant blow to the demon gods of the demon god world. After all, there weren't many people in the mortal world who could become demon god apostles. The moonlight chariot descended from the sky, and wherever it passed, everyone retreated. Although the Moon God Palace was only ranked 10th in Southern Prefecture, the Moon God Palace's Palace Master was incomparably powerful. She was ranked 5th in Southern Prefecture. No one was willing to offend such an expert. A giant crane with a wingspan of over 1,000 meters was riding a gust of wind as it flew over from afar. On the back of the giant crane stood a young man who looked to be in his 20s. A pair of crane wings blossomed with resplendent divine light. The Flying Crane Sect Master, ranked 2nd on Southern Prefecture's Apostle list. The Flying Crane Sect Master is a terrifying existence who can contend against the Blood Slaughter Sect Master, ranked 20th on the Central Prefecture's Apostle list. Why would he come here? Shocked gazes were focused on the sect leader of the Flying Crane Sect. The Moon God Palace's Palace Master's pupils constricted. The Flying Crane Sect Master was definitely a terrifying enemy. The Flying Crane Sect Master descended from the sky and landed on the peak of Demon Spirit Mountain. Wherever he passed, everyone retreated. In the distance, a sun suddenly rose, and a vast and boundless power of the sun spread in all directions. Inside the sun, a demon bull with a pair of wings was pulling a sun chariot, galloping over from afar. Inside the sun chariot sat a burly man dressed in golden armor. He had bull horns on his head, and he looked like a sun that emitted endless power of the sun. The Sun Bull Demon Sect Master, the strongest expert on Southern Prefecture's Apostle list. He's a terrifying existence comparable to a demon god. When the demon god lords saw the Sun Bull Demon Cult's Sect Master, their faces changed dramatically, and they retreated in all directions, not daring to appear in front of the Sun Bull Demon Cult's Sect Master. When the Moon God Palace's Palace Master and the Flying Crane Sect's Sect Master saw the Sun Bull Demon Cult's Sect Master, their eyes shimmered with apprehension. The Sun Bull Demon Cult's Sect Master was publicly acknowledged as the strongest expert in Southern Prefecture. Unless the Moon God Palace's Palace Master joined forces with the Flying Crane Sect's Sect Master, they would have the ability to fight him. Yuli, Ninth Crane, since you two are here, you know that thing is about to come into being. Don't fight with me, or I'll have no choice but to kill you. The Sun Bull Demon Cult's Sect Master glanced at the Moon God Palace's Palace Master and the Flying Crane Sect's Sect Master with killing intent in his eyes, and he spoke coldly. The Moon God Palace's Palace Master and the Flying Crane Sect's Sect Master looked at each other and remained silent. The Sun Bull Demon Cult's Sect Master was the strongest expert in Southern Prefecture, and he was also extremely overbearing. A single word of disagreement could lead to a fight. The two powerhouses were unwilling to have a meaningless fight here. Black Demon Flower Girl, that's the new Ning City's Yi Cheng. The Apostle of the Goat Swallower Transcendent. When Yang Feng walked out slowly with the Black Demon Flower Girl, he was recognized at once, and the Transcendent Lords discussed. The eyes of many Transcendent Lords shimmered with envy. They believed that Yang Feng gained the favor of the Transcendent, became a Transcendent Apostle, and obtained fearsome power. New Ning City's Yi Cheng, that's you. The Sun Bull Demon Cult's Sect Master turned around, his eyes radiated sunlight, and he stared at Yang Feng with killing intent in them and uttered coldly. Yang Feng frowned and looked at the Sun Bull Demon Cult's Sect Master. When the Sun Bull Demon Cult's Sect Master looked at her, the Black Demon Flower Girl trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear, and she uttered, "Sir, this is the first person on Southern Prefecture's Apostle list, the Sun Bull Demon Cult's Sect Master." Yang Feng replied coldly, "I am Yi Cheng, what do you want? A grandson of mine was killed by the Transcendent you serve. Since you are Yi Cheng, then I'll send you to accompany my grandson. Let him no longer be lonely in hell." The eyes of the Sun Bull Demon Cult's Church Master flickered fiercely, and he suddenly burst out and punched out, and a fearsome sun emerged and barreled towards Yang Feng. "Idiot, since you're courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and a mechanical armor suddenly flew out and covered him. Countless transcendent runes appeared on the mechanical armor, and vast transcendent force entered Yang Feng in an instant, and he slammed a fist into the sun. The phantom of the goat-eater demon god appeared and opened its bloody mouth, revealing terrifying jagged teeth similar to those of an alien. It swallowed the sun in one gulp. Yang Feng's fist tore through the void in an instant, slammed into the Sun Bull Demon Cult's Sect Master, and a fearsome power erupted and blasted the Sun Bull Demon Cult's Sect Master into pieces. He was killed. That's the first person in Southern Prefecture. He was killed by Yi Cheng with a punch just like that. How is this possible? The Southern Prefecture's powerhouses looked at the corpse of the Sun Bull Demon Cult's Sect Master that was blasted into pieces with incredulity in their eyes. Chapter 1398. A strange, distorted light appeared on the Sun Bull Demon Cult leader's body, forming a 100-meter-tall Sun Devil Bull incarnation shrouded in Sun Divine flames. In the secular world, in addition to serving the intelligent transcendent gods, ordinary people would also serve some fearsome beings of the transcendent realm. As long as enough sacrifices were offered, the transcendent realm's fearsome beings would bestow power upon their worshippers, and they wouldn't interfere with the actions of ordinary people too much like the transcendent gods. Therefore, in the secular world, many forces would serve the transcendent realm's fearsome, extraordinary life forms. The Sun Bull Demon sect served a Sun demonic bull of the transcendent realm with intermediate transcendent rank battle prowess. Sun demonic bull. What's going on? Sun demonic bulls are ferocious by nature. Once they descend, they won't rest until they devour enough blood. When the many transcendent lords saw the Sun demonic bull, their countenances changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with despair. When the Moon God Palace's temple master saw the Sun demonic bull, her pretty face flickered. What's going on? Is the plan going to fail this time? The face of the Flying Crane sect's church master also flickered. Although he could escape from the Sun demonic bull, but in this way, he wouldn't be able to enter the transcendent battlefield again. At this moment, the goat-eater transcendent behind Yang Feng blurred, turned from illusory to real, pounced on the Sun demonic bull, and bit it. Feeling the pain, the Sun demonic bull erupted with fearsome sun god fire that enveloped the goat-eater transcendent and burned it inch by inch. Every part of the goat-swallowing demon god's body was ignited by the terrifying divine sun flame. It started to burn and a charred smell kept surging out of the goat-swallowing demon god's body. The goat-eater demon god clung tightly to the demon sun bull's body and fiercely bit into it, devouring the demon sun bull's source energy. As the Sun demonic bull struggled, fearsome flames intertwined with the demonic power emitted by the goat-eater transcendent, and a fearsome storm of fire swept in all directions. This is a battle between demons and gods. So powerful. This is the war of demons and gods. The goat-eater demon god is actually protecting Yi Ching. He's really blessed by the heavens. The only apostle. I'm afraid Yi Ching is the only apostle of the goat-eater demon god. When the transcendent lords saw the two invincible transcendent fighting, their gazes fell on Yang Feng, and their eyes shimmered with envy and jealousy. In the eyes of the demon gods, mortals were merely playthings and food for their entertainment. Only the demon god's most beloved apostles could obtain the demon god's favor, constantly paying attention to them, and even following them. The goat devourer transcendent followed Yang Feng. In the secular world, apart from the apostles of the superior transcendent gods, no one dared to provoke him. The peak of Devil Spirit Mountain was covered in flames, and the temperature was over 1,000 degrees. The transcendent lords released a transcendent force field formed from transcendent force to resist the burning of the flames. The two transcendent lords tangled in the void for a while. Then, the Sun demonic bull trembled slightly, and eventually collapsed, and everything was devoured and dissipated. In the realm of demon gods, on a flaming mountain on the outskirts of a broken sun, an incomparably terrifying bloody mouth suddenly appeared on the body of a demon sun bull. Like a maggot in a tarsal bone, it bit down on its body and crazily devoured its source energy. The eyes of the Sun demonic bull shimmered with fear, and it stimulated the force of the sun, turned it into sun god fire, and shot towards the maw. Black holes emerged from the maw, which devoured the sun god fire and frantically devoured the life force of the Sun demonic bull. The Sun demonic bull struggled in pain for a while, before it was finally devoured by the maw formed from eternal grade devour origin. The secular world. After devouring the Sun demonic bull's origin, a sun imprint appeared on the forehead of the goat devourer transcendent. Fearsome sun god fire revolved around him, and intermediate transcendent rank might spread in all directions. Intermediate transcendent. He actually evolved into an intermediate transcendent. How is this possible? When the many transcendent lords sensed the fearsome might exuded by the goat devourer transcendent, they were stunned, and their eyes flashed with shock. In the secular world, the transcendent gods that most families, churches, and other extraordinary forces believe in are inferior transcendent gods. Only the transcendent gods that first-rate churches believe in are intermediate transcendent gods. In the secular world, an intermediate transcendent god is a virtually invincible existence. In South Province, unless all extraordinary forces unite, use their underlying strength, and beg for a transcendent god to descend, they are not the opponent of an intermediate transcendent. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Having a high realm is really good. If I wasn't an eternal, I wouldn't have been able to advance to an intermediate transcendent by devouring a transcendent. Yang Feng is an eternal by nature. Even if a part of his true spirit enters this universe and loses all his power, he only lacks resources and the key to open the laws of this universe to restore his power. The eyes of the goat devourer transcendent shimmered coldly, and he looked at the many transcendent lords down below. The transcendent lords are scared witless, fearing that the goat devourer transcendent will devour them. Some evil and chaotic transcendent lords are extremely ferocious and unscrupulous. Once they descend to the secular world, they will go on a killing spree. They will even dare to kill the apostles of a superior transcendent. Strange demonic patterns flashed, and the goat-eater demon god's body gradually disappeared in the void. Although the goat devourer transcendent disappeared, but everyone's gazes on Yang Feng have changed. At this time, Yang Feng, who has the blessing of a transcendent, has become the #1 expert in South Province. No one dares to provoke him. Yi Cheng, let me introduce you. This is the Moon God Palace's palace master. Li Yuelian's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and a fragrance wafting from her, she came to Yang Feng and introduced him. The Moon God Palace's palace master said with a smile, "Hello Yi Cheng, it's an honor to meet you." Yang Feng responded, "It's also an honor to meet you." The Moon God Palace's palace master hesitated for a while, then gritted her teeth and asked, "Yi Cheng, did you go to the transcendent battlefield for the sake of the transcendent flower that is about to appear?" Transcendent flower? Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and recalled what the transcendent flower is. The transcendent flower is an extraordinary flower that is born from the corpse of a transcendent. It is almost extinct in the secular world. This flower is a precious treasure even for transcendent apostles. It is a treasure of heaven and earth that can enhance the evolution of a transcendent apostle. According to legend, as long as a transcendent apostle absorbs enough transcendent flowers, they will advance to a true transcendent. Yang Feng pondered for a while and then said, "Yes, my goal is also the transcendent flower." There was a flash of disappointment in the beautiful eyes of the Moon God Palace's palace master, and she said with a sweet smile, "In that case, if you get the transcendent flower, the Moon God Palace will not make an enemy of you. Besides, if you are interested in selling the transcendent flower, the Moon God Palace is willing to pay the corresponding price to buy it." Yang Feng responded, "Okay." At noon, sunlight sprinkled down from the sky. Suddenly, the sun suspended in the void trembled slightly, and a huge rift appeared on it. That huge and strange crack extended all the way into the void of this mountain range, as if someone had used a large blade to split the void. With a faint flash of light, the demon overlords present cast mystic arts, transformed into streams of light, and plunged into the huge void rift. Yang Feng also turned into a stream of light and entered the rift. This is the transcendent battlefield. As soon as Yang Feng entered the rift, he appeared in a strange world shrouded in blood and full of chaotic fluctuations. In this strange and chaotic world, even with the goat-eater transcendent Yang Feng created, its perception can only cover an area of about 10 kilometers in radius. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, spatial ripples flickered, and a swarm of fourth-generation battle robots emerged and flew in all directions. Since he obtained the cultivation methods of the Transcendent Lords, Yang Feng has easily analyzed a lot of the laws of this universe from the cultivation methods of the Transcendent Lord. He can now freely use the essence of space, power, and devour in this universe. The essence of time and the essence of fate are the two most mysterious essences. Without the keys, even someone as strong as Yang Feng cannot use them in this universe. These are corpse servants. In other words, there is a transcendent corpse nearby. After walking for hundreds of kilometers on the transcendent battlefield, Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked west. In the west, strange monsters made of stone, flesh, and blood appeared. They were about 2 meters tall, with one eye on their heads, a bloody mouth full of jagged teeth, and claws like hooks. Their bodies were covered with demon god tattoos. These weird freaks are corpse servants. They are monsters formed from the transcendent force overflowing from the transcendent corpse and the various existences in this world. These corpse servants will kill all existences that approach them, extract the flesh, blood, and soul of the killed, and pour it on the transcendent corpse to resurrect the transcendent. Chapter 1399. The transcendent of this universe has a formidable undying characteristic. Even if their head is cut off, their heart is dug out, and their blood is drained, they can still survive. Even if a transcendent suffers an injury that is almost impossible to heal and dies, as long as there is a corpse, there is a possibility of resurrection. In this transcendent battlefield, there have been countless transcendent wars. In this transcendent battlefield, countless transcendent gods have died. Similarly, from time to time, a transcendent will resurrect and return to the transcendent realm. The corpse servants are strange existences constructed from the will and power of the transcendent realm. There are strong and weak corpse servants. The transcendent emperor's corpse servants can even easily tear apart a superior transcendent. Kill them all. Following Yang Feng's order, a swarm of fourth-generation battle robots rushed towards the corpse servants like a tide. As for the corpse servants, they immediately pounced towards the fourth-generation battle robot. The alloy armor of the fourth-generation battle robots had astonishing defense. When the attacks of the corpse servants hit them, they could only penetrate their shields and were blasted into pieces by the fourth-generation battle robots. Besieged by the fourth-generation battle robots, the corpse servants that covered the mountains suffered heavy casualties. At every moment, thousands of corpse servants were blasted into pieces. Suddenly, a small mountain that was over 100 meters tall split open. The corpse of a 50-meter-tall extraordinary life-form rock dragon tortoise, which is covered in a layer of giant rocks and bears a 70% resemblance to a black tortoise, suddenly appeared, and fearsome demonic divine force permeated the corpse. An extraordinary life form of the transcendent realm that is about to resurrect? Unfortunately, even if you resurrect completely, you are still not my opponent. Yang Feng smiled coldly and waved his hand, and the goat-eater transcendent appeared behind him and pounced on the rock dragon tortoise. The goat-eater transcendent pounced on the rock dragon tortoise and devoured its transcendent force. The rock dragon tortoise has yet to fully resurrect. When the goat-eater transcendent pounced on it, it struggled for a while, and then was devoured by the goat-eater transcendent and turned into ashes. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with regret. Unfortunately, it still hasn't evolved into a superior transcendent. Superior transcendent realms are terrifying existences comparable to Holy Spirit warlocks, great holies, and even quasi-emperor rank powerhouses. It's not that easy to advance. Superior fiend gods were terrifying existences that stood at the pinnacle of the fiend god realm, and they were extremely few in number. Devouring a giant crag dragon tortoise was not enough to make the goat devourer evolve into a greater demon god. After the rock dragon tortoise was killed, countless engineering robots swarmed into the rock dragon tortoise's location and extracted countless precious minerals. A level 4 base that looked like a disk followed behind, absorbing all sorts of minerals and continuously evolving. In the mortal world, the countless transcendent powers were the eyes and ears of the demon gods. It is very difficult for Yang Feng to expand his force in the transcendent realm. Once the superior transcendent notices Yang Feng's base, then even an eternal sovereign like Yang Feng will have to kneel. However, the demon god battlefield was filled with chaotic demon god power. Even the demon god emperor couldn't completely control everything that happened in the demon god battlefield. Although the transcendent battlefield is full of dangers, but it is also the best place for Yang Feng to develop. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After all, it is difficult to collect too many resources in the periphery of the demon god battlefield. It seems that I have to move to the center. Yang Feng took a deep look at the center of the demon god battlefield, frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. During this month, the goat devourer transcendent Yang Feng devoured a total of 3 transcendent corpses. Using the various resources he found, his true body advanced to a glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouse. However, although the periphery of the demon god battlefield can't threaten Yang Feng's safety, but the resources it can provide him have become scarce. After making the decision, the mechanical army that seemed to be able to destroy everything headed straight for the central area of the demon god battlefield. After the huge mechanical legion advanced for about 300 kilometers, more than 300 battle robots suddenly disintegrated, turned into powder, and disappeared. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered gravely. This is the annihilation force field left behind by quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses. The demon god battlefield is really full of dangers. If a lesser transcendent breaks into the annihilation battlefield, they will be killed directly. The demon god battlefield is full of dangers, and there are strange force fields left behind by the fights of powerhouses everywhere. In particular, in the center, the transcendent corpses have given birth to countless strange existences and all kinds of hard-to-detect distorted force field. Even if it is a superior transcendent who enters the center, they will die if they are careless. Relying on his eternal sovereign immortality and the huge mechanical legion as cannon fodder, Yang Feng dares to break into the center of the demon god battlefield. As the battle robots continued to disintegrate, Yang Feng marked dangerous places and actively avoided them. In a bloody desert, the bloody desert suddenly split open, and a sand giant made of bloody sand flew out and pounced this way. When the attacks of the 4th-generation battle robots slammed into the sand giant, a lot of sand was blasted away. Staring at the tens of thousands of 4th-generation battle robots besieging the battle robots, the sand giant swept towards them. The numerous primary battle robots were drawn into the body of the sand giant and disintegrated, turning into grains of metal sand. A transcendent immune to physical attacks. Unfortunately, I'm your opponent. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he waved his hand, and the goat-eater transcendent appeared behind him and pounced on the sand giant. The goat-eater transcendent pounced on the sand giant, opened its maw, and burst out with fearsome devour force that enveloped the sand giant. Although the sand giant is an intermediate transcendent rank powerhouse, but under the devour force of the goat-eater transcendent, its transcendent force was quickly devoured and turned into a pile of ordinary sand. Sir Yi Ching, save me, save me! At this moment, a scream of horror came from afar. Yang Feng looked in the direction of the scream and saw the palace master of Moon God Palace, known as the #1 beauty in South Prefecture, riding Moonlight and flying this way. Behind the Moon God Palace master were 6 corpse servants with a pair of wings on their ribs and the head of a bull, exuding energy fluctuations comparable to a lesser demon god. There was also a 100-meter-long corpse servant with a pair of dragon wings and the head of a lion, exuding the energy fluctuations of a lesser demon god. When the 7 corpse servants join forces, they can seriously injure or even kill an intermediate transcendent. The Moon God Palace Master had a Wings of the Moon insignia in her hand. The insignia released a powerful moonlight, allowing the Moon God Palace Master to escape faster than the 7 corpse servants. If it weren't for the Moonwings badge, the Palace Master would have already been dismembered by the 7 corpse servants. Devour them! Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he ordered. The figure of the swallower goat transcendent fluttered, and he appeared in front of the dragon-winged lion head corpse servant and slammed a fist into the ground. Then, the swallower goat transcendent pounced on the dragon-winged lion head corpse servant, bit the corpse servant and activated Devour Force. The 6 corpse servants with a pair of wings extended their claws and stabbed at the goat eater transcendent. Countless mysterious magic runes appeared on the surface of the goat eater transcendent and strengthened the black scales covering his body. The attacks of the 6 corpse servants barely tore the goat eater transcendent's scales. The goat eater transcendent frantically devoured the power of the dragon-winged lion head corpse servant. The dragon-winged lion head corpse servant struggled for a while before its transcendent power was devoured. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the 6 minotaur corpse servants as if he was grabbing chick. He opened his mouth and sucked, turning the minotaur corpse servants into ashes. The beautiful eyes of the palace master flashed with astonishment. So strong! What is the origin of the goat eater transcendent? How can he be so powerful? This frightening power is far beyond that of an intermediate transcendent. As the 5th strongest expert in South Province, the Palace Master knew countless secrets, and even the names of many powerful transcendent gods in the transcendent realm. However, she had never heard of the name of the goat-eater demon god. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he uttered, "Palace Master, where did you encounter these 7 corpse servants? Take us there." There was a flash of fear in the beautiful eyes of the Palace Master, and she uttered, "Ye city, I encountered these 7 corpse servants in a transcendent cemetery. The transcendent cemetery is full of dangers. There are even corpses of superior transcendent gods buried there, and there are countless corpse servants and freaks guarding it. Even if the goat-eater transcendent gets there, he may not be able to escape unscathed. Lead the way or die." The goat-eater transcendent turned his head, his eyes flashed with a cruel and ruthless light, and he stared at the palace master as if looking at an ant. Yes, the great goat-eater transcendent. The beautiful eyes of the palace master shimmered with helplessness, and she uttered respectfully, "Transcendent gods have no tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. If she disobeys the orders of a transcendent, the transcendent may kill her." After walking for thousands of kilometers, an endless mountain range dyed black and red appeared in front of Yang Feng. That mountain range was filled with all sorts of chaotic and distorted force field. The huge mechanical legion has just arrived at the mountain range when thousands of them were crushed. The palace master took a deep look at Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "This is a transcendent cemetery that I discovered." The palace master's words have just fallen when the earth cracked and corpse servants exuding fearsome transcendent force crawled out of the earth and rushed over. Chapter 1400. Devour them! With a thought from Yang Feng, the mouth of the goat devourer transcendent split open, and a fearsome devour vortex emerged and sucked in the corpse servants. The dense crowd of corpse servants was sucked into the mouth of the goat devourer transcendent and turned into dust. A tremendous amount of demonic divine force poured into the goat devourer transcendent and interwove into mysterious and unfathomable transcendent runes. Every time the goat devourer transcendent's strength evolves by a fraction, Yang Feng's analysis of the laws of the universe will become a fraction stronger. After the goat devourer transcendent devoured a large number of corpse servants, it rushed into the transcendent cemetery. As soon as the goat devourer transcendent stepped into the transcendent cemetery, 13 mountain peaks cracked open, and the corpses of 7 intermediate transcendent gods and 6 lesser transcendent gods walked out. The goat devourer transcendent's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of a goat-headed and human-bodied intermediate transcendent, opened his maw, and bit off the head of the transcendent, and then devoured the intermediate transcendent. The remaining 6 intermediate transcendent gods and 6 lesser transcendent gods rushed over and attacked the goat devourer transcendent. With flickers of transcendent runes, the goat devourer transcendent waved its hand, and 6 spheres containing sun god fire barreled towards the 6 intermediate transcendent gods. The 6 intermediate transcendent gods unleashed secret methods and blasted the 6 spheres containing sun god fire apart. At this moment, the goat devourer transcendent opened its maw and absorbed the demonic divine force inside the corpses of the 6 lesser transcendent gods. The corpses of the 6 lesser transcendent gods turned into dust in an instant. After the goat devourer absorbed the fiend god power of the 6 lesser fiend gods, strange fiend god runes appeared and formed 6 chains made of fiend god runes. The chains coiled around the 6 fiend god runes and tightly bound them. A fearsome devour force broke out and frantically extracted the demonic divine force of the 6 intermediate transcendent gods. The 6 intermediate demon gods kept struggling, but they were still reduced to ashes inch by inch. When she saw this scene, shock flashed in the beautiful eyes of the moon god Palace's palace master. So strong! Fighting 1 against 6, and yet still holding the upper hand, that's too strong. This devil god is too terrifying. Although the 6 demon gods were merely corpses of demon gods, they had recovered more than 80% of their strength after countless years of recovery. When 6 middle-rank fiend celestials joined forces, there were few middle-rank fiend celestials who could resist them. Now that they had joined forces, they were being suppressed by the goat-eater fiend celestial alone. It was simply terrifying. The earth trembled violently, and a vast, almost endless, terrifying power that could easily destroy the world spread out from a mountain peak. The moon god Palace's palace master's expression changed greatly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with fear. Superior demon god. A higher demon god was about to be born. Ye city, let's escape. Superior demonic gods were invincible. No matter how powerful the middle-level demon god protecting you is, he will not be able to withstand a single blow from a high-level demon god. Superior freak gods were fearsome existences that surpassed the Holy Spirit warlock rank. They were the apex extraordinary life forms of the universe. All existences below the superior fiend celestial level were ant. No matter how powerful an intermediate fiend celestial was, it would be difficult for them to withstand a superior fiend celestial's attack. Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Superior fiend celestial, that's great. This is a top prey." When the moon god Palace's palace master heard this, her beautiful eyes flashed with consternation, as if she was looking at a madman. The eyes of the goat-eater fiend celestial shone brightly, and 2 bulges appeared on his back. The 2 bulges trembled slightly, split open, and a pair of huge dragon wings emerged. With a flap of the huge dragon wings, the goat-eater fiend celestial teleported in front of a 1,000-meter tall mountain and smashed the mountain wall with a punch. The moment the mountain wall crumbled, a demon god with a dragon head and a human body and a bronze dagger axe stuck in his chest slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and a vast, boundless demon god pressure gushed out and swept in all directions. "Kneel!" The eyes of the dragon-headed superior transcendent shimmered, and he barked majestically. An incomparably terrifying power of laws surged out, sweeping in all directions. Transcendent Absolute Dragon. A superior transcendent that ranked 19th in the ancient transcendent wars. He's not dead yet? The moon god Palace's palace master trembled slightly, her blood boiled, and she knelt on the ground, unable to budge. Her pretty face fell, and fear and despair surged in her eyes. Demonic god Absolute Dragon was a famous fiendish god among the primordial demon gods. He had once fought and killed 2 superior demon gods by himself. He has slaughtered hundreds of millions of ordinary people. Once such a fierce god appears, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is an order from a superior transcendent god. Even a transcendent apostle can't resist it. How can he resist the order of a superior transcendent god? When the moon god Palace's palace master saw Yang Feng, who is standing proudly as if unaffected, her beautiful eyes flashed with shock. Superior transcendent gods are apex existences in the universe. Each and every move of a superior fiend god contained an incomparably terrifying nomological power. With a single command from them, even the intermediate demon gods had to submit to them. They were unable to resist. As Yang Feng's essence is an eternal sovereign, he naturally won't be affected by the orders of a superior transcendent god. Even though the Absolute Dragon was a top powerhouse among transcendent gods, an existence comparable to a great holy or even a quasi-empyrean, but he still couldn't make him submit. A fearsome pressure emerged from the goat-devouring transcendent's bloodline and tried to suppress him and make him submit. However, a vast, boundless, and peerlessly terrifying eternal essence emerged and suppressed everything. The goat-eater demonic god's body stiffened slightly, and its eyes shone with a fierce light. In an instant, it pounced on the Absolute Dragon demonic god, opened its mouth, and bit the Absolute Dragon demonic god's arm. A mere intermediate transcendent god wants to hurt me, you're overestimating yourself. The Absolute Dragon's eyes shimmered with contempt. Transcendent runes appeared on his body, and dragon scales intertwined with transcendent runes appeared on his arm. The defensive strength of the Absolute Dragon's dragon scales is so terrifying that even other superior transcendent gods find it difficult to break through them. When the goat-devouring transcendent bit the arm of the Absolute Dragon, his teeth broke one by one, and he couldn't even leave a bite mark on the dragon scales. A fearsome devour vortex sprayed out of the goat-devouring transcendent's mouth and enveloped the right arm of the Absolute Dragon. A tremendous amount of superior transcendent origin force was extracted from the right arm of the Absolute Dragon and poured into the goat-devouring transcendent. Damn it, how can this be? Who the hell are you? Are you a descendant of the sky-devouring dog? The face of the Absolute Dragon suddenly changed dramatically. He raised his left arm, countless transcendent runes interwove on his arm, and superior transcendent force suddenly erupted and barreled towards the goat-devouring transcendent. Black transcendent runes appeared on the huge wound on the transcendent dragon extinction's chest. More than half of the transcendent dragon extinction's transcendent force collapsed, and the remaining force slammed into the goat-eater transcendent. The goat-devouring transcendent, who can withstand the attacks of 6 intermediate transcendent gods, disintegrated inch by inch, and finally only his head remained. A copious amount of transcendent force interwove, and the goat-devouring transcendent's shattered fleshly body was reborn in an instant. How can this be? There was a flash of incredulity in the eyes of the Absolute Dragon. Although he has been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, but after absorbing the blood and souls offered by countless believers, he has recovered 50% to 60% of his vitality. Even a slightly weaker superior transcendent would be seriously injured by this blow. However, the goat-devouring transcendent only had his entire body collapsed, yet his head remained. Moreover, it could regenerate quickly. This kind of recovery ability is simply heaven-defying. In that instant, Demon God Extinct Dragon's right arm withered. The goat-devourer Demon God had already pounced on Demon God Extinct Dragon's body. Its newly grown teeth tore through Demon God Extinct Dragon's scales and entered Demon God Extinct Dragon's body, devouring Demon God Extinct Dragon's origin energy. My servants, wake up! Kill the enemy in front of me! The absolute dragon's eyes shimmered with fear, and he roared wildly and attacked the goat-devouring transcendent. In the transcendent cemetery, the mountains collapsed, and one after another, intermediate transcendent, lesser transcendent, and countless corpse servants walked out of the mountains. Kill them all! Yang Feng ordered with a cold look in his eyes. A dense swarm of fourth-generation battle robots attacked the intermediate transcendent, lesser transcendent, and corpse servants like a tide. Countless beams of light shot out in all directions, and the densely packed corpse servants were instantly torn to pieces by the countless beams of light. Most of the intermediate transcendent and lesser transcendent were damaged and covered in wounds. They were no longer at their peak. Besieged by the fourth-generation battle robots, many transcendent corpses were blasted to pieces. Only the 6 intermediate transcendent, who have recovered more than 80% of their strength, could blast the fourth-generation battle robots to pieces with a wave of their hands. However, they were entangled by the fourth-generation battle robots, unable to rescue the absolute dragon. Let me go. Let me live. I can help you become a superior transcendent. Don't kill me. I can give you all my believers. I know a treasure trove. There is a glimmer of hope for you to advance to the transcendent Emperor realm. Let me go. The demonic god Dragon Extinction let out miserable screams and begged bitterly, but was still devoured by the demon god Eater, his body turning into ashes inch by inch. At the moment when the transcendent Dragon Extinction transcendent turned into ashes, countless transcendent runes appeared on the gobbling transcendent, formed a fearsome superior transcendent body, and slowly spread greater transcendent rank fluctuations of power. Chapter 1401. The Goat Devourer Transcendent inhaled, and a fearsome devour force enveloped the intermediate and lesser transcendent gods. When the intermediate and lesser transcendent gods flew in front of the Goat Devourer Transcendent, he grabbed them and sucked them dry of their origin force. Numerous middle demon gods, lower demon gods, corpse servants, and other transcendent existences of the demon god cemetery flew to the side of the goat demon god and were devoured cleanly, turning into dust. When the moon god Palace's palace master saw the goat devourer transcendent, she trembled all over, so strong. He actually evolved into a superior transcendent. Before this, he was just an intermediate transcendent. How could there be such a powerful existence? To be able to kill even the transcendent dragon absolute, an ancient fierce god. After the goat devourer transcendent devoured a large number of transcendent gods, he pointed at the level 4 stronghold. Vast transcendent god force entered the level 4 stronghold in the rear. The core of the level 4 stronghold transformed continuously, fused with various metals, and began to evolve frantically. It evolved into a level 5 stronghold. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Unfortunately, there aren't enough resources. If I want to advance to a level 6 stronghold, I need more resources. The Goat Devourer Transcendent, Yang Feng's true body, and the Shizu stronghold all need massive amounts of resources to evolve. As the battlefield of previous transcendent wars, the transcendent battlefield is full of dangers, but it also has endless resources. It is a good place for Yang Feng to advance. The Moon God Palace's palace master said respectfully, Sir Yi Qing, I have brought you to the transcendent cemetery. Can I go now? Yang Feng took a deep look at the Moon God Palace's palace master and uttered with a smile, Since you have seen my secret, do you still want to leave? The Goat Devourer Transcendent opened his mouth and inhaled, and the tremendous energy drifting in the world entered him. He pointed at Yang Feng, and a pure force entered Yang Feng. One after another, mysterious transcendent runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, and he evolved into a lesser transcendent in a breath of time. Mysterious transcendent runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, making him exude a mysterious and terrifying temperament. Demon God! A mortal had actually evolved into a demon god. How was this possible? How is this possible? When she saw Yang Feng evolve into a transcendent in a single bound, the pretty face of the Moon God Palace's palace master flickered, and shock filled her beautiful eyes. In this world, some of the strongest apostles of the royal family and aristocratic families could rely on the demonic divine weapons bestowed by the superior demonic gods to contend against some middle and inferior demonic god. However, there had never been an example of a mortal apostle evolving into a demon god. A demon god was high and mighty. No matter how powerful a mortal was, they had to remain humble in front of a demon god. This was the iron rule of this world. From a mortal, Yang Feng evolved into a transcendent, which was simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "It's not that difficult. I could have advanced to become a demon god long ago. It's just that it's easy to advance, but if I want to advance perfectly, I need to comprehend the laws. Otherwise, if you make a mistake in your advancement, you'll need more resources to make up for it." As an eternal sovereign, Yang Feng has seen a lot. With the means of the world of warlocks, he can use bloodline transplantation, reincarnation in a corpse, and many other strange means to advance to a demon god in a single bound. However, once Yang Feng advances to a demon god through such means, not only will he consume a lot of resources, but if he makes a mistake, it will be very troublesome for him to start all over again. If he isn't careful, he will attract the hostility of the universe will. The beautiful eyes of the Moon God Palace's palace master shimmered with astonishment. Advancing to a demon god isn't difficult at all. There's actually such a genius in this world? You're not bad, I admire you very much. From now on, you will serve me. Yang Feng pressed his hand on the shoulder of the Moon God Palace's palace master, and tremendous demonic divine force entered the Moon God Palace's palace master and polluted her demonic divine force. Although the Moon God Palace's palace master is the fifth strongest powerhouse in South Province, but in front of Yang Feng, she is powerless to fight back. The demonic divine force inside her is polluted and converted into Yang Feng's demonic divine force. Mysterious runes appeared one after another, and rays of moonlight condensed around the Moon God's palace master's body, forming a tall, handsome man who gave off an evil aura. She is my apostle, my caretaker. You want to pollute her? Do you want to become enemies with me, the Moonlight Demon God? The Moonlight Demon God's eyes flickered coldly, and he looked deeply at Yang Feng with frigid, killing intent in his eyes. Moonlight Demon God, to dare appear here, you're courting death. Kill him! Yang Feng smiled coldly and ordered decisively. The gobbling goat demon god pounced on the Moonlight Demon God's projection and opened its mouth to bite it. The Moonlight Demon God's projection collapsed in an instant. Although he was a superior demon god, and his projection possessed intermediate demon god strength, but compared to the Goat-Eater Transcendent, he was still not on the same level. After the Goat-Eater Transcendent devoured the Moonlight Demon God's projection, he activated the law of karma, followed the law of karma, and bit the Moonlight Demon God. In a palace constructed from moonlight in the Transcendent Realm, there are stunning women dressed in light muslin with extraordinary temperaments everywhere. On a throne in the center of the palace, the Moonlight Demon God's true body sits. A strange bloody maw bit the chest of the Moonlight Demon God's true body and frantically devoured his life origin. It can attack my true body through my projection. What a terrible monster! The Moonlight Demon God's eyes shimmered with apprehension, and he beckoned with his hand, and a tremendous amount of moonlight gathered in his hand and formed a moonlight spear, which he stabbed into the bloody maw. Fearsome moonlight force erupted and blasted the bloody maw apart. There was a flash of killing intent in the moonlight demon god's eyes. This direction leads to the transcendent battlefield. That demon god sure has guts. He actually dared to snatch my pet and even took the initiative to attack me. He really deserves to die. The moonlight demon god spread the fingers of a hand, and 2 transcendent runes flew out of his hand, suspended in the void, and formed 2 mirrors. On the other side of one mirror, endless sunlight shone, and sun god fire almost broke out of the mirror. On the other side of the mirror, gloomy starlight shone, and gloomy starlight gathered in the mirror. A dignified voice came from the mirror containing sun god fire. "Moonlight, what's the matter?" The moonlight demon god said slowly. "Brother sun, sister star, do me a favor. Come with me to the transcendent battlefield and hunt a superior demon god." An incomparably sweet voice came from the mirror overflowing with starlight. "Elder brother Moonlight, with your strength it is very easy for you to kill a superior fiend celestial. What's different about him?" The sun demon god, the moonlight demon god, and the star demon god were the 3 famous demon god siblings in the fiend celestial world. Each of them was a top-notch superior demon god. In the fiend celestial world, they had their own demon god nation, and their battle prowess far exceeded that of ordinary superior demon gods. The moonlight demon god's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. "That demon god can directly attack me through my projection. He is very powerful and cruel. If he is allowed to grow, it will be a terrible catastrophe for the entire transcendent realm." From the other mirror, the sun demon god's decisive voice was full of killing intent. "In that case, kill him. We must not give him a chance to rise." The star goddess was also very decisive. "Agreed." The 3 demon gods were able to become the 3 giants of the transcendent realm because they were very decisive. They tried not to provoke enemies, but once they provoked an enemy, they would join forces to kill them before they could grow. In the transcendent battlefield. "Greetings, my lord." After the Moon God Palace's temple master was contaminated by Yang Feng's transcendent force, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she saluted Yang Feng respectfully. She looked calm on the surface, but a storm was set off in her heart. The moonlight demon god was a superior demon god. Only the legendary demon god emperor could contaminate his transcendent force. But now it was so easily polluted by Yang Feng, it was simply appalling. Yang Feng nodded and looked around. A dense crowd of engineering robots entered the transcendent cemetery and frantically mined all kinds of rare minerals. In this transcendent cemetery, there were many powerful demon gods buried. Irrigated by transcendent force and transcendent blood, all kinds of powerful variant alloys appeared everywhere, many of which were core materials that could allow level 5 strongholds to evolve into level 6 strongholds. If I want to become stronger, then I have to advance to the core area. With a resolute look in his eyes, Yang Feng, with the huge mechanical legion as the vanguard, advanced towards the core area of the transcendent battlefield. A few days later, an intermediate transcendent rank transcendent corpse turned into dust in Yang Feng's hand, and pinnacle intermediate transcendent rank fluctuations of power spread from him. So strong. His evolution speed is really fast. In such a short time, he has already advanced to an intermediate demon god. That's simply heaven-defying. The Moon God Palace's temple master looked at Yang Feng, who emits intermediate demon god fluctuations of power, with shock in her beautiful eyes. In this universe, more than 90% of lesser demon gods could advance to an intermediate demon god. Even lesser demon gods who were lucky enough to advance to an intermediate demon god would have to spend thousands of years to do so. For Yang Feng to evolve to an intermediate demon god in just a few days is simply heaven-defying. Chapter 1402. With the huge mechanical legion opening the way, Yang Feng advanced towards the core area of the transcendent battlefield without any mishap. Along the way, various corpse servants, intermediate transcendent gods, and lesser transcendent gods were easily devoured by Yang Feng and turned into resources for his evolution. Yang Feng avoided many danger zones that could slay a superior transcendent god. He only lost thousands of fourth-generation battle robot. Finally, the transcendent blood sea. According to legend, this is an evil existence formed from the blood of countless transcendent gods, a sea that can corrode a superior transcendent god. After passing through a mountain range, a sea of blood as bright as blood and exuding a strong fishy smell appeared in front of Yang Feng. This sea of blood is the transcendent blood sea, a strange sea of blood that can corrode a superior transcendent god until nothing remains. It is also the most dangerous place around the core area of the transcendent battlefield. According to legend, several transcendent emperors once fought fiercely in the core area of the transcendent battlefield, killing each other until rivers of blood flowed. The transcendent blood sea is formed from their transcendent blood. The moon god Shrine's palace master uttered, "My lord, this is the transcendent blood sea that surrounds the core area. Apart from the transcendent emperors who can cross it with their peerless power, only the Star Leaf Transcendent's transcendent treasure Star Leaf boat can cross it. Any other existence will be easily corroded once they enter the transcendent blood sea." With a thought from Yang Feng, a cruiser flew into the transcendent blood sea. The cruiser has just come into contact with the transcendent blood sea when bloody light flashed, and it was corroded at an astonishing speed. Within a dozen-plus breaths of time, the cruiser was corroded and disappeared. With a thought from Yang Feng, the goat devourer transcendent appeared, pulled out a strand of hair, and stabbed it into the transcendent blood sea. In an instant, the hair, which the lesser transcendent couldn't destroy with an all-out attack, was melted by the transcendent blood sea. Amazing! Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he extended his hand into the transcendent blood sea, and a fearsome devour force erupted and devoured the origin force of the transcendent blood sea. A fearsome corrosive force came from the transcendent blood sea and corroded Yang Feng's flesh and turned him into a pool of pus, leaving only his bones behind. He's dead? No, he's not dead. How could this be? This is a demon god blood sea that can easily melt even a superior demon god. There is a mysterious connection between the moon god's palace master and Yang Feng. She can clearly perceive that not only has Yang Feng not died, but he has become stronger and stronger. One after another, transcendent runes appeared on Yang Feng's body and interwove into a more perfect and powerful superior transcendent body. Terrifying fluctuations of power unique to a superior transcendent spread from Yang Feng and spread in all directions. A greater devil god. He had actually advanced to become a higher fiend celestial. What kind of evolution speed was this? In less than a month, he had evolved into a superior fiend celestial. Is there really such a heaven-defying genius in this world? The moon god's palace master was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe her eyes. Superior demon gods were the most powerful existences in this world. In this world, the top aristocratic families, royal families, and sects only served superior demon gods. Virtually all the existing superior demon gods were the victors of ancient transcendent wars. Ever since the ancient transcendent wars, no superior demon god has been born. In just a month, Yang Feng evolved from a mortal to a superior demon god. This speed is simply heaven-defying. In fact, if it weren't for Yang Feng's essence being an eternal sovereign, it would be impossible for him to evolve so quickly. Even if it were a freakish genius born with level 9 soul aptitude, it would take them hundreds of years to evolve into a superior demon god. Suddenly, the transcendent blood sea churned, and a 1,000-meter-long crimson tentacle engraved with countless transcendent runes emerged from the sea of blood and whipped towards Yang Feng. The goat-eater transcendent blocked in front of Yang Feng and extended a claw towards the crimson tentacle. The crimson tentacle radiated blood-colored light and slammed into the goat-eater transcendent's claw, and a corrosive poison unique to the transcendent blood sea enveloped the claw. Along with a strange, distorted sound of corrosion, the goat-eater transcendent's claw was corroded and turned into a pile of pus, and the terrifying poison spread along the goat-eater transcendent's body. After all, the goat-eater transcendent isn't Yang Feng, who possesses eternal origin. It can't resist the attack of the freak in the transcendent blood sea. "Stand down!" Yang Feng ordered, and the goat-eater transcendent retreated to the rear. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the huge tentacle, extended his claw, and grabbed the huge tentacle. A fearsome devour force erupted and frantically devoured the life force of the huge tentacle's owner. A tremendous amount of transcendent origin poured into Yang Feng, making him stronger at every moment. The demon god blood sea churned, and a huge octopus that was tens of thousands of meters long appeared. It was crimson and had countless demon god runes all over its body, and it looked like a giant mountain with an invisible peak. When the moon god shrine's temple master saw the huge, crimson octopus, her beautiful eyes flashed with shock, and her delicate body trembled. The fierce demon Lujin of the transcendent battlefield. It lives in the blood sea of the demon gods, and once killed 13 superior demon gods. The fierce demon Lujin is the most ferocious fierce demon in the transcendent battlefield. Even if it is a superior transcendent, as long as they run into him in the transcendent blood sea, only death will await them. The remaining 7 tentacles of the fierce demon Lujin flickered slightly and mercilessly whipped at Yang Feng with crimson light. The transcendent blood sea churned, and blood-colored waves swept out from the tentacles and formed blood-colored whirlpools. With the special nature of the transcendent blood sea, even a superior transcendent will be seriously injured or even dissolved by the blood-colored whirlpools. Unfortunately, you're a step too late. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a scornful smile. Countless transcendent runes interwove on Yang Feng's body, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-tall transcendent giant in an instant. Stepping on the transcendent blood sea, he brandished his fists and barreled towards the fierce demon Lujin's tentacles. Boom! 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 Huge explosions rang out incessantly. As the two incomparably terrifying existences fought, huge cracks appeared one after another. The goat-swallowing demon god had activated an extremely powerful demon god boundary in front of the moon god palace mistress. Otherwise, the beautiful moon god palace mistress would have been easily torn to shreds by the shockwaves from the battle between the two terrifying existences. After Yang Feng devoured a large amount of the transcendent blood sea's origin power and advanced to a superior transcendent, his resistance to the transcendent blood sea is second only to that of the fierce demon Lujin born from the transcendent blood sea. Devour black holes emerged and swept towards the claws of the fierce demon Lujin, and the remaining 7 claws were sucked into the devour black holes. The demon god tattoo on fierce demon Lujin's body flashed, and a vast and boundless power erupted in an instant, pulling his tentacles out of the devouring black hole inch by inch. The giant Yang Feng incarnated into beckoned with his hand, and transcendent force formed a huge battle axe and slashed at the fierce demon Lujin. A layer of blood-colored, slippery barrier appeared on the surface of ferocious demon Lujin's body. The huge axe was distorted by the barrier and shifted to the side, only leaving a huge crack on ferocious demon Lujin's body. Yang Feng stabbed his claw into the fierce demon Lujin, and fearsome devour force erupted and extracted the fierce demon Lujin's transcendent origin power. The fierce demon Lujin writhed and struggled for only a quarter of an hour before he was devoured by Yang Feng and turned into ashes. The beautiful eyes of the moon god Shrine's temple master shimmered with incredulity. The fierce demon Lujin died just like that. He is a legendary fierce demon. After Yang Feng devoured the fierce demon Lujin, transcendent runes appeared on his body. His devour force erupted again and frantically devoured the transcendent blood sea's origin power. The transcendent blood sea, which can easily melt a superior transcendent, disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 days later, the transcendent blood sea that enveloped the periphery of the core area of the transcendent battlefield and blocked countless transcendent gods disappeared. A basin tens of thousands of meters deep with no end in sight appeared where the transcendent blood sea originally was. Standing at the edge of the basin, the moon god Shrine's temple master looked at the huge blood cocoon in the center of the transcendent blood sea with shock in her beautiful eyes. How terrifying! He devoured the entire transcendent blood sea. A drop of blood in the transcendent blood sea can poison a lesser transcendent to death. Even a superior transcendent will be easily melted if they enter the transcendent blood sea. For Yang Feng to devour the transcendent blood sea is simply heaven-defying. The blood cocoon in the center of the transcendent blood sea split open, and Yang Feng walked out. Covered in mysterious transcendent runes, he exudes a bewitching charm. As long as Yang Feng doesn't restrain his bewitching charm, any woman with a cultivation base lower than the Moonlight Warlock rank will become a captive of his charm. Only a few women with a powerful soul can resist the bewitching charm he automatically exudes. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. I'm still one step away. The Transcendent Emperor is indeed a pinnacle existence of the universe. Although I can't compare to an eternal sovereign, but it won't be that easy to advance. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.